Chapter 370. Zhao Yingchuan stared at Lu Nerong, who had caught the eye of his second brother, and thought that his second brother had good taste. He smiled and said, "It's settled. I'll have to trouble second sister-in-law and Zhao Yingchuan to leave through the back door. In the future, whether the fish dragon gang's surname is Lu or Zhou, it doesn't matter. Second brother naturally has the ability to make the fish dragon gang one of the top gangs in Lingzhou. If the negotiation fails, then don't blame me for knocking you out, carrying you on my shoulder, and throwing you onto the bed of my second brother's private residence. If you want to gang up on me, it's fine." Zhao Yingchuan is confident that he can escape. As for the person in the room, it doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. But second sister-in-law, do you really want to be happy like this? Lu Nerong only felt sad. Were all the sons of officials so insidious? Zhou Ziru was only the son of a secondary rank 6 rank deputy captain, and he was already so calculative. Wasn't the cooperation between her grandfather and the son of the weapons supervisor even more like asking a tiger for its skin? Could it be that it was a trap set by the fish dragon gang's mortal enemy and the general's residence from the beginning? Lu Nerong took a deep breath and calmly said, "If you can leave the inn alive, tell Zhou Ziru to eat shit." Zhao Yingchuan, who was carrying the blade, gave her a thumbs up and praised, "Second sister-in-law is so elegant. I only hope that you'll be so likable in second brother's bed tonight." Originally, according to Zhou Ziru's plan, Zhao Yingchuan would let the criminal pour dirty water and talk to Lu Nerong before leaving. It would be best if Lu Nerong was willing to give in. If she didn't, Zhou Ziru would personally lead the troops to break into the inn and arrest her. The biggest backer of the inn was young Master Zhou, so he didn't need to spend a single favor. As soon as Zhao Yingchuan finished speaking, he didn't rush to retreat, probably because things were going well. Instead, he ran wildly in the corridor with his blade, rushing toward Lu Nerong. When he was 10 steps away, he jumped to the wall, tapped the tip of his foot, turned to the other wall, and bounced toward Lu Nerong again. His speed was much faster than before, and he had the advantage of being on the high ground. He quickly chopped down with his blade, showing no affection of a future uncle and sister-in-law. Lu Nerong raised her arm to block. What a bright sword! She was indeed the granddaughter of gang leader Lu. This autumn water longsword was enough to make ordinary martial artists drool. After the blade and sword collided, Zhao Yingchuan grinned and said, "Get out of my hand." Lu Nerong's entire arm was numb, and she took 2 steps back. Zhao Yingchuan, who had landed on the ground, did not show any mercy. He did not give Lu Nerong any chance to catch her breath. He brandished his saber, forcing Lu Nerong to only be able to take it head-on. She had no time to use any exquisite swordsmanship. It could be seen that Zhao Yingchuan was not a person who blindly believed himself to be reckless. In the final analysis, the swordsmanship and saber techniques of the military were all extremely clean and nimble killing methods. They were never flashy or flashy. However, the people of Jianghu were different. They more or less pursued the exquisiteness and magnificence of their moves. It was hard to avoid the suspicion of being cumbersome. If one's realm was low, they would be skilled. If one's realm was high, they would be immortal. Lu Nerong retreated again and again, swallowing a mouthful of blood that had surged up to her throat. When Zhao Yingchuan finally took a breath, the long sword that had been fiercely knocked away by the saber slipped out of his hand. Zhao Yingchuan was delighted because after all, this was the woman that his second brother had taken a fancy to. He couldn't really kill her, so he was prepared to take down this Miss Lu whose swordsmanship was actually not bad. However, he didn't know that the moment he relaxed, the long sword that had slipped out of his hand strangely circled around Lu Nerong's body and swept towards Zhao Yingchuan's neck at a tricky angle. Zhao Yingchuan turned his head, and a strand of his hair was cut off. He was able to use his saber to parry the attack. He laughed and said, "What a good sword move. If second brother hadn't reminded second sister-in-law that Master Xiao Chang is good at the double swallow whirlpool, I would have really suffered a big loss." Lu Nerong remained calm and stretched out her arms. She didn't reach out to hold the long sword. Instead, she flicked a finger on the sword and patted the hilt with her other hand. The long sword spun rapidly in the air like a spinning top whipped by a child and flew toward Zhao Yingchuan. Even Zhao Yingchuan, who had been on the battlefield countless times at a young age, had a serious expression on his face. He didn't dare to rashly pull out his saber, fearing that the saber's momentum would be used by the woman. His second brother had said that the most exquisite move of the Fish Dragon Gang's old gang leader's fist cannon that shook Lingzhou was the teacher's 3 cupped hands technique. After 3 consecutive cupped hands, the strength would multiply. It was completely different from the common martial arts common sense that the first move would be used up, the second would be weakened, and the third would be exhausted. This Lu Narong had clearly integrated the teacher's 3 cupped hands technique into the double swallow whirlpool swordsmanship. It was a bit tricky. Zhao Yingchuan made up his mind to avoid the fierce wind. He pulled out his saber and retreated. There was a door behind him. He suddenly exerted force with his back and smashed the wooden door. He retreated into the room in a slightly embarrassed manner. Seeing that Lu Narong didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him, he held the long sword. Finally, he couldn't hide the trace of blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yingchuan shook the saber in his hand and resumed his carefree attitude. He laughed and said, "Second sister-in-law, you're good with your sword." Lu Narong wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. "I don't care about your mother." There was an awkward silence. The corner of Zhao Yingchuan's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't expect such a woman to swear. In fact, there were 2 other people in the room. However, whether it was Lu Narong or Zhao Yingchuan, they didn't think that these 2 guys could do anything. She was just worried that they would be implicated. Lu Narong didn't have the confidence that she would be lucky enough to survive a life-and-death battle with this swordsman who was only hiding his strength. Her eyes moved slightly, indicating that the 2 people in the room shouldn't act rashly. However, in the next moment, she was disappointed. Her disappointment was twofold. The first disappointment was that the young man with the same saber was standing by the window, motionless and indifferent. But what made Lu Narong most anxious was that Wang Dashi didn't care about the situation. He shouted and rushed toward Zhao Yingchuan. The Fish Dragon Gang's unique skill was undoubtedly her grandfather's cannon hammer. It was a branch of one of the fist techniques of the 2 Zen temples. It didn't pursue the complexity of the routine, but focused on the instantaneous burst of power. If this set of fist techniques was supported by vigorous internal energy, the fist technique would naturally be brilliant. Unfortunately, in the hands of Wang Dashi, who had just joined the gang and hadn't been able to reach a higher level, it was just for show. Zhao Yingchuan even calmly waited for the fist to reach his face before kicking Wang Dashi's knee. He tilted his head slightly and let the fist miss. In the next moment, Bailiang's saber was placed on Wang Dashi's neck. Zhao Yingchuan held the saber in one hand, and Wang Dashi's neck with the other. With a troubled expression, he muttered to himself, "Should I cut his neck or crush it?" Lu Narong said, "Don't." Zhao Yingchuan heard the sound of horse hooves getting clearer and clearer outside the house. He knew that his second brother's side had victory in their hands. He also had the leisure to look for fun in a busy situation. He said with a smile, "Second sister-in-law, tell me. Little uncle is so fierce to let this trash go." Although Wang Dashi's skills were muddled, he still had some courage. Being restrained, he still blushed and shouted, "Miss, don't." Lu Narong said expressionlessly, "I'll tell you." Zhao Yingchuan's 5 fingers exerted force and lifted Wang Dashi's body up. Zhao Yingchuan took an inch and wanted a mile. He said, "Second sister-in-law, don't forget the word Li." Lu Narong was about to accept this humiliation. Just as she opened her mouth, she couldn't close it. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a demon. Zhao Yingchuan was like a dead fish. His eyes were filled with morbid blood vessels. He was already on the verge of death. Behind Zhao Yingchuan stood the man with the saber. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. After delivering the fatal blow, he didn't pull out his saber. He just pierced his palm into Zhao Yingchuan's back and broke his entire spine. Chapter 371. Wang Dashi originally thought that if he could die in front of Miss Lu in this life, he would not have been reincarnated in vain. However, he felt sorry for his father and ended the Wang family's bloodline here. For a small figure like him, Lu Narong was an otherworldly fairy girl. She was beautiful, gentle, kind-hearted, and had high martial arts skills. When he was in the Fish Dragon Gang, Wang Dashi only needed to look at her from afar to feel hot all over and not feel tired after working for a whole day. If he was lucky enough to see her smile, he would definitely lose sleep at night. These years he had slept on a big Kong with several senior brothers. Every night he would listen to them talk about the Mississippi. He remembered that a few years ago, a senior brother recklessly made up a story about how he saw the Mrs. Bellyband drying in the yard. That night, he was beaten into a pig's head by the other senior brothers. However, it was said that after that, many senior brothers secretly asked about the color and style of the bellyband. Knowing that it was fake, they were willing to let their imaginations run wild. Wang Dashi was not qualified to join in the fun, so he could only look at Miss Lu Narong from afar. He knew that one day, the fairy in his heart would also go to help her husband and teach her children. Some time ago, he heard from his senior brother that the old gang leader had found a son from a rich family for the Mississippi. Wang Dashi was a little sad and envied his father for being able to fight to the death for the fish dragon gang. Su Fengnian let go of the body that had lost the support of the spine, bent down, and squatted down. He wiped his hands on Zhao Yingchuan's clothes and caught a glimpse of the Bailiang knife. Just now he used his palm as a knife to stab into the guy's back. His middle finger could have easily blown up the entire spine, but to be careful he instantly changed his hand from a knife to a claw. If the body fell into the eyes of an observant person, the realm displayed would not be too frightening. The reason why he hid in the fish dragon gang this time was not because of any conspiracy. He just wanted to go to Beimeng on the way, so he asked Chulushan to make some arrangements. He replaced the housekeeper in the mansion of Wuxian official and detained him in the prison of the Lingzhou government. He would only be released when the fish dragon gang returned from Beimeng. The housekeeper who was sent to prison was probably still in the dark. Su Fengnian also did not expect that the fish dragon gang would be in a desperate situation at Tuma Pass. Since this matter did not start with him, he originally did not intend to intervene. His Royal Highness, who was cold by nature, had no interest in caring about the rise and fall of a third-rate gang in Bailiang. Hero to save the damsel in distress and win Lu Narong? Su Fengnian really did not have the leisure to do so. Just now in the room, Wang Dashi was in a daze while His Royal Highness was slowly flipping through a nameless knife manual. It was not an exaggeration to say that each word was worth 1,000 gold. It was the martial arts comprehension of Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City. How much would you say it was worth? A knife manual had 64 pages. After reading a page and confirming that he had thoroughly chewed through it, he carefully tore off a page and destroyed it. From Bailiang Palace to Tuma Pass, he had only torn off 3 pages. Just as he was reading the 4th page to his heart's content, Zhao Yingchuan barged in. His Royal Highness, who had put the knife manual back into his bosom, could still tolerate it. Until this guy threatened Lu Narong with Wang Dashi's life. Looking at the half-pack of soft chess pieces on the table that Wang Dashi from the Fish Dragon Gang deliberately did not touch, coupled with the fact that His Royal Highness was nagging like a woman when it came to important matters, Zhao Yingchuan finally had the urge to kill him. As a result, Zhao Yingchuan could only go to the underworld to chat with someone else. Although Lu Narong was shocked, she did not dwell too much on Zhao Yingchuan's death. Instead, she went to the window and saw that there was another corpse outside the inn. There was an arrow in the chest. Obviously, Gong Sunyang had acted as a deterrent and found a mortal enemy of Xiao Chong to take the initiative to kill him. However, these swift and fierce methods were like a drop in the bucket in front of the armored soldiers at Tuma Pass. After Su Fengnian sat down, he picked up a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. He slowly said, "What about the goods in the cart?" It was not easy for Lu Narong's impression of him to change a little, but as soon as he said this, it immediately changed back to its original state. Lu Narong was burning with anxiety. She racked her brain, but still could not think of a foolproof plan to bring the Fish Dragon Gang out of the quagmire. She had no time to care about this unscrupulous man. She saw that Gong Sunyang had nailed arrows into the ground in front of the horses, finally temporarily blocking the advance of the armored soldiers at Tuma Pass. It was impossible to escape. Zhou Ziru had personally led more than 10 elite cavalrymen. With this person's careful calculation, he must have arranged a series of traps in the backyard. The Fish Dragon Gang had more than 30 people. As long as a dozen or so archers chose a good position, they would be able to drag the Fish Dragon Gang down. At that time, only a few fish would escape the net. Facing Zhou Ziru's cavalrymen and the other two forces, Shi Xiaochang and Gong Sunyang would not be able to escape the miserable fate of being slaughtered. Lu Nerong was faced with a dead knot created by several pairs of hands. Even if she had delicate hands, how could she untie it? Xiaochang walked into the room and saw the dead body at Wang Dashi's feet. He frowned. When he saw the Bailiang knife in the corpse's hand, he sighed and mistakenly thought that it was Lu Nerong's work. He thought that since Lu Nerong was determined to do this, he would die tonight. However, when Wang Dashi saw the high and mighty second gang leader arrive, he was grateful for young Master Su's life-saving grace. On the other hand, he was afraid and instinctively explained, "It was young Master Su who helped me kill this person." Of course, Xiaochang did not believe him. His eyes drifted to Lu Nerong, who had turned around by the window. The latter nodded. Xiaochang thought for a moment and said angrily, "Young Master Su, do you know that this person is a Bailiang soldier? How dare you kill him? The Fish Dragon Gang will never associate with you. Get out and ask for punishment from the government." Xiaochang's righteous words could be heard both inside and outside the inn. When Zhou Ziru heard the news, his face became gloomy. Zhao Yingchuan was his sworn brother and had a bright future in the Bailiang army. Over the years, the Zhou family had spent at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver on their sworn brother. Not to mention, Zhou Ziru's father, who was the deputy commandant, had secretly done many favors for Zhao Yingchuan in hopes that in the future, Zhou Ziru and Zhao Yingchuan would be able to complement each other in the Bailiang frontier army and have a meteoric rise together. Who would have thought that they would die in their own territory? This made Zhou Ziru furious. He raised his head and said angrily to the archer of the Fish Dragon Gang, "Old man, if you dare to stop me again, I will make sure you bring disaster to your whole family." Xiaochang's original intention was to transfer the anger outside the inn to young Master Su. He did not know the inside story of the machete man Zhao Yingchuan, so he added fuel to the fire and made Zhou Ziru determined to bury the Fish Dragon Gang with his brother. In the eyes of the Lingzhou swordsman who had been famous for a long time, as long as the soldiers at Tumbling Horse Pass did not get involved in this mess, the strength of the Fish Dragon Gang was enough to deal with the other two groups of Jianghu people. He had obviously underestimated Zhou Ziru's ambition and appetite. Chapter 372. Lu Nerong didn't seem to expect her master to say such words. She was surprised. She looked at her master, who used to have the demeanor of a sword immortal. She turned to look at the man surnamed Su. After finishing the pastries, he gently clapped his hands and didn't intend to get up. Lu Nerong wanted to say something but hesitated. She felt a little guilty. Xiaochang couldn't wait to throw this pretentious idiot out of the window so that the horses could trample him into meat paste. He stubbornly believed that as long as the soldiers at the Fallen Horse Pass were not angry, he and the Fish Dragon Gang would have a chance to escape. Su Fengnian saw that the #1 swordsman of the Fish Dragon Gang was a little flustered and exasperated, so he calmly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to divert the trouble. The most important person in today's trap is not your enemies, but Zhou Ziru of the Fallen Horse Pass. This guy not only wants to take more than 30 heads of the Fish Dragon Gang in exchange for military merits in suppressing the bandits, but also wants to seize control of your disciple Lu Nerong and control the Fish Dragon Gang. Fortunately, he has a place in Lingzhou, the hinterland of Bailiang, and it will be much easier for him to do some shady business in the future. Zhou Ziru seems to be doing things very well. He will definitely eliminate the Fish Dragon Gang. Lu Nerong is beautiful and has the identity of the future leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. She can protect herself and seek wealth in the chaos. Vice leader Xiaochang is already so old. Do you think he will sell his ass to Zhou Ziru? Or do you want to be a servant girl for young Master Zhou to perform a sword dance?" Wang Dashi looked at the calm young Master Su and then looked at gang leader Xiao, who was so angry that his arm was trembling. Wang Dashi's expression was strange. Xiaochang already hated this man surnamed Su to the bone, but after hearing the shocking inside story, he looked at Lu Nerong. After seeing her nod, his heart was as dead as ashes. Then, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, he turned around and saw that there was no one outside the room. He turned his head and whispered, "Nerong, I have worked for the Fish Dragon Gang for 20 years. I have been cautious and conscientious. Have I ever done anything to betray the name of the Fish Dragon Gang? Moreover, You and I are master and disciple, and I have taught you swordsmanship wholeheartedly. Have I ever had the slightest selfish intention of teaching my disciple to starve the master to death? Master knows that you would rather die than live in dishonor, but this matter involves the century-long plan of the Fish Dragon Gang. Even if you are wronged, you still have to swallow your pride. As long as you have a connection with Zhou Zizu, the Fish Dragon Gang won't have to worry about financial resources in the future. Taking a step back, as long as we leave Falling Horse Pass, it won't be too late for you and me to fall out with Zhou Ziru. Where there's life, there's hope. Master can promise you that when the time comes, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely help you get back at Zhou Ziru. If you don't believe me, Xiao Chong can swear to the heavens. Hearing this, Wang Dashi was stunned. This deputy leader used to be so heroic and heroic. He had done all kinds of heroic deeds, and even a pawn of the fish dragons admired him. Why was he acting like this at the moment of life and death? In the past, when they watched acrobatics in the downtown area, the old people of Shishu had the unique skill of changing faces, but it seemed that they were not even half as good as Xiao Chong's. Su Fingnian said indifferently, "What Xiao Chong said is reasonable. Not only did you take into account the overall situation of the fish dragons, but you also guaranteed that you and Xiao Chong would be out of danger. You have put a lot of thought into this. I think old boss Lu will be extremely grateful after this. He might as well marry his granddaughter to Hero Xiao. This old man and his young wife are a match made in heaven. I congratulate the two of you first." These words were so vicious. Thinking about how he wanted Xiao Chong to sell his ass to Zhou Ziru and how he coquettishly played a sword dance, His Royal Highness's eloquence had obviously reached a very high level. Even Wang Dashi, who was usually the most docile and patient nobody, wanted to slap Xiao Chong a few times when he saw the so-called hero Xiao Chong's sanctimonious and ugly face. Su Fingnian did not forget to turn his head. He glanced at Lu Narong and asked, "Miss Lu, what do you think of this marriage? When the time comes, don't forget to send me a wedding invitation." Xiao Chong said angrily, "How dare you?" Lu Narong shouted at Su Fingnian and Master Xiao Chong together, "Shut up." Xiao Chong originally had a strong intention to kill with his sword, but when he heard Lu Narong's crying voice, he realized that if he killed in front of her, he might really be implicated and lose his life in the end. Lu Narong said in a low voice, "Xiao Chong, our relationship as master and disciple ends here. Lu Narong will not compromise with Zhou Ziru today. If you leave now, you may still have a chance." Xiao Chong's expression was uncertain. He snorted coldly and turned to leave without hesitation. At this time, Lu Narong finally began to sob. From a child to a young girl, and then to a woman. The longing and reverie of Jianghu for more than 20 years was shattered at this moment like a bronze mirror. Su Fingnian stood up, and did not look at the weeping Lu Narong. He walked to the window and whispered, "If you endure for a while, there will probably be a turnaround. The Tuma Pass is not Zhou Ziru's Tuma Pass alone. The second in command, Captain Han Tao, has always been at odds with Zhou Ziru's father. If I remember correctly, there has been a direct supervisor patrolling the Tuma Pass recently. If Han Tao still has some brains, he will not miss this great opportunity to suppress Zhou Ziru and his father's arrogance. But when the time comes, the Fish Dragon Gang will have to pray for good luck. At that time, if someone covets your beauty, I guess you won't be able to hold on much longer, right? Your chivalrous master is right about one thing. In the long run, as long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the Fish Dragon Gang, you will only lose 30 fighters tonight. In the future, with the support of the Bailiang Frontier Army and a lot of money in your hands, you will not be afraid that you won't be able to recruit henchmen who are willing to work for you. You are nothing more than a concubine for the army. If you want to be a concubine, then be a concubine. Maybe you can even become the empress of Lingzhou's Jianghu." Lu Narong stood behind Su Fingnian and looked at the back of the man with the sword with teary eyes. She shook her head and said, "This is not the Jianghu I want." Su Fingnian sneered and said, "Then you should beg Captain Han Tao to fight with Zhou Ziru." To be honest, the woman with the Beimeng accent has a great background. Not every noble woman can wear a Xianbei dragon head jade belt. If Han Tao has a normal relationship with the newly appointed Captain Guo Yi, he may not be able to take advantage of him. At that time, you will die even more miserably in the hands of Zhou Ziru. You can't even survive and you still want to talk to me about your Jianghu. Lu Nerong smiled bitterly and said, in the past, you rarely said a word along the way. I thought that you were afraid of the fish dragon gang. Only today did I know that your words are so sharp and mean. Su Fingyan put his hands on the windowsill and squinted his eyes and said, a real villain with ugly words is better than those hypocrites who do ugly things. Lu Nerong was sad and asked blankly, if the captain you mentioned didn't appear, would you help us? Su Fingyan sneered and asked, what do you think? Lu Nerong turned around resolutely. It seemed that she was determined to die. Wang Dashi looked at Su Fingyan and also left. To be able to fight side by side with Miss and then die together. Even if their bodies were far away, this was the best Jianghu for Wang Dashi. Chapter 373. Su Fingyan picked up the half packet of soft pastry from the table and walked out of the room to the room where the bandits were locked up. After sitting down, he saw the pitiful man who was first used as a pawn and then abandoned as a pawn. Perhaps he had been drugged with a drug that could soften his muscles and soften his bones. Even now, his face was flushed and his body was weak. Fortunately, no one would come here. Otherwise, if they saw His Royal Highness staying in the same room with this man who looked like a fish on a chopping board, it would be fine if they were alone, but they were two men. What would happen next would probably be very unbearable. Su Fingyan moved a chair and sat by the window. The window was not high, and Su Fingyan was tall and straight. He stretched his neck and could see what was going on in the inn's courtyard. He tasted the soft and delicious pastry. Of course, it was not to say that His Royal Highness would help just for a packet of pastry. It was said that only when one was full would they do something boring. At that time, His Royal Highness did not even eat. It was just that Wang Dashi was the only one in the fish dragon gang who was sincerely close to His Royal Highness. There was no utilitarian motive. Moreover, Zhao Yingchuan's behavior was too improper. As for what would happen to Lu Nerong, Su Fingyan would not take the lead. This matter was originally the fate of the fish dragon gang, and it was Lu Nerong's destiny as the future leader of the fish dragon gang. To put it bluntly, with His Royal Highness background, if he was in a hurry to stand up for Lu Nerong, then wouldn't Pei Nanwei just throw a flirtatious glance at him? And Su Fingyan would have to bring tens of thousands of cavalrymen to fight with the king of Jing'an in the Central Plains? As the ancient saying goes, kindness begets enmity begets kindness begets kindness begets kindness begets kindness begets hatred. Su Fingyan slowly ate the pastries, not paying any attention to the bandit's suspicious gaze. He was thinking about the little pawn Wang Dashi, who had just crossed the river. Right now he had nothing left, nothing to worry about, and was willing to die together with Lu Nerong. If he was lucky enough to survive today, after a period of wealth and power, when he had the opportunity to possess the body of the fairy in his heart, Lu Nerong, without having to pay any price, how would he choose? If the answer was yes, then looking back, wouldn't Wang Dashi be a bad person? Su Fingyan saw several impatient members of the fish dragon gang trying to stop the horses of the government. One of them was shot in the chest by an arrow and died. Another person's face was cut open by a Baoyang knife from the horse's back. He rolled on the ground and howled. Then he was trampled to death by the horse's hooves by a knight who played a trick on the horse. The fish dragon gang then realized that the enemy had no intention of being reasonable at all. This aroused the blood of the men of Jianghu, and they wanted to fight to the death with the three forces that had broken into the courtyard of the inn one after another. With the archery expert Gong Sunyang providing support upstairs, Lu Nerong escaped death twice. This was also thanks to the fact that Zhou Ziru, who was quite ruthless in horse battles, did not point his spear at her. Su Fingyan swallowed the pastries and found that Wang Dashi was not there. He turned his head and asked vaguely, "What did you do?" The man's thigh was badly mutilated and his bones could almost be seen. Obviously, he did not have an easy time against Zhao Yingchuan, and had a psychological shadow of the young man with the knife. When he heard His Royal Highness question, he quickly replied, "I robbed and killed a group of Beimeng merchants who came to our territory to do fur business. Then we became wanted by Baoyang." Su Fingyan nodded and said, "It seems that the group of merchants has a close relationship with our Baoyang frontier army. Did they put you on the list in the name of robbing Baoyang border merchants?" The man nodded with a sad face and endured the bone-piercing pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, you are a wise man. I heard that there is a new military officer named Guai here. Isn't it because all the officers who lead the troops want to show off their achievements to their new master? We just happened to bump into him. It's bad luck that we are not skilled enough. We can't blame Jianghu for being too deep." Su Fingyan chuckled and said, "You are quite aware." The man was afraid that the young master with the knife in front of him would smear the knife on his body without a word. So he quickly found a topic to talk about to divert the pain from his body. "This damn knockout drug. You should have used more of it so that he would have fainted." The man's face was twisted because of the pain, and his eyes were slightly cautious as he asked carefully, "Young master, have you heard of the new military officer named Guai?" Su Fingyan glanced at the scene in the courtyard and still did not see Wang Dashi. He frowned and said, "Wang Dashi used to be the second master of the Qingshan villa in the Central Plains. After it was trampled by the Bailiang cavalry, a large group of homeless dogs spent all day thinking about how to fight against the Bailiang palace. Later, more and more of them died, and almost all of them were wiped out. They had no choice but to learn to be smart and no longer make things difficult for Su Xiao and the other important figures. They would chop down anyone they saw in the palace with red eyes. 3 years ago, there was a servant girl from a poor family who came home to give money to her parents. On the way home, she was kidnapped and taken away. By the time the people from the palace arrived, the girl's entire lower body could not be seen. If I had been there." At this point, Su Fingyan paused and laughed self-deprecatingly. "It seems that there was nothing we could have done. That military officer Guai betrayed the last group of survivors of the Qingshan villa and tipped off the palace. As a result, the old master, one of his brothers, and more than 20 relatives who were still alive after hiding for many years, were all killed by the Bailiang cavalry. I also heard that this ruthless guy entered the palace and met the king of Bailiang. Not only was he rewarded with a few martial arts secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion, but he also got a 5th-rank military officer Guai. His luck has changed, and it's true that the old saying in the Jianghu is that selling something is better than selling one's brothers." The more the man listened, the more frightened he became. He asked uneasily, "Young master, you're really well informed. Are you a government official like the young general?" Su Fingyan smiled and said, "I'm closer to the fish dragon gang now." The man's leg bled even more. His hands gripped the arms of the chair tightly, and his head was covered in cold sweat. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said respectfully, "Young master, you have an impressive appearance. I can tell at first glance that you're a man of great fortune. After surviving this disaster, you'll definitely achieve great things." Su Fingyan finally saw Wang Dashi show up in the courtyard downstairs. The fish dragon gang had already lost 6 or 7 hot-blooded men, including the one who had checked into the inn at dusk and spat at the feet of His Royal Highness. He was the last corpse lying on the ground. He was stabbed diagonally in the chest by a spear, and then his head was cut off by another knight who skillfully cooperated with him. If the previous few people fought with their lives on the line, then this guy didn't take his life seriously at all. After all, if he went forward, he would die. With several bloody corpses on the ground as an example, if he ran forward to show off his courage, he would die in vain. When he was killed by a spear and a knife, there was no one beside him except for Lu Nerong. Fortunately, Wang Dashi, whose legs were trembling for a long time, kept punching his legs and even slapped himself twice. Only then did he finally manage to get his trembling legs to listen to him. He shouted loudly to boost his courage. Halfway through, he picked up the sword of a senior martial brother and charged into the formation. He closed his eyes and slashed wildly. Those people who had killed their way into the inn probably found it funny, so they were not in a hurry to get rid of this kid, who did not pose the slightest threat. Lu Nerong looked around and found no one else except for the enemy. When the members of the fish dragon gang behind her looked at her, they all lowered their heads and retreated in fear. Upstairs, Gong Sunyang shot 31 arrows. At first he killed 4 people with 6 arrows, but none of them were soldiers of the Tumbling Horse Pass. Later he realized that there was no room to maneuver, so he began to capture the leader first. However, all the arrows were easily caught by the old man raised by the mink woman. Gong Sunyang knew that even if the old man was not a top master in the Vajra realm, He was not far from it. He stroked the bighorn bough and then broke the bowstring. Then he slowly went downstairs, limping silently behind Lu Nerong. Zhou Ziru, who had not dismounted from the beginning, turned his horse around and leisurely and arrogantly circled around with his horse. He looked down at Lu Nerong, who was covered in blood, and the corners of his mouth raised in a gloomy arc, with great satisfaction and pride. Su Fengnian said to himself, "Here he comes." The man on the chair didn't hear him clearly, so he whispered to himself, "Young master, I snatched a yellowed knife manual a few years ago. I can't read, so I went to a brothel and kept a literate girl for 2 months. I opened the manual word by word and memorized it. If you want to learn it, you can take me out of the inn, and I can slowly dictate it to you." Chapter 374. Su Fengnian's back was facing the door. He seemed to be absent-minded and did not hear the man's tempting offer. An untimely rumble of horse hooves came from afar. It was abnormally ear-piercing to Zhou Ziru's ears. Zhou Ziru, who had always been confident, turned his head to look. In the dark night, a string of torches stretched out like a mountain. No less than 100 riders had suddenly arrived. The leader of the group was a middle-aged general dressed in armor. He had an extremely unfamiliar face, but judging from his armor, he was at least a 5th-rank general in the Northern Liang army. This was definitely not an existence that could be shaken by the vice-captain of the toppling horse pass, or the hanging bow commandant. What made Zhou Ziru feel even more uneasy was that there was a rider beside this general. It was Captain Chong, who was second only to his father at Tumbling Horse Pass. Han Tao, who was riding his horse straight into the inn, glanced at Zhou Ziru and sneered. "Zhou Ziru, you have great ability. Is your father Deputy Captain Zhichong? Or are you Deputy Captain Zhichong?" The last word, was obviously raised in pitch. Many people like to say this when the upper echelons of the bureaucracy suppress people. Zhou Ziru lowered his head and cupped his hands. A hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes as he said calmly, "Reporting to Captain Han, there are bandits colluding with the Lingzhou fish dragon gang. I heard the news and received permission from Deputy Captain Zhichong to bring my troops to the inn. I was afraid that these bandits would escape. If there was anything wrong during this time, I sincerely hope that Captain Han can tell me. I am willing to accept any punishment." A rider slowly stepped into the inn. Han Tao took the initiative to move out of the way so that this general could have a good view. There was nothing he could do about it. This Captain Gua Yi was a ferocious man who had personally met the great general, and even received a reward from him. "Don't bring up Captain Gua Yi's ungrateful past in front of me. It's no big deal, just let out a fart and it will all be over." Right now, Huang Fugui was undoubtedly the most popular figure in Beiliang. If it weren't for the fact that Han Tao had connections in the court, he wouldn't have been able to connect with him. Today Zhou Ziru and his son had bad luck and bumped into a knife. If it were in the past, Han Tao would have pinched his nose and turned a blind eye. After all, the father and son were powerful and influential. However, today was the day that Commandant Gui was patrolling the border city. If Han Tao let this opportunity slip through his fingers, he might as well chop off his own hands. How would he be able to touch the white breasts of the beautiful concubines? 10,000 meticulous schemes, one rank higher, all became a joke. Zhou Ziru dared to take responsibility for his actions, and even dared to admit defeat. Captain Gua Yi glanced at Zhou Ziru, who was bowing with his head lowered. He smiled warmly and said, "Zhou Ziru, right? Although I haven't been in office for long, I have already heard of your heroic name. Today, I see with my own eyes that you live up to your reputation. Not bad, not bad." Han Tao was stunned for a moment. Zhou Ziru keenly caught a trace of confusion in Han Tao's eyes. He knew that his father had a lot of empty space in the Beiliang frontier army. He could slowly fill it with gold, silver, beauties and antiques. This made Zhou Ziru, who originally wanted to expose the fact that someone had killed the Beiliang soldier Zhao Yingchuan, was willing to suffer in silence. He glanced at Lu Nerong. In the future, when he got her on the bed, he had many ways to make her life worse than death. On the way here, Captain Gua Yi had already guessed from Han Tao's vague words that this Captain Gua Yi had some relationship with the backer of the fish dragon gang. He threw a glance at Han Tao, smiled slightly, and left first. Zhou Ziru followed closely behind. The mink-forehead woman looked unhappy, but the five-clawed golden old man beside her whispered in her ear. Only then did she leave angrily. The Jianghu people who came to seek revenge on Xiaochang immediately scattered. The thunder was loud and the rain was not light, but at least not everyone was drenched. However, this also set off the innocent and pitiful fish dragon gang members who died in front of Lu Nerong. Xiaochang probably failed to escape from the backyard. He came to the front yard with a calm face, coughed lightly, and ordered the gang members to come back to their senses and clean up the mess. Facing Lu Nerong's cold eyes, the second leader's face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. You are just a little girl who has not yet been in power, and you are also my disciple. What can you do? Lu Nerong walked back to the inn in silence. Wang Dashi was still at a loss. He fell to the ground and his hands and feet were weak. On the second floor, the man who had been enduring the pain and desperately accumulating qi finally got rid of the knockout powder. Using his left leg as a support, he stood up and suddenly threw a punch at the young man's back. If he succeeded, an ordinary martial artist would definitely bleed from the 7 orifices of his head. He did not have any knife manual. He was just stalling for time. Since this young man who had just entered the Jianghu did not know the unfathomable ways of the world and the depths of people's hearts, he would not be polite. Su Fingnian's clothes fluttered slightly. The martial artist, who was known for his fierce punches, was about to burst. He found that his punch was 3 inches away from the young man's back, but it could not go any further. It was as if he had hit an invisible iron wall. There must be masters of this level in the world, but how could he believe that he would meet one in this small inn? Knowing that things were not going well, the experienced man was about to withdraw his fist and retreat. An even more terrifying emotion enveloped his body. The man found that he had already used all his strength to retreat, but his body did not move an inch. He watched as the young man, whose back was facing him, stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the knife hanging at his waist. The scabbard hit his chest lightly. It was like the morning bell of a temple. The sea of qi in his body suddenly exploded. He died, bleeding from the 7 orifices of his head. Su Fingnian did not feel anything after killing the man. He only thought of the Jianghu. He remembered that when he was young, he heard an experienced guard servant talk about the Jianghu. The old man's words were humorous. He said that in the Jianghu, there was a hero who used a knife. One time, he wandered the Jianghu and met a person. Hey, your nickname is Knife Copying Ghost? So am I. That person laughed and said that it was a coincidence. And then what? Didn't he find an opportunity to stab the other person's back with a black knife? Was there only one knife copying ghost in the world? His Royal Highness thought it was funny at first. He could not understand the old man's self-mockery and the loneliness in his eyes. It was a long time later that he learned that the old man's real nickname was Knife Copying Ghost. The other person was a good brother he met when he was young. For the sake of their brotherhood, the old man even rejected the girl he liked and quietly left the Jianghu. He traveled the Jianghu north and south to uphold justice. When they met again later, he learned that the girl who married his brother had died of depression and illness. After drinking, that brother almost crushed his chest with a knife. Only then did he know how much the girl had suffered in those years, and how much jealousy and hatred had accumulated in his brother's heart. Later on, a young man from Jianghu came to the armory to seek revenge for his father's death. After he was captured, the old man actually knelt before His Highness the Crown Prince and begged for mercy. Only then did the truth emerge. Su Fingnian was very generous. Seeing the old man's sincerity, not only did he release the disgraced brother, he also casually threw away 2 secret manuals in the martial library. What happened after that? About 3 years later, the old man went out for a walk and was beheaded by the boy using the swordsmanship in the secret manual. Perhaps the old man and the boy had a tacit understanding. One wanted to die, while the other wanted revenge. However, this assassination made His Royal Highness, who felt that he had been played for a fool, fly into a rage. In a fit of anger, he led people to capture the assassin. At the last moment, he remembered the old man's open-mindedness in the tide listening pavilion, and finally gritted his teeth and let him go. This kind of shameless thing, if heard from others as a topic of idle conversation, would only be preposterous. But if it really happened to oneself, how would one feel? Su Fengnian had seen too much of the so-called Jianghu people's heroism and filth, the gentleman and the villain. He had seen many heroic people outside the Bailiang Palace, many people kneeling and begging for mercy inside the Bailiang Palace. He had seen many people who wanted to cut him into pieces, even though they had never met him before. Many times, His Royal Highness was not even 10 years old, but there were too many martial artists who had entered the prince's mansion and had the opportunity to walk up to the crown prince of Bailiang. In the end, without any suspense, their corpses would be fed to the dogs. Other people knew about the cruelty of Jianghu, probably like Lu Nirong, who would learn about it very late, so late that it might be the last moment of their lives. However, Su Fengnian was glad that he was the son of the butcher, Su Xiao. He had learned about it early and lived a long life. Just like that, he had lived a seemingly glorious and enviable life until today. In Jianghu, there were many honest people who tried to reason with others by putting themselves in their shoes, but others would use their fists to reason with them. If you used your fists to reason with them, they would use their mouths full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality to argue with you. How could he reason with them? Su Fengnian only lowered his head and glanced at the spring thunder saber that had killed without being unsheathed. Chapter 375. The Jianghu of Yusong was just a child's Jianghu. He naively thought that as long as it was Jianghu, it would be better than a stick of sugar-coated haws. In the Jianghu of young people, most of them were like Wang Dashi, who was used to being bullied by the fish dragon gang. In his heart, there was an unattainable woman. When he was in danger, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was enough to die with her. But in the Jianghu of adults, it was rare for someone like the old man in the sheepskin fur coat to say swords come on the mountain peak, and 2 waves of thousands of swords flew over. The one who was miserable was Han Xiangma, a bodyguard from the border of the Jian province. He died as soon as he entered the Jianghu. Most of them were better off, or like the Donghua swordsman Lu Qiantang, they were successful and famous, but they died in the Jianghu. Han Tao left a few soldiers behind to clean up the mess with the fish dragon gang. After all, there were more than 10 people dead and injured, and it was not a small matter. How to clean up the mess would be a test of Han Tao's ability to lead troops and be an official. Nowadays, no matter how many undercurrents there were in the imperial court, on the surface, the world was still peaceful and prosperous. Relying on military merits on the battlefield to get a promotion was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Most of the time, it was just a small matter. The fish dragon gang suffered a great loss this time, but they escaped from death, so they were more relieved than sad. The second leader, Xiaochang, took out 30 taels of silver to give to those soldiers. It was not that the fish dragon gang could not pay more, but these soldiers were obviously the direct subordinates of the Weeping Gong commandant. After all, they were just small officials who could not make the final decision. If their appetite was inflated, it would be difficult for them to deal with Han Tao in the future. In the fish dragon gang, only the experienced Xiaochang had a good grasp of the trade-off. Lu Nirong did not expose Xiaochang's face upstairs. It could be seen that after the disaster, she had matured a lot in an instant. Su Fengnian placed the dead Jianghu bandit back on the chair. After finishing this business, he saw Lu Nirong standing at the door with a frosty face. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Zhao Yingchuan not only drugged this man, he also poisoned him. He's dead." Lu Nirong glanced at the blood flowing out of the 7 orifices of the corpse on the chair. It was the usual scarlet color. She mocked, "Surnamed Su. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Su Fengnian knew she was still holding a grudge against him for not helping her when she was in danger. He laughed and said, "Zhao Yingchuan was killed by me. Do you want to report this to the authorities? If I am caught and beheaded, how can the fish dragon gang return to Lingzhou and explain to the dignified secondary class, rank 4 martial scholar?" Lu Nirong stared at this man who could be so shameless. It was as if her eyes would be dirted if she looked at him any longer. She turned around and sneered. "No matter what reason you have for killing Zhao Yingchuan, you have helped the fish dragon gang. I am not that ungrateful. Even if you need thousands of taels of silver to settle this matter, I, Lu Nirong, will not frown." Su Fengnian stood at the edge of the chair. "Thank you, Miss Lu." When Lu Nirong stepped over the threshold, She paused for a moment and slowly said, "In my opinion, you're even worse than Xiao Chong." Su Fingnian just smiled and did not refute. When he returned to the room where the door was broken by Zhao Yingchuan, he saw Wang Dashi sitting on the edge of the bed and shivering. Obviously, he had not recovered from the fight in the inn's courtyard. For a young man who had just stepped into the Jianghu, the scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was really beyond his ability to bear. Especially the kind of one-sided slaughter in front of the armed soldiers of the government. It would probably be deeply imprinted in the young man's heart, and could not be erased for the rest of his life. Wang Dashi looked up at Su Fingnian, and reluctantly squeezed out a smile, and called him young Master Su. Su Fingnian nodded and continued to sit on the chair by the window. He took out the inconspicuous knife manual from his arms, and continued to study it. The more than 20 knife moves of the covering thunder stacking armor could all be verified in the manual. The knife manual was not limited to the creation and elaboration of the moves. Between the lines, there was a sense of a lion hunting a rabbit that only the second in the world, Wang Xianji, possessed. When he lowered his head to read it, he said softly, "Let me eat that bag of pastries. I'll return it to you later." Wang Dashi, who was flattered, quickly waved his hand and said, no need to return it. Young Master Su is too polite." Su Fingnian caught a glimpse of the young man's cautiousness from the corner of his eye. He thought of the scene in the courtyard where he slashed the enemy with his sword. He smiled and asked, "Old Lu of the Fish Dragon Gang is a master of both internal and external martial arts. He's a master of the Fish Dragon Gang. He pays attention to reason and qi. How come you're so weak? Did no one teach you what to learn?" Wang Dashi was afraid that young Master Su would misunderstand and belittle the Fish Dragon Gang, so he said in a panic, "Yes, they did teach me. It's just that my comprehension is too poor and I can't grasp the gist of it. My senior brothers are very capable." Su Fingnian did not expose Wang Dashi's lie. Most of the sects and clans were filled with experts, and the real martial arts skills had to be taught orally by the masters. Otherwise, the slightest difference would lead to a huge difference. Otherwise, the saying that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime would have no basis. Wang Dashi was a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone, so who would be willing to spend time and effort to nurture him? The old story of the poor learning literature and the rich learning martial arts had been passed down for hundreds of years. If one really wanted to stand out in martial arts, one had to rely on luck and more on financial resources. To become a disciple of a master required a large amount of monetary gifts, and the amount was directly related to the master's skills. After becoming a disciple of a master, it was not something that could be done once and for all. One still had to support the master, and other than giving gifts during festivals, one also had to be discerning enough to take the initiative to buy all kinds of clothes for the master. Moreover, in martial arts competitions, if one was injured, one would need to take care of one's muscles and bones, then it would be a terrifying expense with no end in sight. Why would famous sects and clans let people sharpen their minds to join? Apart from having famous teachers, a large part of the reason was that the large sects and clans provided a lot of cheap or even free medical treatment. Moreover, there was no lack of martial arts partners to help each other improve. As long as one's own seedlings were good, it was equivalent to having no worries. It was a pity that Wang Dashi was an orphan who had lost his parents, and all his savings were the copper coins that were given by the sect every month, which had been emptied by his senior brothers. Su Fingnian smiled and said, "I can't eat your cake for free. I have a set of Wudong's simplest fist technique incantations here. It's not worth much, and there's no suspicion of it being passed down to outsiders. If you want to learn, you can memorize as many of the 800 words incantations as you can tonight." As if struck by lightning, Wang Dashi fell to his knees with a thud. His shoulders trembled as he choked and said, "Please teach me, young master." Su Fingnian did not say anything to comfort him. He allowed Wang Dashi to kneel on the ground. He began to slowly recite the set of fist technique incantations. After some slight modifications, he explained the profound in simple terms. He had already removed many obscure Taoist terms, and only extracted the incantations that could be used as soon as he got hold of them. If this method was seen by the Taoist masters, they would definitely be unable to restrain themselves from cursing him for being a prodigal son. One must know that this set of fist technique incantations came from the mouth of Wudong's chief, Hong Shixiang, who was the one riding the bull. After the people of the world guessed whether this earth immortal from the underworld had been dismembered or ascended, they learned that Wudong Mountain had such a set of incantations. They began to crazily flock to Wudong Mountain. Chapter 376. Originally, Wudong Mountain followed the wishes of the headmaster, and did not put this set of fist techniques on a shelf or deliberately omitted its essence. Anyone who wanted to learn it could come to Wudong Mountain to learn it. However, Jianghu was dangerous and unpredictable, causing many troubles for the peaceful Wudong Mountain. For example, some ruthless martial artists who saw the Taoist priests practicing on the Big Lotus Peak were not satisfied, so they captured a Taoist priest who knew the formula and interrogated him. After that, they threw the corpse into the wilderness, fearing that they would miss something or doubt the tolerance of Wudong Mountain. Even after killing a Taoist priest who knew the formula, they still did not feel at ease, so they killed several people before leaving the mountain. This caused the distressed Wudong Mountain to have no choice but to seal the mountain. Other than pilgrims who burned incense, the 72 peaks all refused visitors from Jianghu. Therefore, Wang Daxi's kneeling for an entire night was not considered a grievance. However, Su Fengnian spoke until his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He repeated the formula 7 or 8 times, but Wang Daxi only remembered about 50 or 60% of it. It seemed that the Fish Dragon Gang's evaluation of this youth's aptitude was not exaggerated. Later on, Wang Daxi's head hung lower and lower, fearing that young Master Su would despise him for being stupid. However, young Master Su did not show the slightest bit of impatience. His tone was calm, and he spoke tirelessly. This made the youth feel more and more guilty. Later on, when he made a mistake in his answer, the youth actually cried and raised his head with red eyes and said that he did not want to learn. Su Fengnian was not a fiery clay bodhisattva. He himself had a photographic memory. No matter how slow he was in practicing the saber, even the old god of swords Li Chungang had to admit that he had half of his comprehension when he practiced the sword. It should be known that Li Chungang had entered the first rank when he was 20 years old. After that, except for the Earth Immortal realm, the other 3 realms were like a hot knife cutting through butter in just 5 or 6 years. How bad could Su Fengnian's constitution be? As for the people around His Royal Highness, to be able to walk beside him, it was obvious that they were all carefully selected. There were very few idiots among them. It would be self-deceiving to say that Wang Daxi, whose aptitude was mediocre, was not the least bit depressed. However, what really made His Royal Highness angry was the youth's words that he did not want to learn. Su Fengnian breathed in and out, relaxing his expression. He no longer repeated the formula but chuckled softly. You don't want to learn it? Then you can wait to watch Lu Nerong's back for the rest of your life. The youth's skin was thin, and when his thoughts were exposed, his face turned as red as the buttocks of the monkeys on Mount Wudong. No matter what, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Su Fengnian let Wang Daxi, whose legs had already lost all feeling, stand up and sit on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Wang Daxi carefully put only half of his butt on the bed, Su Fengnian smiled softly and said, I used to know a person who was born in a poor family. He didn't study and couldn't read. When he was young, he only did some farm work like chopping firewood and feeding pigs. Later, he took over his father's property and became a blacksmith. If there was anything special about him, it was that he was stronger than the average person. He had been blacksmithing for more than 20 years and didn't even have time to save money to get married. Wang Daxi was confused. He did not know what young Master Su was trying to say. From his point of view, young Master Su was not only good-looking, but also had a good temperament. He must be from an aristocratic family that the people of Jianghu envied the most. This kind of person probably had a profound meaning behind his words. The simple youth did not dare to continue the conversation. Su Fengnian laughed. It was this kind of person who became a very powerful swordsman. His Royal Highness remembered some embarrassing events of the past and could not help but laugh. A very powerful master. Wang Daxi looked at young Master Su, who had a pair of phoenix eyes, and for the first time revealed a sincere smile. Wang Daxi was stunned. He felt that only this kind of person was worthy of Miss Lu Nerong. Su Fingyan looked at the bright sky outside the window. He estimated that it would not be long before the rooster crows could be heard. He stood up and said, "This set of incantations is called Wudong Fist Arts, but it actually focuses on nourishing the qi and spirit. It does not specify how to circulate the qi in the body. You will have to rely on yourself to figure it out day after day, year after year." When Wang Dashi heard this, he could not help but want to kneel down and express his gratitude. Su Fingyan stood up and joked, "Don't bully a young man for being poor. A young man has gold under his knees. Don't kneel. If you kneel too much, don't mention the gold under your knees. Even the copper coins will run away." Wang Dashi stood up and scratched his head with a blushing face. Su Fingyan walked out of the room alone. He wanted to go outside the inn to find some breakfast to fill his stomach. The front yard had been cleaned up, but there were still some bloodstains from last night's fierce battle in some hidden corners. After leaving the courtyard, Su Fingyan stretched his body. He spent 8 copper coins to buy 4 big meat buns. He gnawed on them as he walked, grease dripping from his mouth. A meat bun of this size could not be bought for 6 copper coins in Gangnam-do. Unknowingly, he arrived at the platform of the old city ruins. The corner of his mouth curled up as he saw the child named Yusong practicing boxing with a few of his peers. Of course, he was just practicing blindly with a child's temperament. He was babbling and yelling, and there was a book bag sewn by his parents by his feet. Su Fingyan walked up to the platform and squatted at the edge of the platform to deal with the 3rd meat bun. When Yusong, who had touched the spring thunder saber, saw Su Fingyan, he hurriedly stopped and jogged over. He had an innocent smile on his face. He deliberately raised his voice and said, "Big brother, when I returned to the village yesterday, I told them that I had touched your saber. They didn't believe me and said I was bragging." Su Fingyan reached out and patted the child's head. He was kind enough to clear his name and said, "Yusong wasn't bragging." The 4 or 5 children surrounded Su Fingyan and envied Yusong from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fingyan's eyes were sharp. He saw that the child, Yusong, kept glancing at a little girl standing in the distance. She was thin and petite, and her clothes were sewn even better than Yusong's. Her hands were clasped behind her back. She wanted to join in the fun, but she did not have the courage. She only dared to lower her head and look at the tattered hemp shoes that exposed her toes. Su Fingyan, who was about to eat the meat bun, smiled and stopped. He rubbed his stomach and said helplessly, "I ate 5 or 6 in a row. I'm full. It's a pity to throw away these 2. Yusong, help big brother eat one." Yusong hesitated for a moment. A gluttonous fat boy nearby did not hold back and shouted that he wanted to eat. Su Fingyan handed one to the fat boy. Only then did Yusong take the other one. Seeing big brother give him a look, the child smiled knowingly. He held the meat bun with both hands and ran to find his childhood sweetheart. It was unknown what he said, but after much persuasion, he finally convinced the girl. In the end, they each ate half of the meat bun. Su Fingyan quietly gave Yusong a thumbs up. Yusong grinned. After the fat boy and the others tasted the delicious meat bun that cost 2 copper coins, they knew that if they did not go to the private school, they would be beaten by the teacher. With a whoosh, they picked up their bags and ran away. Su Fingyan walked to Yusong and the little girl's side. Only then did he see that the latter's 10 fingers were full of frostbite and were bleeding profusely. If such a pair of small hands had to wash clothes in the stream or work in the fields in the mountains, how painful would it be? Su Fingyan did not make a sound. He only squatted down and listened to Yusong talk about the trivial matters in and out of the village. Only then did he know that 2 years ago, a scholar had appeared in the village. Probably because the villagers were shallow and thought that it was a great honor to their family, Yusong's village joined forces with the other 2 villages to fork out money to invite a scholar, who was determined to become an official, this old man's son, to open a school to teach. The teacher was honest and strict, and had a good reputation. He continued to teach here for several years. To the parents of children like Yusong and the other villagers, becoming a scholar was out of their reach. They did not even dare to think about it. They only thought that it was good that their children could read. Yusong proudly smiled at His Royal Highness, and said that this old man's son had said that his handwriting was not bad. In the future he could replace this old man's son in writing couplets for the villagers. At this time, The little girl also smiled. She was gentle and timid, and the expression in her eyes was like a sweet mountain spring. At this time, more than 10 riders galloped out of Tiaoma Pass. Their armor was bright and clear, and Yusong looked at them with reverence. Behind the group of horses were several black-skinned scoundrels who had a bad reputation around Tiaoma Pass. They ran with all their might. Every time the group of riders ran a certain distance, they had to slow down and wait for the few people who were running with all their might. Each and every one of the riders had a look of disdain on their faces. The little girl was meticulous. She tugged at the corner of Yusong's clothes and pointed in the direction of the village. She was somewhat afraid and worried. Yusong's face immediately turned pale. He carefully handed the book bag to the little girl. He did not care if this old man's son would hit his palm with a board. After bidding farewell to His Royal Highness, he chased after them. Su Fengnian lowered his head and found that the little girl was grabbing his sleeve. He smiled and nodded. "I'll go right away." Chapter 377. There was a stream that flowed around the village, and it was like a woman's eyes were full of life. The roosters crowed at the entrance of the village, and then there was a young miss squatting by the stream to wash clothes. Because of her posture, her figure was even more graceful. The wooden mallet gently hit the clothes on the stone. She didn't dare to use too much force, and when she was tired, she would rest for a while. She reached out with a slender finger to brush away the black hair that covered her face. When it was wet, it stuck to her forehead and cheeks. Occasionally, she would be lost in thought, looking at the reflection of her face in the water. Ripples would ripple out, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Poor people couldn't afford a bronze mirror. To her, this item was too flashy and impractical. Even though everyone within Tenli said that she was beautiful, she didn't feel that she was beautiful anywhere. It was better to praise Yusong's good fortune as a boy and a girl. This made her happier. She lightly exhaled, coming back to her senses, and continued to hit the white and sparse clothes. She didn't dare to wash clothes when there were many people around, especially those that were close to her body. She always felt embarrassed. Also, there were some idle and lazy men in the village. No matter if they were young or old, they would shamelessly squat by the stream and point at her. Some of the village women were naturally unhappy, calling her a fox spirit behind her back. If there was a man from their family who was shameless enough to stand by the stream, they would definitely mock her with a few words. She sighed slightly and saw a red embroidered doo-doo. It was probably because that part of her was too burdensome, and it was always propped up. Therefore, compared to the clothes she wore outside, the needle and thread were sparse to a point that made her blush. The young miss hurriedly used the wooden mallet to hit it a few times. She thought about quickly washing it clean and drying it in the room. She laughed self-mockingly. Wasn't it just 2 pieces of meat? She really didn't know why the men were always staring at her. She wanted to be born as small as possible. She had always felt sorry for her husband's family, and had never complained. In fact, even the harshest villagers knew that this poor girl had not done anything wrong to old Zhao's family. A thin girl who should have married into a rich family and enjoyed a good life had done farm work that many men found tiring. Once, a few wanderers from outside the village had sneaked into her courtyard and stole her undergarments that were hung on a bamboo pole to dry. Little Miss, who had never been angry with anyone, had gone crazy and chased them to the neighboring village with a desperate stance. A few older elders in the village finally could not stand it anymore, and called their sturdy juniors. Half of the village carried hoes and finally understood the matter. They could only remember that this girl had tightly gripped her undergarments and sat on the ground crying silently. She did not scold anyone and just cried silently. From then on, she would rather dry her clothes later, and only set up a pole to slowly dry them in the ventilated room of her home. In the following years, the ripe pine forest became her sky. Fortunately, the child who had lost his father when he was young did not let her down. Even this old man, who was very knowledgeable, was willing to let the child take some books home. If a normal child dared to touch this old man's private collection of books, their little hands would be beaten into steamed buns by this old man. The elders in the village all said that in the future, she could rely on her son to rise in status, and that the hard times would end and the good times would come. Lil Miss was putting clothing piece by piece into a bamboo basket. She suddenly turned her head and saw an unexpected male standing quite far away. At this time, she was holding a blue fan-shaped tube top embroidered with flowers. Her pretty face instantly flushed red and she unconsciously glared. How could this person be so unrestrained in his conduct? Yesterday, she had thought that he might be a traveling young master from a prestigious family. Did he not know what it meant to be indecent to look at? To think that she had mistakenly thought that he was elegant. Lil Miss, who was angry from embarrassment, saw the embarrassed expression of the man with the saber. He seemed to want to explain something, but in the end he did not want to reveal what he was trying to hide. He could only turn his head and let her hide her personal items in the bamboo basket. Lil Miss paused slightly. This young master seemed to be blushing. Only then did her expression ease slightly. This was a man who knew shame. Compared to those rascals who liked to talk lasciviously, he was slightly better. But what did he come to this village for? Lil Miss hurriedly picked up the bamboo basket and put it behind her. Maybe it was that the young master with the saber had turned his head away that gave her the courage to look him in the eye. She might be a woman of the village, but she knew the illnesses of rich families. Those sons of rich families who spent lavishly may not have better personalities than the rascals of the village. This young master who had squatted on the mud wall to eat sugar-coated haws and played with the ripe pine forest shouldn't be a bad person. But if he thought that she was a woman that could be teased at will, she dared to slap him. Su Fengnian slowly turned his head and calmly said, "Later, no matter what happens, if you see ripe pine, take him back to the village." The sound of horse hooves sounded without warning and broke the tranquility of the little village. Smoke still curled up from the chimneys, and the barking of yellow dogs followed. She is the prettiest in the dozen or so villages nearby. We all call her Weaver Sue. She is a widow. Her parents-in-law and mother-in-law are also lying in their coffins. She has no one to rely on. In these years, she probably hasn't been taken by any wild men. Her body is very clean. I guarantee that the general will take a fancy to her. The leader of the group, who could be considered a minor official at Tumbling Horse Pass, looked carefully at the girl from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. He wondered why he hadn't heard of such a wildflower in Liushi village before. If he had known earlier, it wouldn't have been anyone's turn to make a move. Chapter 378. However, since they had missed the opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to secretly kidnap them again. Last night, Han Xiaowei had called a few of his confidants, including himself, to have a secret discussion. Captain Chui Gong said that Commandant Guo Yi, General Huangfu, had come to Tuma Pass and did not have a few women to warm his bed. If he did not entertain them well, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Although Han Tao said that he did not dare to use the common cosmetics from the brothel to fool General Huangfu, they knew that the two most popular prostitutes from the largest brothel were secretly being kept by Han Xiaowei in a small house without telling his tigress at home. Han Xiaowei was reluctant to part with them, but he also did not dare to use second-rate prostitutes to show filial piety to Commandant Guo Yi. He was afraid that his sworn enemy would use this against the Deputy Commandant Chong. Therefore, he came up with a plan and asked them to find two young ladies with clean backgrounds. He said that he would spend a lot of money to invite them to Tuma Pass. However, how could they not understand the meaning behind this? They were just trying to snatch the prostitutes. After the deed was done, they would be rewarded 10 to 20 taels of silver to keep their mouths shut. Of the two girls they found at night, Han Xiaowei did not take a fancy to one of them. He said that even if she was thrown into a brothel, she would not be able to earn a few taels of silver a year. The other girl was quite pretty and was still a virgin. Han Xiaowei also said that this girl who was crying her eyes out did not know how to serve people. Without another word, he ordered someone to bring her to his private residence. This caused the few of them to be so anxious that they almost suffered internal injuries from holding back. When the sun rose, they felt that Han Xiaowei would die if they delayed any longer. One of their fellow officers suggested that they might as well ask a hooligan in town to lead the way, and see if they could be lucky enough to find a girl in the surrounding villages who could satisfy Captain Guo Yi. They really did find one by chance. The young woman who was standing gracefully by the stream with a basket in her hand did not look stunning at first glance. However, after a few glances, one of them could tell that she was a beauty. Using the words of those poor scholars, Her skin was whiter than snow and could be broken by the wind. That small waist and those breasts were all one of a kind. The squad leader swallowed his saliva and knew that this trip would not be in vain. The horseman threw the bag of copper coins that the lowly scoundrels had agreed upon beforehand. He bent down, his eyes staring at Lil Miss as he quietly asked the people beside him. There needs to be a reason. The soldiers of Tumbling Horse Pass always love the people like their own children, and won't make things difficult for the people. One of the hooligans turned his head and laughed in a small voice. Officer, don't worry, this is simple. Weaver Sue often goes to town to buy some satin and embroider a sachet at home, and then sell it at the market. Officer, say that there is a general's wife and young miss at Tuma Pass, and want her to embroider embroidery. What do you think? Out. The hooligan who had received a large sum of money and wealth was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, Officer, this one is called Zhang Shun. Officer, you can call me Shunzi. Seeing the officer turn his neck towards the little stream, Zhang Shun moistened his throat and glared viciously at the young woman that he dreamed of holding in his arms and playing with every night. Who asked you to put on airs? If I can't get your body, I definitely won't let you live a pure life. Didn't you reject the marriage offers from many well-off families for the sake of your chastity memorial arch? I know that you are a proud girl, but I won't let your body and reputation be pure. When that powerful officer Guai has played with you, what face and heart will you have to continue pretending to be a pure and chaste woman? Ha! When I play with you properly, won't I be brothers with the great general that have done that kind of thing together? It's just that I don't know how many hands it will take when it's my turn. Looking at the situation, the officers around her all had eyes like wolves. They definitely won't let her go. Zhang Shun, who had a belly full of evil tricks, quietly pursed his lips. He reached out to wipe his saliva and shouted, Su Qing, there is a great general's wife at Tumbling Horse Pass who wants you to embroider. Reward. The sergeant took the initiative and said softly, 20 taels. Zhang Shun immediately climbed up the pole and said in a charitable tone, 20 taels. You can't earn that much in a year. Why don't you hurry back to Tumbling Horse Pass with the officer? If you delay the great general's wife, can you afford to be punished? Zhang Shun's evil intentions were secretly aroused. He tried to speak in a calm tone. I'll take that basket of clothes home for you. The sergeant on the horse frowned. How could he not know Zhang Shun's dirty thoughts? However, he still didn't say anything. He knew that in order to make his subordinates do things willingly, to be a dog that could not only wag its tail but also bite people for its master, it was not enough to just rely on the power of an officer. If he didn't give them some extra benefits, they would all be slippery and stingy. What could he do? Su Fingyan only now knew that she was called Su Qing. However, wasn't the Qing in this simple name a bit too heavy in this world? The little Miss Su Qing bit her lips. The little stream behind her was only knee-high. Even if she jumped in, who would drown? She shook her head and said, I'm not going. The sergeant and the riders beside him were expressionless. Clearly, they had expected this answer, and were not in a hurry to pressure her. How could a lonely naked woman win against a dozen iron cavalry, and the entire Tumbling Horse Pass? Zhang Shun said angrily, Su Qing, don't be so shameless. Do you believe that I'll knock you unconscious, and carry you to Tumbling Horse Pass? Su Qing raised her arm. In her hand was a wooden mallet used to hammer clothes. The dozen iron cavalry saw that this young woman was so stubborn yet cute and laughed loudly. Zhang Shun hated that this woman did not know how to appreciate his kindness and made him lose face. He rolled up his sleeves, and was about to go to the stream to let her know the severity of her fists. Of course, he wouldn't really use all his strength to hit her. Mother, don't go. The young child who ran covered in dust and fell countless times before finally appearing in front of everyone's eyes. This naughty but filial child had a sobbing tone as he desperately shook his head at his mother. Poor children, more or less, would know the bitterness of the world earlier. Zhang Shun smiled nastily and said, Su Qing, don't forget that you still have a son. If you disobey the military lords, their prime minister is magnanimous and won't argue with a widow like you. However, I, Zhang Shun, will have a good relationship with your son. After Zhang Shun finished speaking, he jogged towards the child. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child fight against a scoundrel in the prime of his life? Trapped in Zhang Shun's arms, the child opened his mouth and bit Zhang Shun's arm, drawing blood. The flustered and exasperated Zhang Shun used his arm to choke the child to death. The little miss still didn't cry out. Turning around, she put down the bamboo basket and wiped away her tears. Then she turned her head and said calmly, "I'll go." Chapter 379. Unless one was certain to die, they could not be unsheathed. The Buddhists had silent meditation. The sword genius that appeared once every 500 years, Li Chungang, had closed his sword sheath for 6 whole years after entering celestial phenomenon. He did not use a single sword before he was able to use the sword essence to open the gates of heaven. When Su Fengnian saw the squad leader pull out his blade, he pulled on the reins and prepared to charge. Su Fengnian reached out his arm and stopped Lil Miss, who was charging forward without a care for his life. He looked at the cavalry and said in a stiff tone, "Go back to Tuma Pass and tell Commander Guai Huangfujin that there is a person with the Spring Thunder Blade here. I will give him 15 minutes to come here." The dozen or so warhorses that had just started to run instantly stopped when the squad leader pulled on the reins. The squad leader was not an idiot. A young person who called himself a scholar from Lingzhou and dared to call Commander Guai by his name. Was he really just putting on a show? The future was important, but one's life was more important. In this world, it was better to be safe than sorry. If this young person really knew General Huangfujin, even if they were not close, just a nodding acquaintance was enough to make them, who could only show off at Tuma Pass, suffer. If this young master with the blade really came from a landowning household with some status in Lingzhou, then when Han Xiaowei pushed the blame away, who would take the blame? There was some distance between Lingzhou and Yuzhou, but a landowning household that did not care about the consequences could not take down Han Xiaowei, who was secondary class 6th rank. What would he do as the squad leader who had personally stained his hands with blood? However, the most important thing was the young person in front of him really worthy of these what-ifs? The squad leader gritted his teeth and weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes and said, 15 minutes. It has already been some time. When Huangfujin is angry, no one will be able to help you. The squad leader let out a breath and stopped the horse to put away his blade. He waved his hand and ordered a cavalry to return to Tuma Pass and report the situation to Han Xiaowei. Of course, he had to bring people to keep an eye on this place. After 15 minutes, if he was sure that this brat was deliberately mystifying things, he would personally chop this person who had ruined his face. Chop, not chop. Tuma Pass. Commander Guai, who had not changed into comfortable silk clothing, stood on the city wall. In reality, ever since he left Liangzhou, other than sleeping, he had never taken off his armor in front of others. Everyone knew that he, Huangfujin, used dozens of lives in exchange for his family's wealth. He only knew that he and his mute son were the only survivors of the Green Mountain Villa that stood proudly in Jianghu. His elder brother and his 4 children were beheaded for treason. However, he did not know that Huangfuji was a strategist who once had the ambition to settle the affairs of the world for the monarch. But that Commander Guai, a young master, as a wag of the tail of a wealthy family was better than a scholar reading 10,000 books. Huangfujin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He only wanted to stay in Yuzhou and pledge his loyalty to the unfathomable father and son in Beiliang Palace, and then build a foundation of his own that would last for 100 generations. Therefore, on this trip, he had traveled almost all of Yuzhou, every county, every mountain range that could be used as a strategic vantage point, every city, every pass and every village. Huangfujin subconsciously touched his white hair. He was already in his 40s, so he could stop being confused. If he didn't wake up from his dreams and was muddle-headed like his brothers, not only would the Green Mountain Villa not be rebuilt, but his descendants would also be cut off. The 2 officials with the highest ranks in Tuma Pass, Zhou Xian, Zhou Ziz's father and Commander Han Tao, stood behind Commander Guai as if they were walking on thin ice. After returning from the inn last night, General Huangfu didn't stay in the mansion arranged by Han Tao. Instead, he stayed at the relay station. According to a secret report, Zhou Xian, the old tortoise, visited at night, which made Han Xiaowei alert. He thought the general felt that he hadn't done his duty as a host. Whether it was in the officialdom or in the military, they were most afraid of hindsight. Han Tao didn't care about the plump body of the woman on the bed. He sat alone in front of the lamp and pondered. He inadvertently turned his head and saw the two sluts, who were originally planning to have sex with each other, throwing flirtatious glances at him. He slapped his thigh and hurriedly ordered his trusted subordinates to find the two pretty women. They had to serve General Huangfu well. Han Xiaowei was busy the whole night. Of the two, one was returned, and the other was taken. He didn't know if his subordinates could finish this before General Huangfu left Tuma Pass. Demon Moth. At Tuma Pass, as long as the Zhou father and son didn't make a move, there would be no Demon Moth. Seeing a familiar-looking cavalryman dismount at the gate and scramble up the wall, Han Tao's face lit up with joy. When he smiled, Zhou Xian, who had been at loggerheads with him for many years, also smiled faintly. However, his smile was fake, making Han Tao want to slap him. The ordinary cavalryman with no official rank was stopped in the distance. Han Tao didn't dare to put on airs in front of Captain Guai, so he walked over. Seeing the cavalryman's face as ugly as if he was holding in his excrement, he realized that something was wrong. He told him to come to the corner of the gate tower. Without waiting for Captain Guai to speak, the cavalryman spilled the beans. It was not a complicated trick to begin with, and Han Tao, who had been immersed in officialdom for many years, immediately understood everything. His expression changed a few times, and he raised his foot to kick the little bastard who had given him the bad news. However, just as he raised his foot, he suddenly put it down and quickly turned to walk toward General Huangfu. Although Huangfu Xiao, who had a lot on his mind, was not paying attention to the fighting and scheming at Tumbling Horse Pass, he could see from the corner of his eye that Han Tao had a sullen expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Han Tao, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing his name being called and not the polite but unfamiliar official rank, Han Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief. He bent down and jogged a few steps closer. In a small voice he said, "My cavalrymen were patrolling a village within our jurisdiction, and met a scholar from Lingzhou who claimed to be traveling. He said he knew General." Huang Fuxiong's expression was calm as he stared at Han Tao. Chapter 380. Feeling great pressure, Han Xiaowei hurriedly said, "That scholar seems to be wearing a spring thunder blade." Huang Fujin calmly made a sound of acknowledgement. No one saw him instantly clench his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. This Bailiang army Captain Guai, the most famous person in the Bailiang army, said calmly, "Prepare a horse for me. Let that rider lead the way. You don't need to follow." Han Xiaowei was sweating like rain, his lips blue and trembling. Risking death, he said softly. "That scholar also said he would only give you 2 incense sticks of time." Captain Guai turned his head and smiled. Han Xiaowei, who had beheaded more than a dozen people on the battlefield, was probably used to a peaceful life. Being glanced at by General Huangfu, he stumbled back in fright. Leaning against the city wall, he said with a tearful face, "General, there is no need to worry. From Tumbling Horse Pass to that village, it won't take 5 incense sticks of time." The 2 riders galloped wildly. That rider was scared out of his wits. He only hated that the warhorse he was riding on did not have 8 hooves. By the stream, Su Fingyan turned and said gently to Lil Miss, "Take Yusong home. I'll come back and find you. Don't worry, it's fine now. I have some relations with a general at Tumbling Horse Pass. At most, I'll spend some silver. I guarantee you won't have to go to the general's manor. If you don't trust me, pack up and take Yusong away from Tumbling Horse Pass. But remember to pay attention to the news here when you're outside. You will naturally understand." Lil Miss, who was half believing and half doubting, was preparing to move when he saw 2 riders arrive. A terrifying and dignified general stopped his horse on the high slope. The other riders, for some reason, only heard the words quickly return to Han Xiaowei to receive orders. They turned their horses around and retreated sickly. Su Fingyan and Lil Miss walked back together. She held her child and looked back. Seeing Su Fingyan smile and wave his hand, she took her son's hand and jogged back to the village. There were only 2 people left by the stream. Guai Commandant Huang Fuqiong rolled off his horse and prostrated himself on the ground just like he did when he first entered Bailiang Palace. Without saying a word, His 5 fingers dug into the ground as if he wished he could sink his entire body into the ground to appear sufficiently humble. Su Fengnian slowly came to this Commandant Guai, who was already the most powerful general in Yuzhou province, and said calmly, "Actually, if you had pissed your pants the moment you saw me and kowtowed to me in front of those guys, I would have chopped your head off without any hesitation. In any case, it doesn't matter who wears this resolute commandant armor." Huang Fujin didn't say a word. His strong and stalwart body just stuck to the ground. Small officials have to show filial piety to big officials. Snatching women to warm their beds in the middle of the night is nothing. Which place in the Liang dynasty, Beimeng dynasty wouldn't dare to do such a thing. It's not a big deal for a small official to ask his subordinates to do things. It's just a waste of manpower and money. Isn't being an official just to have power? I can understand. When they see a beautiful woman, even though she is the widow of a courier, they can snatch her away and give some silver as compensation afterwards. The officials naturally don't care if the woman lives or dies. They can only blame her background for not being good. And her man's abilities are not good enough. This is nothing. I have seen many things in the world that are even worse than this. Speaking of this, His Royal Highness Su Fengnian smiled. Guai Commandant's mind was blank. He could only vaguely remember that night when the Prince of Northern Liang met him, a stray dog of the Jianghu. The Prince of Northern Liang was sitting in the main seat, and the Prince of Northern Liang, who was known as the most powerful warrior in the world, was actually sitting beside him with a smile. Su Fengnian looked at the stream and laughed coldly. But in Beiliang, there is clearly an iron law. On the first day of entering the Beiliang army, one must shout it 8 or 10 times. Yet he still dared to draw out his Beiliang blade and chop off the heads of the common people. This needs to be properly calculated. What exactly is this? Su Fengnian suddenly said angrily. At first, the Northern Liang blade was forged by the common people by selling their pots and pans. The blade is naturally sharp, but where is the sharpest part? Su Xiao once personally told me, this useless son of his, many times, so many times that I'm going to King grow calluses. Huang Fujin's lips were already pressed against the ground. The thick smell of mud and grass assaulted his senses. He said, Huang Fujin deserves the death penalty. Su Fengnian suppressed the emotions in his heart. The scabbard of his spring thunder saber trembled incessantly. After a long time, His Royal Highness laughed at himself and said softly, I'm already the hereditary Beiliang's Royal Highness. This old man dared to snatch His Royal Highness woman from King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, dared to sit on the city wall of Martial Emperor City, dared to cut off the flesh of King of Guangling's Royal Highness, and still dare not forget these words. Where did these people's courage come from? Su Xiao gave it to them? Chen Zhibao gave it to them? Or some great big shot gave it to them? Su Fengnian squinted at Commandant Guai. After recovering his composure, he said with a smile, Get up. It's not all your fault. You've been patrolling Yuzhou province on horseback these days in armor and armor. I don't care whether you're just pretending or you really want to do something, as long as you don't encounter such a thing again. No matter what, Commandant Guai has been assigned to you. You can do whatever you want in Yuzhou province. This Royal Highness is always foppish and only cares about the result. I've given you enough time. If you can't satisfy this Royal Highness, the little guy in Commandant Guai's mansion, who's actually your elder brother's legitimate son, would be the only offspring of Huangfu clan. Huang Fujin, who was already half standing, immediately knelt down again. His Royal Highness narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Your Huangfu family is all ruthless, but you're the most ruthless. You can even allow your own son to be killed. You're afraid that your nephew, whom you wholeheartedly want to cultivate, will leak the heavenly secret, so you burned his throat. Tears streamed down Huang Fujin's face. Go back to Tumbling Horse Pass. Today's matter can't be settled just by chopping off a few heads. You Commandant Guai do it. I, the prince, will watch. Of course, if you don't even dare to take off a few official hats and don't dare to take a few lives, then I'll take it that I've misjudged you. Huang Fujin said in a low voice. Huang Fujin understands. Please rest assured, His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness walked toward the village and seemed to be talking to himself. The child in Commandant Guai's manor is now called Huangfu Qingping. There's also a child whose real name is Huangfu Qingping. A few days ago he became a page at Wutong Garden. He's not like his vicious father. His personality is simple and honest, and he's very diligent. I like him very much." Huangfu Jin kowtowed heavily. At this moment, such a ruthless person who had experienced honor and disgrace sobbed from the bottom of his heart. Huangfu Jin is willing to die for His Royal Highness. Chapter 381. At the entrance of the village, there were a few feng shui trees covered with withered vines. A few dirty yellow dogs saw this strange traveler, and began to bark incessantly. The village was not large, with only 40 to 50 households, so it was immediately known that a guest had come to the village. However, the dozen or so strong riders at Tuma Pass had come and gone in a hurry, so many of the timid villagers did not dare to go out. Later, when they saw Su Xingyang and Yu Songyang return in a hurry, some of the diligent women who had gotten up early to cook hurriedly went to wake up the men who had been lazing in bed. Although the men on the Kong were not very promising, they were more knowledgeable than the women. The sleepy man stood on his tiptoes and looked behind the yellow mud wall for a long time, but in the end, he could not say anything. In the past, when Su Xingyang was bullied by Bailiang, the elders in the village could not stand it anymore and dared to bring the strong men in the village to help. However, when faced with a group of Bailiang soldiers, how could they dare to be brave men? At this time, hearing the dogs at home barking loudly, they were afraid of causing trouble. Some of the more impatient men did not put down their bowls and ran out to kick them a few times. The dogs whimpered and hid in the corner, looking very innocent. Through the crack of the door, they saw a young master carrying a saber. He was walking slowly on the winding bluestone path. He was very handsome. A few beautiful village women would have gone out to flirt with him if they didn't know the severity of the situation. It was the first time they had seen such a handsome man. The villagers didn't have too many scruples. If their wives gave birth to children, they would even dare to open their chests when breastfeeding in the cool summer weather. They just wanted to cool off. It wasn't like they would lose a piece of meat if they were stared at a few times. The village women who saw the young master felt that if they were stared at by his beautiful red phoenix eyes, they might even take advantage of him. Su Fingnian passed by house after house. At the door, there were spring festival couplets written by the scholar this old man. He admired them one by one. He stopped at the door of a house at the end of the village and knocked. Without waiting for the owner to respond, he pushed open the door and entered. Unexpectedly, he saw the young miss. Su Fingnian avoided arousing suspicion, and stopped in his tracks. He smiled gently and said, "Why haven't you left?" Unsettled, Lil Miss turned his head slightly, and didn't meet the gaze of this Lingzhou scholar. He said softly, "Without relatives or friends, where can he go?" Su Fingnian leaned against the cold courtyard door, that was damp with morning dew. He smiled and said, "I came here to try my luck, thinking that you shouldn't leave too quickly, so that you can tell sister-in-law that today's matter has really been resolved. The general that came later is from Lingzhou. Although we can't be considered family friends, he still has to give face to the Buddha. He and my father's generation have seen each other all the time, so he didn't want to go too far. I spent some money to have him distribute it to those military men to drink a jar of aged wine and eat dog meat. This way, the big matter was reduced to a small matter. This way, everyone's face is not that bad. How should I put it? It's just like the old saying. The king of hell is easy to see, but the little devils are hard to deal with. If you still don't trust me, the government will spit out all the money that they've embezzled to compensate you. Then, you'll know that I'm not lying to you." Lil Miss' eyes instantly turned red, and he lowered his head even more. His slender and beautiful fingers that were not as smooth as those of rich girls twisted the corners of his clothes tightly. Su Fingnian hesitated and said, "Tell Yu Song to study well with this old man. There is a house of gold in the books. When he reaches the age to take the imperial examinations, our Bailiang will be different from the present world. To say nothing of other things, a scholar will have a greater chance of success." Su Fingnian finished speaking and turned around. Hearing the young child run out the door and call out, "Big brother," His Royal Highness still did not stop. Lil Miss Su Qing sighed softly and said, "Young master, you're not even willing to walk through the door? You think it's dirty? There are many disputes in front of a widow's door. I understand this principle. Su Fingyan was shocked. He turned around and said with a bitter smile, Sister-in-law, you know I don't mean that. Lil Miss glared at him and said, Who's your sister-in-law? She turned around and said in a small but determined voice, I heard Yu Song say that you gave away 2 steamed buns this morning. I'll make some food for you. Eat before you leave. A small family doesn't have anything good, but they can't be unreasonable. Su Fingyan smiled slightly and walked into the room. There was a square table that took up half of the space. It could be seen how small the room was. The left side of the room was the sleeping side room. Lil Miss went to the right side, which should be the kitchen. Although the room was small, it was facing south and did not appear gloomy. Yu Song brought over the only chair for Su Fingyan and sat on the small stool. He raised his head to look at the great hero in his heart and stared at him with wide eyes. Lil Miss was skilled at cooking and quickly made a bowl of white rice porridge that could hold 5 or 6 bowls for Su Fingyan, a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and a dish of vinegar cabbage to go with the porridge. Su Fingyan did not exchange pleasantries. He sat at the table and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and crispy vinegar cabbage. It was tender and went well with the porridge. He chewed and swallowed it slowly. It was the most refreshing meal he had in the past few days. Lil Miss and Yu Song sat shoulder to shoulder on a long stool whose red paint had mostly peeled off. The child leaned against his mother, his face full of innocent smiles. Lil Miss seemed to be infected by the child's emotions and had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He probably felt that this young master was interesting to be able to eat this white rice porridge and vinegar cabbage with relish. Su Fingyan did not drink the porridge quickly and slowly ate 3 bowls. He put down the bowl and chopsticks and said contentedly, Delicious. Lil Miss smiled warmly and said, If you eat this every day, it won't taste good anymore. Su Fingyan nodded and then shook his head, saying, It's better than eating delicacies. At least it can nourish the stomach. Also, the taste of the world is bland. Normal people can't reach this realm. I only learned this after traveling abroad. Lil Miss pulled back her delicate brows and patted Yu Song's head. The child was sensible and immediately went to take the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen. She then carefully asked, How much silver did Gongzi give out? Just treat it as Su Qing owes you. In the future, when you have spare money, you can pay it back bit by bit. Is that all right? Su Fingyan smiled but did not speak. Lil Miss' skin was really thin and she blushed from his stare. Su Fingyan said calmly, A small family like yours in Bailiang, with more ways to make a living, can only save 10 or 20 taels of silver in a year. Even if you know how to embroider, and can embroider some beautiful sachets to sell to well-off young ladies, Tuma Pass is only so big. How many sachets can you sell in a year? If you spend a large amount of money to buy fine satin from a silk shop, but you can't sell the sachets and keep them in your hands, even if there's only one, you won't lose a lot of money. Even if business is good, you have to work on the crops during the day. This delicate embroidery work can only be left to the night. You can light an oil lamp and slowly work on it. When you're tired, you can accidentally fall asleep. When you wake up and find that the oil lamp is wasted, won't your heart ache? Won't you use the embroidery needle to stab yourself a few times? Even if you take 10,000 steps back and add on the compensation, you can only pay me 30 or so taels of silver a year. How many years will you have to pay? Logically speaking, an official higher than Vice Captain Jichong at Tuma Pass, 100 or 200 taels of silver wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. How can he enter the eyes of this kind of official? So this topic you shouldn't have brought it up at all. In any case, I don't lack this bit of money. Just treat it as me doing a good deed for once. Isn't that good? Lil Miss raised his head. Biting his lips, his eyes clear, he said, You have to pay it back. Su Fingyan smiled and said, You have to pay it back? All right, 500 taels of silver as a base. Also, in this official circle, people aren't willing to accept just because you give them money. Compared to the favor you got from that general, how do you calculate it? Is it worth 1,000 taels? If I give you 1,500 taels, you can slowly pay it back in 50 years? Lil Miss said calmly, In the future I'll have Yu Song pay it back. Su Fingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had Su Xingyang's stubbornness been brought from her mother's womb? Lil Miss suddenly said in a light voice. I actually know that young master isn't rich. I can't let young master be a sucker for this. I won't feel good. Su Fengnian said in surprise. What do you mean? Lil Miss' face was red as he said weakly. When young master took the bowl and chopsticks, Su Qing saw that young master's palms and fingers were full of calluses. Su Fengnian stilled his smile strange. Chapter 382. Su Fengnian walked out of the village and glanced back. He recalled that his master Li Yishan had mentioned the various states of the marketplace in the Swords Resolve chapter, which roughly meant that he saw a few sparks while traveling in his humble home. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was the weaver using the lamp to embroider. Thinking of this, His Royal Highness smiled. When he was young, he would often spend several hundred taels of silver to buy poems, but what he bought were all sentimental poems. Looking back now, it was still Li Yishan's poems, which were similar to the congee and vinegar cabbage in Su Qing's house, that warmed his stomach. Seeing that there was no one around, His Royal Highness's chi suddenly surged. Like a flying swan stepping on snow, he swept toward Tuma Pass. Of course, Huang Fujin had true talent and knowledge. The key was that he was ruthless enough. After all, his family was ruined and he could disown his own family. Only then did he have the qualifications to be a chess piece to break the game. But what really moved His Highness the Crown Prince was Huang Fujin's trick of swapping his son's body. He probably knew that his son's personality was simple and honest, and would not be able to support the future of the Huangfu family. Or perhaps he felt guilty towards his elder brother, so he decisively chose to let his only son die in place of his nephew, Huangfu Qingfeng. Such a ruthless and chilling Jianghu tyrant would be like a fish in water, even if he entered the big dye vat of officialdom. If it was too big, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, it would probably cause a fierce backlash from the military of Yuzhou. If it was too small, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, it would probably cause a fierce backlash from the military of Yuzhou. If it was too small, for example, General Huaihua, who held the Tiger Tally and commanded half of the military power in Yuzhou, he would be ostracized and isolated. No one would be willing to listen to him, even if his mouth was full of blisters. Therefore, the Crown Prince of the Northern Liang Prince's mansion weighed the pros and cons, and threw out a Captain Guai. As for Yuzhou province, each position would be scrambled for fiercely. However, for the father and son of Lord King of Northern Liang who always looked on coldly, it was not as simple as an honest official taking a position, and a corrupt official getting out of here. If honest officials were mediocre officials, or corrupt officials were capable officials, which one would be more beneficial to Bailiang? For example, in the Tuma Pass incident this time, Su Fengnian, as His Royal Highness, appreciated the means of Zhou Ziru and his son more than Han Tao, who saved the Fish Dragon Gang. But in this case, should he let the former stay? If this Vice-Captain Zhichong had an inextricable relationship with the one surnamed Chen, which would be beneficial to Tuma Pass, but would be a hidden danger to Bailiang's Su family, how should they deal with it? Everything would affect the situation as a whole. Everyone had their own background and connections. The whole Bailiang was entangled in a mess. How could Su Fengnian clean it up with just a few moves? Saint Zhongfuzi was famous for saying that governing a country was like cooking a small fish. For those in power, it was just a beautiful and easy thing to say. Su Fengnian approached Tuma Pass and slowed down. When he arrived at the inn, he knew that the Fish Dragon Gang had already gone to the pass. He hurriedly trotted over. Seeing the gang members who had been waiting for a long time, Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and took the reins from Wang Dashi. The group smoothly passed the pass today. What made the Fish Dragon Gang unhappy was that not only Zhou Ziru, who had led troops to kill people last night, but also Vice-Captain Zhichong, Zhou Xian, had come to see them off personally. On the contrary, Han Xiaowei, who was supposed to be the Fish Dragon Gang's biggest protective talisman, was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chong continued to walk side by side with Lu Nerong. He observed the expression of this proud disciple, and glanced at Su Fengnian behind him. He said softly, "Last night, Su Ziru killed a soldier at Tuma Pass. It seemed that I let him take the blame, but in fact, I wanted to use Tuma Pass to test the depth of the Lingzhou family of generals. If you don't even know the background of the other party, It will not be safe to do such a big business. Narong, you have to understand my good intentions. Lu Narong said expressionlessly. Second gang leader is too serious. Lu Narong naturally understands your intentions. Hearing the cold and distant title of second gang leader, a touch of displeasure appeared in Xiao Chang's eyes. However, seeing that she did not hold on to his desertion, he forced himself to endure it. If he did not have this much self-control, how could he have been the second gang leader for the past 20 years? He, Xiao Chang, was like a grasshopper tied to the same string as the fish dragon gang. In the future, if he wanted to live a comfortable life with his family, he would have to deal with Lu Narong. It was worth it to suffer some anger now. Whether she admitted their master-disciple relationship or not, it was not a big deal. Xiao Chang was very good at reading people. He knew that Lu Narong was the same as the old gang leader. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In the face of a big matter, she could not harden her heart. During last night's disturbance, Lu Narong walked in front regardless of the obstacles. He could see the clues. Besides, this business was related to the rise and fall of the fish dragon gang for the next 10 years. Without Xiao Chang's help, how could it be done? Just relying on Gong Sunyang, this blockhead who could not be beaten up with a few sticks? Wang Dashi felt that he was fortunate to have gone through thick and thin with young Master Su. Today he did not care about the faces of his senior brothers. He confidently trotted behind Su Fengnian's horse and said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed, "Young Master Su, it wasn't easy for me to memorize 400 or 500 words, but after memorizing them, I forgot some more." Seeing the guilt and annoyance in the young man's eyes, Su Fengnian smiled and comforted him. "It doesn't matter. Just let nature take its course. It's not good for you to care too much about things like memorizing. It's easy to forget. Take it slow. Anyway, there's still some time before we reach Beimang. But I'll say this first. No matter how worthless this incantation is, it's still a relatively complete set of martial arts incantations. Remember not to let others hear it. You won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the river. If you have a habit of talking in your sleep, I advise you to seal your mouth before you sleep." Chapter 383. Wang Dashi secretly rejoiced. "Fortunately, I'm a heavy sleeper and won't wake me up even if there's thunder. It's just that my snoring is very loud. Fortunately, I don't talk in my sleep." Half an hour after leaving the tumbling horse pass, they heard the roar of horse hooves behind them. The frightened fish dragon gang looked at each other and hurriedly got into formation. When they saw the figure of Zhou Ziru from the tumbling horse pass, even Xiao Chang, who was experienced in Jianghu, felt his scalp tingle. However, after recognizing that Zhou Ziru only brought 2 guards, he was slightly relieved. It didn't seem like he was going to settle accounts with them. After Zhou Ziru stopped the horse, he raised his arm. His noble demeanor, which made the young members of the fish dragon gang extremely envious, was fully displayed. A strong rider untied 2 boxes from the horse's back and placed them in front of Lu Narong and Xiao Chang. Zhou Ziru looked directly at Lu Narong and smiled calmly. "This is a little compensation for last night's misunderstanding. I hope Miss Lu will accept it. In the future, if the fish dragon gang passes through the tumbling horse pass again, I promise you that you won't need any official plates. The city gate will be opened wide and unimpeded." Lu Narong's eyes turned red. She clenched the reins with both hands, but in the end, she forced a smile and said slowly, word by word, "On behalf of the fish dragon gang, Lu Narong thanks Child Zhou for forgiving us." Zhou Ziru sniffled and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he slowly turned around and left. Lu Narong looked at the gang members who only had fear in their eyes. Her eyes dimmed and she said in a low voice, "Take the boxes and continue on our way." It was said that the grudges of Jianghu were in Jianghu. However, things were unpredictable. Once they were involved with the government, how many Jianghu sects could not lower their heads? Especially when the king of Bailiang established a bloody rule in Jianghu after he stepped into the Jianghu. Nowadays, other than sects with high status such as Mount Longhu, the Wu family, the Sword Tomb, and the Donghua Sword Pool, the rest of the sects, big and small, were all recorded in the household register. Their lives could not be considered comfortable. Decades ago, the unrestrained heroism of, "You're an official, so I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. If you talk nonsense, "I'll just chop you up and run away," had long vanished. Their romantic aspirations were always blown away by the wind and rain. Their heroic spirit was also trampled flat by the hooves of armored horses. Even the top 10 magnates were messed up by the Baoyang cavalry. Jianghu that was full of infighting was nothing. Wang Dashi asked softly, "Young Master Su, what do the northern barbarians? Do they have eyes like copper bells and hands are like palm leaf fans? They are all 8 or 9 feet tall and strong as an ox." Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "That's all there is to it. They won't have an extra arm or a leg. In half a year, you'll see the streets full of northern barbarians. You'll know that the girls there are just as delicate and soft. It's a pity you don't have any spare money on you. Otherwise, you can go to the brothel in the city and find a girl to have a taste. You can count it as another battlefield for our Liang dynasty." Wang Dashi blushed. His face was still young and unweathered. He stammered. Unfortunately, Lu Nerong had rushed over to talk business with Su Fengnian. Hearing this, she angrily slapped her horse and turned around to leave. There was no official road to speak of anymore. It was just a road created by the merchants of 2 dynasties. But it was still flat and wide enough to allow 2 horses to gallop side by side. At noon, the fish dragon gang found a high lush slope and stopped to rest. It was common sense for a large group to stop at a high altitude when traveling. Otherwise, on the border of the northern Liang and the northern Meng where horse bandits wreaked havoc, there would be countless casualties if dozens of bandits charged at them from a high altitude. As for small groups, if they didn't have great abilities, it would be meaningless even if they stood at the top of the mountain. They would still be robbed and killed. Su Fengnian was still a loner. After the fish dragon gang suffered a bloody loss at Tuma Pass, they hated this culprit of Beimeng even more. Lu Nerong and Xiao Chong, who knew a little about the inside story, certainly didn't have a good impression of him. Su Fengnian was also happy that no one disturbed him. He ate a crumpled dry biscuit and squatted on the edge of the slope to look into the distance. His eyes were full of desolation. He murmured, "The young don't go to Jiangnan, the old don't go to Liangmeng." Wang Dashi came to Su Fengnian and squatted down beside him. He asked curiously, "Young Master Su, I've never been to school. What do you mean by that?" Su Fengnian explained with a smile, "This is from a romance novel, The First Snow. It says that the scenery in Jiangnan is good, and the land of gentleness is a hero's grave. Young men's hearts are not firm, and they have seen the beautiful scenery early on. It is very difficult for them to have the ambition to achieve great things. The border of Liangmeng is dilapidated and bleak. Old people are easily sentimental about the world, and their hearts are filled with sorrow. When a hero is past his prime, he will be sad and hurt his lungs." Wang Dashi made a no sound and scratched his head. He said, "Now that young Master Su said it like that, I kind of understand." Su Fengnian joked, "Miss Lu must have fallen in love with The First Snow. If you have the chance, go to the restaurant and listen to the gentleman in the book. You will have a little understanding of a woman's heart." Wang Dashi almost choked on the meat biscuit that he was about to swallow. He coughed and said with an embarrassed expression, "I can't drink wine." Su Fengnian smiled and took a sip of water from his water bag to moisten his throat. He did not tease this young man who might not have the chance to go to Jiangnan in his lifetime. Wang Dashi always felt inferior in front of this young Master Su, so he did not stay for long. After a moment of silence, he tactfully left. Su Fengnian put away the biscuits and water bag. He turned his head and saw that the fish dragon gang was still resting and chatting. He did not move, but a pocket-sized dagger flew out from his sleeve. He pierced his finger with the dagger and dripped a drop of blood onto the blade. If it was an ordinary dagger, the drop of blood would have slid down. However, this 2-inch-long dark green dagger was like a living creature that absorbed the blood into the blade. Dong Tai had 12 flying swords, and this one was the green plum blossom. Su Fengnian dripped 3 drops of blood onto the dagger before putting it away. Nurturing a sword. If he wanted to ride a sword and kill people one day, he would have to at least not slack off for 1,000 days. Chapter 384. Su Fengnian grabbed a handful of yellow sand and raised his head to look at Beimeng. No matter who praised or slandered the Wu family's sword catacomb, it was always high and mighty, completely ignoring Jianghu. It was a very strange place. In the past 100 years, less than 10 outsiders had been able to enter and leave. The most famous was the two-time sword god, Li Chenggang and Dong Tai. The rest of the swordsmen who went to the sword catacomb to practice their swordsmanship followed the Wu family's rules, and stayed in the sword catacomb to worship the sword for the rest of their lives. The Wu family looked down on the world of martial arts because of its great prestige. It was impossible for the descendants of the Wu family to lie on this merit for 200 years. Even someone as conceited as Li Chenggang could not deny that the Wu family's path of swordsmanship had indeed reached the pinnacle after hundreds of years of continuous accumulation of countless talented swordsmen. Su Fengnian remembered that on the way back to Beiliang, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat had said that the Wu family had been quiet for many years. Sooner or later, a talented swordsman would emerge from the Wu family. As for whether Wu Luding could carry the family's heavy burden, the old man did not think highly of him. On the contrary, he thought that the female swordsman with the Su of Gojoseon on her back had a better chance. In addition, the Wu family's sword nurturing technique was also very famous. It allowed one to soar to the Kunlun Mountains in one breath, and control the sword after leaving one's hand. Whether it was the efficiency of killing or the temperament of a top swordsman, it was outstanding. At that time, the greedy His Royal Highness had silently criticized Dong Tai for not being a good person to the end. He had actually only given the sword without leaving behind the incantation to nurture it. When he returned to Beiliang, he asked the peerless scholar Li Yishan. The latter had picked a dusty secret manual from the 4th floor of the Tide Listening Pavilion that had been pieced together for many years. Only then did Su Fengnian know that it was not difficult to learn the Wu family's sword nurturing technique. In short, it could be summed up in 4 words: drinking blood to become a fetus. The difficult part was the tenacity that could not be relaxed for a single day. Forging a sword was like concocting a pill. It was extremely particular about the time it was taken out of the furnace. However, once the pill was taken out of the furnace, it could be consumed. After each sword was forged, it would be full of spiritual energy, as if it was a living thing. Because of the subtle differences in the texture of the sword, when it was fed and where it was fed would be different for each sword. In 12 hours, Dong Tai had forged 12 flying swords. If His Royal Highness had brought along a single flying sword, all he had to do was feed it once a day. It was not troublesome. However, if he had 3 or 4 flying swords in hand, he would have to suffer a bit. Before Dong Tai had left, he had asked Blue Bird to tell His Royal Highness that if a flying sword was not nurtured for a day, all of his previous efforts would be wasted. If a flying sword was not nurtured for 3 days, it would completely lose its spiritual energy and be no different from scrap metal. There would be no hope for a flying sword to take ahead. As for how many flying swords His Royal Highness had brought along, God knows. Lu Nerong probably really had something important to discuss, so she had no choice but to pinch her nose and come to His Royal Highness. Looking down at the back of the man with the saber, she said in a cold tone, "In the future, if the Fish Dragon Gang encountered a problem that could not be solved and caused serious losses to your goods, would you help?" Su Fengnian let the coarse gravel slide through his fingers. Without turning his head, he thought for a while and slowly said, "Yes." Lu Nerong sneered. "So last night at the inn, you had the ability to guarantee that after the Fish Dragon Gang was wiped out as bandits, you would be able to protect the goods of the general's mansion alone?" Su Fengnian shook his head. "I didn't say that." Lu Nerong said in a fit of anger, "After the goods and the money are cleared, the Fish Dragon Gang will never have anything to do with the general's mansion again." Su Fengnian turned his head and looked up at the beautiful woman with a pair of seductive long legs. He said with a smile, "Whether you have a knot in your heart or not, I want to tell you that you actually did a good job that night. If the Fish Dragon Gang has a gang leader like you in the future, it will be better than having 3 or 4 deputy gang leaders like Xiao Chong. However, what I admire most about you is not that you took the lead and fought with the warriors of the Tumbling Horse Pass, but that after you recognized Xiao Chong's face, you continued to feign civility. Well, after you recognized me, you were still willing to come closer and say a few words to me. A cold-hearted rascal. Although the words were not pleasant to hear, I guess that before you left Lingzhou, you definitely would not have done that. You had already made up your mind to not have any contact with us, right?" I'm afraid this is the reason why gang leader Lu took over this business. But as for me, it can be said that I left the Jianghu a few years earlier than you. I have seen many unattainable immortals fight, and for a long time, I have been scratching my heart and liver every day for a few coins. I want to say a few words to you. If you really want the fish dragon gang to grow, you have to be like this copper coin, round on the outside and square on the inside. As expected, Su Fengnian did a very narcissistic action. He took out a copper coin from his money pouch and threw it to Lu Nerong. Unfortunately, the embarrassing thing was that Lu Nerong did not move an inch and let the copper coin fall to the ground. Su Fengnian muttered, "What a prodigal woman." He stretched and picked up the copper coin from the ground. After wiping it clean, he put it back into his money bag. Lu Nerong did not seem to expect that this guy surnamed Su would take back the copper coin. Seeing that he looked like a miser and did not even try to hide it, she did not know whether to mock or hate him for a while. But in her heart, she did not hate this high-ranking lackey who had been indifferent to the fish dragon gang as much as before. She knew that this guy was still able to say a few words and had some human feelings. Wang Dashi looked at Lu Nerong, who was standing, and young Master Su, who was squatting in the distance. There was no jealousy or resentment in his eyes towards the woman he admired, who seemed to be getting further and further away. The young man just wiped his face and secretly grinned. Lu Nerong hesitated and asked, "You use a knife?" Lu Nerong did not wait for Su Fengnian to reply and quickly said, "Forget it." It seemed that she also knew that she had asked a very childish question. Chapter 385. Su Fengnian smiled, clapped his hands and stood up. He was not worried that Huang Fujin would make a mistake. The phrase "spring thunder" would never leave the tumbling horse pass. Moreover, since His Royal Highness dared to go to the dangerous Beimang alone, and if there was no accident, he would take the initiative to go to those dangerous places. Naturally, he would have some unknown tricks up his sleeve. When it came to traveling in Jianghu, His Royal Highness really did not have the face to say that he was a virgin. He looked at Lu Nerong and narrowed his eyes. "You don't allow me to put on a show with my saber? Think about it. Other people like you think that I am a saber user. When they see that I am not willing to draw my saber, those who have less experience in Jianghu will inevitably look down on me. In the end, I will randomly punch my master to death. This is called a trick, and also a kind of evil in Jianghu." Lu Nerong's face was filled with disbelief. The next journey to Beimang was quite smooth. However, when the fish dragon gang saw a few horse bandits in the distance, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They were probably locusts that specialized in catching merchants and sucking their marrow. After thinking about it, the fish dragon gang felt that they could not eat a hot potato, so they did not do anything. This made Lu Nerong feel relieved. To the fish dragon gang, they could no longer afford any losses. The deaths and injuries in the inn had already left Lu Nerong in a terrible fix. Since they were members of the gang who had joined their master, it would not be as simple as compensating them with money. If anyone died, it would be a great disaster for the people in this peaceful and prosperous world. Those family members would definitely go to the fish dragon gang and cry their hearts out. Moreover, if they didn't get off to a good start, it would be very bad for the reputation of the fish dragon gang. After the corpses were transported back to Lingzhou, Lu Nerong didn't need to think to know that those gangs and sects that were on par with the fish dragon gang would definitely be secretly happy. Therefore, if they encountered difficulties in the Bailiang dynasty outside of Beimang, they would not be able to get help. This trip to the general's residence to ask for a job through connections would be in vain. Fortunately, Zhou Ziru brought 2 boxes with a total of 3,000 taels of silver. Although Lu Nerong was disgusted by it, she also knew that this money was an indispensable emergency for the fish dragon gang. As for those horse bandits who did not make a move and only watched from afar, Xiao Chong's thoughts were very straightforward and reasonable. He said that although the horse bandits were valiant and did not lose to the elite cavalry of any dynasty, the largest group of horse bandits at the border only had less than 50 to 60 riders. Ordinary bandits had at most 20 horses. Every time they went out in full force to rob, if they could not get a huge profit, they might lose more than they gained. A group of bandits who gathered because of the profit would disperse easily. How would they dare to compete with the fish dragon gang who had a strong army? Moreover, the fish dragon gang only had one cart of goods. Compared to a dozen carts of goods, the scale was much smaller, and there was not enough meat and fish. The horse bandits in the big strongholds looked down on them, and the small groups of bandits could not swallow them. However, the taciturn Gong Sunyang had a different opinion. He said that they should be careful of these outlaws ganging up to rob. At first, Lu Nerong did not think much of it. However, after half an hour, she saw the second and third groups of horse bandits watching them from afar and finally felt that something was wrong. When they stopped for the night, the fish dragon gang lit a dozen bonfires. In addition to keeping them warm, they could also scare the animals in the desert. What a good way to say that the stars hang over the plains. Wang Dashi helped Su Fingnian to light a bonfire. Sitting together, the clumsy bird flies first. The most important thing is the word diligence. The youth had finally managed to memorize the 600-word fist technique formula by rote. A few days ago, Su Fingnian even took the time to go to a secluded place to demonstrate the fist technique several times to Wang Dashi. Now that the Wudong Mountains leader was no longer around, this set of fist techniques quickly evolved into two types, the old and the new. The old one had 108 styles and was full of flavor, but was relatively complicated and obscure. Even the old Taoist who first practiced with the young leader on the square of the Taishu Temple may not be able to fully grasp the essence. Therefore, a new Taoist named Li Yufu of Wudong Mountain, who was really talented, was able to concisely practice 64 styles, which was called the new stance. Unfortunately, what Su Fingnian demonstrated was the earliest old stance. Wang Dashi already had a hard time memorizing the formula, let alone practicing the new stance. Fortunately, Su Fingnian did not dislike this half-baked disciple of his and taught him very patiently. Seeing that Wang Dashi was always feeling guilty and vexed, he smiled and said to the youth that Kung Fu was the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. If you can't master it in 10 years, then practice it for the rest of your life. Only then did the youth relax. Su Fingnian and Wang Dashi exchanged blows back and forth. The cowardly coward once caught a sparrow with one hand, but the sparrow's claws were weak, so it was unable to fly in his palm. After Su Fingnian finished teaching, he drank a mouthful of water and added a few dry branches to the fire. He caught a glimpse of the youth staring at the distant Lu Nerong. Su Fingnian suddenly thought of the flying sword in his sleeve, green plum blossom. Love, the heart's green plum blossom. Even when old, he still remembers his youth. An innocent novel, an unhindered online game. Fire Beacon expresses its absolute support for the first novel online game, Immortal and Devil Transformation. I just found out that my good friend wants to be chosen as one of the game's first author's pets, and I'm all green with envy. I originally planned to take a cursory look, but now my motivation is greatly increased. When the time comes, I'll take a friend's pet. I heard that Old Wu is also preparing to hold a sect hegemony competition. It sounds very exciting. When the game starts on the 26th, I want to choose the 10,000 Goblins sect. Compared to other sects, I prefer the power of nature. Book friends, what do you think? Unhindered Immortal and Devil Transformation sections address, XMB, Zongheng, com. If you have any questions, come to the Immortal and Devil Transformation book group to discuss them. Group number, 67407091. Chapter 386. Su Fingnian was chewing on a piece of licorice that he had casually wiped off with his finger. Probably because he was close to the bonfire, there was a warm smile on his face. 12 flying swords. Black armor childhood sweetheart morning dew spring water peach blossom moth eyebrow vermilion bird huang tong wei jin yu tai. These names were quite scholarly, much more elegant than the names of the maids in Wutong Garden, such as sweet potato and cucumber. His Royal Highness was just like how King Zhao described him as a naughty child holding gold by the Guangling River, which attracted a large number of top figures in Jianghu. In His Royal Highness' eyes, these outstanding figures were not as good as Old Huang in terms of skills and human feelings. Only the old man with a sheepskin fur coat was close. In terms of the demeanor of a master, Wang Xianji from Wuwu City flew into the East Sea like a rainbow, and raised the water level of the entire coastal area by 20 feet. The so-called power to move mountains and rivers was nothing more than that. Chao Chongqing also fit the image of a Confucian scholar. Only the peach blossom sword god who gave him the sword made his royal highness feel a little regretful. Legend had it that Dong Tai, who rode a donkey and carried a peach blossom branch, had the aura of an immortal and Buddha. However, after meeting him, he was not only plain-looking but also liked to laugh. He was just a harmless middle-aged uncle, far from the peach blossom sword god in his imagination. His Royal Highness was daydreaming when Gong Sunyang sat down without saying a word and took out 2 leather bags of liquor. Young Wang Dashi saw that young Master Su did not move. He was afraid that he would annoy the great guest who was second only to the old gang leader and Xiao Chong, so he hurriedly coughed twice. Gong Sunyang looked at the mediocre disciple of the fish dragon gang with a bitter smile. He was not in a hurry to talk to Su Fengnian, so he took the initiative to ask Wang Dashi some trivial things about his family. Only then did Wang Dashi know that his father used to be half a registered disciple of guest elder Gongsun. In fact, it was Gong Sunyang who strongly recommended Wang Dashi to join the fish dragon gang. No matter which sect it was, recruiting members was a big deal. There was nothing trivial about it. Now the government was very strict with Jianghu, and all gang members had to be recorded in the household register. Therefore, there was an unwritten rule that both sides were aware of. Once a great bandit was arrested, and the government tracked him down. The great bandit wasn't very skilled, but he had run into as many as 10 gangs in his 20 years of martial arts practice. As a result, this matter was reported to the governor of Qingzhou, and 7 or 8 sects that happened to be in Qingzhou were tragically implicated. This was a lesson learned by the whole Jianghu. Moreover, since the gang members worked hard for the gang, many taxes would be placed on the gang. Those behemoths with as many as 700 or 800, or even thousands of members naturally had rich family backgrounds and all kinds of ways to make money, so they wouldn't be too tired. However, small sects like the Fish Dragon Gang were struggling to make a living, so the expenses were like a rope around their necks. Perhaps one day, they would be choked to death and be done with it. However, Gong Sunyang had never mentioned that Wang Dashi was able to join the Fish Dragons and live a stable life without worrying about food and clothing. When Wang Dashi first joined the gang, he was not qualified to receive 1.5 strings of copper coins every month. In fact, the copper coins that were equivalent to 80 to 90% of silver coins came from Gong Sunyang's own money bag. It was not until Wang Dashi grew up that Gong Sunyang quietly stopped subsidizing him. Xiao Chong said that Gong Sunyang was a taciturn gourd, and it was not wrong. Su Fengnian saw that Gong Sunyang had brought 2 wine bags, so he smiled and asked for one. He took it and smelled it. Hey, it's really the green ants of Bailiang that are suitable for both the rich and the poor. He was in a good mood. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. Squinting his eyes, he asked with a smile, Mr. Gongsun, did the second gang leader go to a secluded place to practice swordsmanship again? Gong Sunyang's voice was hoarse. It was unknown whether it was because he had been blown by the wind when he was young, or because he was drunk. He waved his hand and said, I'm just a crude martial artist who relies on my strength to make a living. I don't deserve to be called Mr. Gongsun. Although I don't practice swordsmanship, I know that hard work can make up for one's lack of talent. Mr. Zhao's swordsmanship has improved over the years because of his perseverance. Su Fengnian lifted the cowhide wine bag and said with a smile, One doesn't visit a temple without a reason. Senior Gongsun, if you have something to say, just say it. Gong Sunyang hesitated and said with a bitter smile, Fortunately, young master didn't say that I'm unaccountably solicitous. You've given me enough face. Su Fengnian was a little surprised. He didn't expect this guest to have a sense of humor. His Royal Highness liked people who dared to make fun of themselves, but he didn't like people who put on airs because they were half-baked. Su Fengnian drank another mouthful of wine, and silently waited for Gong Sunyang to continue. When Wang Dashi saw this, he wondered if he should get out of here. His boat was only half a foot off the ground when he was stopped by Gong Sunyang. Dashi, there's no harm in listening. Gong Sunyang sat down cross-legged and placed his wineskin on his lap. He went straight to the point and said, To tell you the truth, Gong Sunyang has been secretly observing young Master Su's skill. The distance between his steps, the way he gets on and off the horse, and the way he breathes while riding. I've paid close attention to all of this. It wouldn't be strange if I could see through it, but young Master's chi is restrained, so Gong Sunyang couldn't sense anything. At first, I thought that young master was just an ordinary martial artist who had learned some military techniques from the general's manner to train his body. However, that night at the toppling horse pass inn, young miss told Gong Sunyang that young master had taken the life of a Bailiang soldier with one strike. This really gave Gong Sunyang a fright. Although young Mrs. Swordsmanship hadn't been tempered by life and death battles, she had reached a higher level in swordsmanship. After using the leaving hand sword and the Liu family's unique cannon hammer technique, the master cupped his hands 3 times and still claimed that he couldn't beat the assassin named Zhao Yingchuan. Regardless of whether young master took advantage of the sneak attack or not, it really wasn't easy to kill him with one strike. Before Zhao Yingchuan's body was taken away, I secretly flipped his back and saw the shape of his spine after it was crushed. Even if Gong Sunyang was at the peak of his youth, he wouldn't have been able to do so. It isn't that Gong Sunyang is boasting, but even if I face a third-rank martial artist, if I don't use the ox horn bow, I will still be covered in dirt and grime. However, I walk the path of an external martial art that depends on age. People fear the young, and fists fear the strong. In the past, I have barely touched the threshold of the second-rank strength. Wang Dashi was shocked. Second class. For the people at the bottom of the Jianghu, this was already a master who had reached the heavens. Even old gang leader Liu, who built the foundation of the Fish Dragon Gang with his own hands and cultivated both internal and external martial arts, was only close to third-class strength. However, in Lingzhou, he was already able to intimidate the heroes. The pillars of the top sects in Lingzhou were only third-class strength, and without exception, they all had no hope of reaching second class in their lives. However, this 40-something-year-old guest whose feet were poisoned and could even walk with a slight limp actually claimed to be a second-class master? Wang Dashi didn't dare to doubt it, but his heart was in turmoil. When he looked at Gong Sunyang again, he was not just in awe of his guest's status. For the people of the Jianghu, fourth class was the first threshold, and second class was the second. It was even more difficult to surpass it. How much luck did a martial artist have to be able to jump through the Dragon Gate twice? Only after reaching fourth class and close to third class could one be considered a master. This was common knowledge in the Jianghu. Poor Wang Dashi didn't even hope to reach fourth class in his life. Chapter 387. The sages had written thousands of moral essays, all of which were earnestly persuading the people to be good. They had worn out their mouths, and with the addition of thousands of words written by their pen, their arms were sore from writing, and countless bamboo slips were used, but they were still not as useful as the Zhuxin dialect slang. What people do not look out for themselves, and what people die for wealth and birds die for food. Just listen to it. It was easy to recite, and it was not nonsense. No wonder everyone believed it. In this depression surrounded by slopes on 3 sides, there were 5 or 6 men with different appearances and attire. There was not a single bonfire lit. In the middle of the night in the wilderness, there were no women around. It was easy to imagine what they were plotting. It could not be that these fellows felt that the border between the 2 dynasties was not peaceful, and wanted to do a good deed of eliminating traitors and pacifying the people. Most of the people here were horse bandit leaders who rode fast horses and did evil deeds. Speaking of the horse bandits that were a big problem at the border, compared to the bandits that were living in the corners of the empire, they were naturally much more valiant. Moreover, they came and went like the wind, and their lairs were hidden. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the government to catch them. The combat ability and cunning of the horses were not something that the ordinary bandits in the Jianghu could compare to. The 4 horse bandit leaders in front of them were not the rough men in the hearts of the common people. One of them was a man in his 30s. He was fair, handsome, and gentle. He wore an elegant green robe. His thumb and index finger were rubbing a jade pendant that was carved from mutton fat jade. He smiled but did not say anything. There was a stout fatty sitting beside him, but his skin was dark, making him look comical. Beside his buttocks were a Xianhua broad axe and a golden sparrow mountain splitting axe. He did not speak, but the smile on his face made people feel that he was charmingly naive. The other 2 were worthy of being bandits. Not to mention their sturdy bodies, just their arms, which were as thick as a woman's thigh, were enough to make their muscles bulge. One of them, a middle-aged bandit with a scar on half his face, knocked on the golden scabbard on his leg with his fist and said casually, Chief Xiao, although it was Song Diao, or who introduced us to this matter today, we are all brothers. As for how to divide the goods, we have to be clear about it first. Otherwise, after this matter is settled, if there is an imbalance in the distribution of the spoils, we brothers will fight before we can even get our hands on the silver. It's not worth it. Sitting opposite the bandit leader was the second gang leader of the Fish Dragon gang, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong heard the man's explicit words, and his face was covered in saliva. He could clearly smell the man's fishy breath. However, Xiao Chong only frowned slightly. After secretly exchanging glances with the handsome and scholarly bandit, he nodded with a smile and said, Boss Wei speaks frankly. It is indeed reasonable. This carriage of goods came from the residence of the former weapons supervisor in Lingzhou. They have connections in Lingzhou, and can raise the price to 35,000 taels of silver. However, if we sell the goods, I estimate that we will only get a little more than 20,000 taels of silver. Together with the 3,000 taels of silver sent by the son of Vice Captain Jichong at Tuma Pass, we will count it as 25,000 taels of silver. The 5 of you here will each get 5,000 taels of silver. What do you think? But let's make it clear first. I can't wait until the day the goods are sold. I have to take the money back to Bailiang first. However, since all of you heroes have brought your brothers out to do business, I don't have the face to be on equal footing with you. Therefore, I will only take 4,000 taels of silver. What do you think? The 4 bandits discussed and agreed with a smile. Their smiles towards Xiao Chong also became more sincere. After all, there were not many people who were willing to take less money. Besides, without Xiao Chong as an insider, and with Xiao Chong's friend Song Diao, or acting as the middleman, they would not be able to put together such a big platform with more than 100 people, who did not dream of being able to roam the border alone with 100 horses. Unfortunately, for a team of 100 horses, not to mention that horses were difficult to find, there were many wild horses in the desert. If one was lucky, one could occasionally encounter a herd of hundreds or thousands of horses. However, even if the bandits managed to get some, they would not be able to raise war horses that could fight skillfully. Bandits had to have good horses before they could be bandits. If one could not train a horse well, one's legs would go weak at the sight of an inferior horse or easily lose control of it. Who the hell would dare to fight with others? Wouldn't that be courting death? Therefore, to the bandits, if anyone knew how to raise and train a horse, they would want to worship them as if they were their ancestors. If one were to go to the horse market to buy a horse, regardless of whether it was in Bailiang or Baimang, one would have to report to the government. To the bandits, wasn't this equivalent to being tired of living? Did they think that the military officers in the government were not generous enough? As for horse smuggling, it was also very risky. It was also a matter of losing one's head. Otherwise, who would not be able to gather a team of more than 100 people? Moreover, one should not forget that 100 bandits would inevitably bring along their families. This meant that at least 200 mouths would have to eat meat and drink wine every day. Every few days, they would have to King go to the brothel in batches to find soft and tender women to vent their lust. Only then would they not feel resentful. As the head of this family, one would not be able to raise them without some ability. Therefore, in the circle of horse bandits, it was a joke that anyone who could become a leader, regardless of whether it was the phoenix head of a few hundred bandits or the chicken head of a few dozen bandits, could go to Bailiang and Baimang with their ability to become a general. Song Diao, who looked like a white-faced scholar, did not speak much. This time, he had brought 34 horses, which was the most out of the 4 of them. Among the hundreds of horse bandits at the border, his strength was only average. However, Song Diao's name was very well known. He came from a small noble family in Baimang. After studying hard for more than 10 years, he finally obtained a scholarly rank with great difficulty. Just as he showed signs of standing out, he was replaced by a fat brother from his family. In a fit of anger, he killed the father and son and kidnapped 2 women, who he should have respectfully called his concubines, as well as some money and valuables, to become a horse bandit. Unexpectedly, he really took root in this barren land that relied on martial prowess to survive. He was meticulous and vicious. A few horse bandits who provoked him were wiped out along with their men, horses, and nests. Originally, with Song Diao's means and financial resources, it was easy for him to deal with a group of 50 bandits, let alone 70 or 80. The other leaders of the horse bandits wished that the women in the village had just given birth to a child, so that they could get on their horses and rob them. Song Diao went in the opposite direction and kept the number of his men at 36. The 3 men beside him were all ferocious horse bandits, but even if the 3 of them worked together to burn the bridge after crossing the river, they were destined to suffer great losses. This was probably the key reason why Xiao Chong of the Fish Dragon Gang was willing to take the risk. The 2 met in Lingzhou City. Although Song Diao was a bandit, he was more or less a scholar. When he went south to visit the scenery of Bailiang, he happened to meet Xiao Chong, who was good at swordsmanship. They were quite friends despite the difference in age. The scholarly bandit nicknamed Song Diao was also very close to Xiao Chong's son. Xiaoling was not good at fighting, but he liked to read books and poems. He was not very sociable in the Fish Dragon Gang, but he was very happy to talk with Song Diao. When Xiao Chong left Lingzhou, his original intention was to ask Song Diao to take care of him along the way. But he did not expect that the incident at Tuma Pass would change everything. Song Diao was so clever that he immediately pointed out Xiao Chong's weakness. He beat around the bush and said that with Xiaoling's talent, he was more suitable to be the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. At first, Xiao Chong was still in a dilemma and was unwilling to immediately agree to this bloody business that was contrary to the word righteousness. After coming out of seclusion, every day he saw Lu Nerong's unfamiliar cold face. Xiao Chong was angry. A few days ago, he finally saw Song Diao, who was pretending to be an ordinary bandit, and made a secret signal. Only then did the deputy leader of the Fish Dragon Gang make up his mind. Whether it was Lu Nerong or a carriage of goods, how could they compare to the bright future of his son, Xiaoling? Moreover, if the Fish Dragon Gang was handed over to Xiaoling, who was quick-witted and had many connections, it would definitely rise up strongly. It could be said that he was worthy of the pedantic old leader, who had conquered the country, but could not keep it. After all, Jianghu should be handed over to the young people to fight for. Old guys should not occupy the latrine. Lu Nerong was too soft-hearted, and she was also a woman. What could she do? When she got married in the future, would the whole Fish Dragon Gang become her dowry? Not to mention Xiao Chong, the rest of the old guys who had retired in a gold basin would be bitterly disappointed. Xiao Chong's mind flashed and he had mixed feelings. His heart became colder and hardened. He said with a smile, "The Fish Dragon Gang has more than 30 people. Except for Lu Nerong and the guest Gong Sunyang, their martial arts are not outstanding. Gong Sunyang is good at the rapid arrow technique, which can cause great damage to the cavalry of several leaders. When the time comes, I will definitely take advantage of the chaos to kill Gong Sunyang first." Song Diao pressed the jade pendant and said softly, "We are not in a hurry to kill them. In the next 2 days, we will first harass them in batches and let the Fish Dragon Gang be tired of dealing with them. Later, I will ask Boss Xiao to bring a few taels of knockout powder and see if we can put it in their food. But this matter is just icing on the cake. It will be best if it works, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. If we have 100 riders to deal with more than 30 people, it will be like a hunt. Originally, if it was a big escort agency, there would be many carts and we would know a little bit about the art of stopping and forming a formation. Unfortunately, the Fish Dragon Gang only has 1 carriage. Even if they have the art of war experts, they can't do anything. They can only blame it on their bad luck." The other 3 leaders looked at each other, and they all looked a little cold. Song Diao suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, the Fish Dragon Gang has more than a dozen ready-made familiar horses. I don't want them. Let the 3 leaders distribute them at will. But that Lu Nerong belongs to me. There is no discussion." The fat black guy who played with the double axes gave a thumbs up and smiled at Song Diao. "Brother Song, you are indeed educated. You love the country but not the beauty. I admire you." The other 2 big men also smiled playfully. Only a fool would not agree to such a wonderful thing. On the border, having a good horse was 100 times more important than having parents. Chapter 388. Song Diao seemed to be amused. He finally stood up, hung the jade pendant on his waist, and tied the red string into a slipknot. Only then did he raise his head to look at Su Fengnian. Young Master Su, since you dared to attend the meeting alone, it seems that clan leader Xiao has underestimated your strength. God is watching from 3 feet above. They might not believe it, but I do. But trust is trust, and I'm not afraid. What I'm most curious about right now is whether or not you've underestimated our abilities. If you're wrong, your fate might be even worse. Song Diao finished and pointed at Scarface. Everything went without saying. Su Fengnian didn't want to waste his breath on this bunch of people who had already put their lives on the line. He stretched out 2 fingers, leaving only a small gap, and asked with a smile, "If I am just a hair's breadth away from the first-grade Vajra realm, will you guys escape?" Su Fengnian paused and continued to ask, "Can you escape? This should be a night full of surprises." Xiao Chong and the 4 horse bandits who had risked their lives were amused by these words. Even Song Diao thought that this guy must be crazy. There were only a few first-class experts in the world, and most of them lived in seclusion in the mountains, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Some sat behind the scenes in seclusion, and very few of them were treated as distinguished guests by various top forces in the imperial court. They were also worshipped like bodhisattvas. How big was the world in Jianghu? Finding a first-rank expert was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Even Song Diao and the others were used to seeing great storms and waves. Only Xiaochang was fortunate enough to have seen the graceful bearing of a Vajra realm expert from afar when he was young. Song Diao was slightly better. She had once seen a renowned second-rank expert in northern Meng's capital city. Indeed, he was only a step away from the Vajra realm. However, that old senior was already 60 years old at that time. It was due to him being vigorous despite his old age that he was able to have such a profound ability. How old was this young man with a saber? How many years had he been in his 20s? As Su Fengnian spoke, he was surrounded by 5 people. After reaching a certain level of martial arts, even if they were strangers a moment ago, once they cooperated, it was quite seamless. Scarface was the first to attack. His face was ferocious as he aimed both his fists at Su Fengnian's chest. The leader of the bandits, Pu Dao, used his saber to sweep away thousands of soldiers and split the air. In order to prove his innocence, Xiaochang also unsheathed his long sword. At any time, he would take out his specialty, the flying sword whirling swallow. As long as he saw an opening, he would cut off the 4 limbs of this surnamed Su. The scar-faced man's fists were swift and fierce, but he still had some strength left. It was clear that he wanted to use the padao to force this fellow to dodge, and then use his fists to deal a heavy blow. However, when he saw that this fellow was indifferent to the large blade that was sweeping towards his waist, he did not hold back. The chi in his fists exploded, and he used 90% of his strength. The remaining 10% was, of course, because he was afraid that old copper coin would accidentally lose control of the padao's strength and cut him, and the kid in half at the waist. The changes in the strength of his fists also brought changes in the power of his fists. However, when the scar-faced bandit saw that the kid did not move at all, he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He had wasted his good fists. A blind man lighting a lamp was a waste of wax. This kid must be at death's door, and still did not see the brilliance of it. The scar-faced bandit's fists were about to touch the kid's chest, and he felt joy in his heart. However, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, even if the coldness emitted by old copper coin's padao did not become stronger, it should not have faded away. Did this mean that he had withdrawn his blade? The scar-faced bandit instantly made up his mind. No matter how old copper coin calculated, this kid's life would be mostly destroyed by his fists. The pupils of Xiaochang and Song Diao, who had the highest cultivation, rapidly contracted. This was a kind of sharp intuition that smelled danger. Su Fengnian seemed to casually turn his body to the side. His hands stuck to the scar-faced bandit's arms, and pulled him to the right. The scar-faced bandit's feet left the ground and flew forward as if he was staggering. Su Fengnian also moved his body to the side, his footsteps changing rapidly. Then, the scar-faced bandit was unable to fight back as he flew higher and higher into the air. The shocked scar-faced bandit withdrew his fists 5 or 6 times, and was barely able to react in time. Su Fengnian bent his left knee and struck upwards with lightning speed. With a bang, the scar-faced bandit's entire chest shattered. Su Fengnian let go of his hand and the scar-faced bandit was sent flying upwards by the domineering knee strike. Su Fengnian did not stop there. His right hand circled around the bandit's head, causing the bandit, who was at least 70 to 80 jin, to spin 3 or 4 times in the air. Su Fengnian's body slightly retreated and he raised his leg high, smashing the poor guy who had only used 2 fists once into the ground. Perhaps because the speed was too fast or the momentum was too great, there was no chance for the bandit to gather his spirit or chi. Or perhaps the knee strike caused the bandit's spirit to scatter along with his chest. In any case, everyone only saw that the bandit, who was known for his valiance on foot, had his 4 limbs raised abnormally after he hit the ground. When his limbs fell limply to the ground, he had completely lost all signs of life. Old Coppercoin's palms were covered in sweat. He clenched his teeth and explained, "It's not that I'm a coward. It's just that this kid is too strange. When I swung my saber, the wound was still a few inches away from his body before I couldn't cut in anymore." Strange? Su Fengnian smiled and stepped on the back of Scarface's head. He increased his strength. Probably because Scarface's skull was harder than the mud. His entire head slowly sank into the ground. Xiao Chong's heart jumped when he saw this. Fortunately, the hand holding the sword didn't tremble at all. As a martial artist who had been famous for many years, he knew what it meant to lose before the battle. Song Diao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Attack together." Li Haida, who was twirling his axes, grinned and said, "Okay." As soon as he said that, he saw the man who was the furthest away from His Royal Highness retreating. Although his body was fat, his escape technique was as light as a goose feather. His lightness skill wasn't bad. Song Diao wasn't surprised or angry. Instead, a trace of insidious ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Li Haida retreated quickly, but Su Fengnian chased even faster. When His Royal Highness flashed past Old Coppercoin, the horse bandit who was used to killing people didn't dare to move and let him pass by. Li Haida knew that Su Fengnian knew that he couldn't kill him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he hardened his heart and suddenly stopped. After landing on the ground, he still slid for a while, leaving 2 marks on the ground. He took the opportunity to accumulate power. When the young devil who killed without blinking arrived in front of him, he crossed his axes and swung them. The momentum was heavy and the force was far stronger than Scarface's fists. He relied on the simple and boring 3 axes to travel the world. Naturally, he had his merits. The young man who carried a saber, but didn't use a saber, was really arrogant. The 2 axes turned 7 or 8 trajectories in the air in an instant and chopped down violently. He didn't retreat or dodge, but used his arms to meet the axes in a terrifying posture. Li Haida, who was despised to the extreme, shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" There was neither the familiar sound of flesh and bones being chopped off, nor the legendary sound of metal and stone colliding. Li Haida knew his pain. Xianhua's axes and Golden Sparrow Mountain splitting axe seemed to have penetrated into a big ball of cotton. This ball of cotton couldn't be seen, but it really existed. He finally understood why Old Coppercoin said that it was strange and evil. This kid's chi was so abundant that it overflowed to the outside of his body. The so-called chi dynamic was even more precious than the most valuable gold and silver in the eyes of the world. Many martial artists had spent their whole lives practicing chi dynamic, but they had never figured out what it was. Some lucky guys with a strong family background were guided by a master, and had 1 or 2 secret manuals in their hands, but they could only vaguely feel that there was a stream of hot chi flowing through the bones and acupoints in their bodies. But how to gather it and use it for their own use was an insurmountable and precipitous pass. If they were lucky enough to know how to gather it, how to gather and disperse it freely, it would be even more fatal. Since ancient times, reading books and practicing martial arts had been the obstacles of the world's civil and martial paths. The person in front of him, who he was going to fight with his life on the line, was actually able to let his chi leak out in a regular pattern. Wasn't this the legendary Vajra realm? How could Li Haida not feel ashamed of his inferiority and go crazy with jealousy? It was like a poor man who was diligent and thrifty every day. Suddenly, a rich man appeared and could eat, drink, and defecate on a mountain of gold and silver. Comparisons were odious. Li Haida didn't care about the 3 axes. He was determined to press down on the pair of giant axes in his hands. His dark face swelled with a sickly dark red. It was estimated that he had used all the strength he had accumulated since he was a child at this critical moment. Chapter 389. Li Haida chopped down with his axes for a short distance of 3 inches. It seemed like an extremely long time. It was no longer a chop, but a death push. Li Haida's heels were already raised as he let out a crazy roar. The axes finally touched the sleeves of this young bastard. Li Haida's sleeves were cut open, and the cold edge of the giant axes touched his skin. He grimaced as if he was possessed. His whole body's chi was boiling and surging to his arms. Su Fengnian frowned slightly. He shook his arms and bounced the axes away. A kick landed on Li Haida's chest, and the burly man's hands split open, causing blood to flow out. He fell back. Su Fengnian effortlessly grabbed Li Haida's wrist and broke it with a twist. He took Xianhua's broadaxe and Jin Ke Mountain splitting axe. With a twist of his hand, Su Fengnian turned into Li Haida holding 2 axes in his hands. Li Haida fell to the ground with a blank mind. He propped himself up with his elbows, turned around and ran. Su Fengnian didn't say anything and waved an axe, stabbing it into the back of the burly man. Li Haida pounced forward with the huge force of the axe and stabbed the burly man's head. The corpse fell to the ground. He couldn't be any more dead. Su Fengnian looked down at his arms and mocked himself. In the end, I'm still not at the true Vajra realm. Old Coppercoin's face was pale. Seeing this devil who had killed 2 people in a row walk towards him, he was about to take out the gunpowder tube to send a message. However, after being caught, he quickly retracted it as if it was scalding his hand. He even threw away his padao and knelt down to beg for mercy. Hero, please spare my life. I have old people and young children to take care of, and it's not easy to raise a family on the border. I was blinded by lard, so I schemed against the fish dragon gang. Young Master Su, please forgive me. Today's matter was planned by that pretty boy Songdiao, and that grandson Xiaochang. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Young Master Su, if you want to kill me, you have to find them first. I will kowtow to you. Old Coppercoin spoke incoherently and kept kowtowing. All right, then I'll find trouble with those 2 first. As Su Fengnian said these words, he was checking the abnormal flow of chi of this horse bandit. Lowering his head could hide the malice in his eyes, but the muscle texture of his fists could not hide the killing intent. His Royal Highness sneered and kicked the horse bandit's head off his shoulder. The head rolled far away with blood, and finally stopped at Xiaochang's feet. Xiaochang's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot. He didn't look at the head at his feet. He only stared at the young disciple of the general's residence. 3 out of the 5 had died. Songdiao, was still rather calm, but he didn't have the confident bearing he had before. He said bitterly, Young Master Su, since you're already an immortal who has stepped into the Vajra realm, why bother with ants like us? As long as young Master Su is willing to let Songdiao go, I'm willing to kill Xiaochang myself. Songdiao will also bring some men to check the belongings of the 3 people on the ground, and hand them over to young Master. In the future, Songdiao, and his descendants will set up a memorial tablet in young Master Su's honor. Incense will continue to burn. The sword in Xiaochang's hand trembled. He cursed, Songdiao, you're worse than a pig or a dog. Songdiao, completely ignored Xiaochang's curses. He only carefully bent his waist and faced the young devil of unknown origin. Seeing the expressionless face of this young master, who hadn't even drawn his saber half an inch out of its sheath, he continued. After Songdiao, kills Xiaochang, if young Master Su is still not satisfied, Songdiao, can cut off one of my arms to show my sincerity. Su Fengnian smiled and said, okay. Then he saw a good show of brothers killing each other. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xiaochang, who had left his sword and reached perfection, fell into a pool of blood, dying. Songdiao, who had always given people the impression of focusing on scheming and rarely fighting, was actually an expert close to the 2nd rank with a flexible sword at his waist. It seemed that a weak scholar who could make a name for himself could still make a pure martial artist look at him in a different light if he really practiced martial arts. However, Songdiao, didn't have it easy either. His body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his scholar's green robe was badly torn. He sat cross-legged, looking battered and exhausted. Su Fengnian approached Deputy Gang Leader Xiao, who was panting more than he was inhaling. He squatted down and said with a chuckle, "How does it feel to fight with a brother you've known for many years and die in the hands of your brother? I know you have a very promising son. And I also know that you betrayed the Fish Dragon Gang this time in order to help Xiaoling. Don't worry, I'll give this boy a chance. I'll send him a secret letter using your tone and handwriting. If he's not tempted and doesn't want to be the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, you can just be like Wang Daxi's father and die for the Fish Dragon Gang. Xiaoling won't suffer much for the rest of his life. If he's tempted." The answer was obvious. How could Xiao Chong not know his son's temperament? He couldn't speak, but blood gushed out of his mouth. Obviously, he was extremely angry, but unfortunately, he didn't have the spirit to be angry. Su Fengnian pointed to the top of his head, and then said flatly, "I know you want to say that I'm unreasonable. But why should I reason with a person like you?" Xiao Chong died with his eyes wide open. As for whether this old swordsman who should have been able to enjoy the hard-earned glory and wealth, other than anger, no one knew. Seeing Su Fengnian stand up and turn around, Song Diao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Young master, please let me say a few more words. I know I'm going to die, but instead of being easily killed by you, it's better to show off what I've learned in my life. Just treat it as showing off my slight skill in front of an expert. The reason why I didn't even want to send a letter to the 36 horsemen is because I'm afraid that these brothers who have followed me will die in vain. Hey, one of the second in command has liked my concubine and daughter-in-law for many years, but because of their brotherhood, he stopped because of his love for her. I'm confident that even if I die here today, he will collect my corpse and won't have any relationship with that woman. On our border, there are no more honest people like him than young Master Su, who is in the Vajra realm. The youngest of my brothers, 16 years old, only taught him about 40 words. It's a pity." Song Diao chattered for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Although he wanted to continue, seeing Su Fengnian's aura change, he obediently closed his eyes and waited for death. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Song Diao opened his eyes and subconsciously looked into the distance. He saw the young master with the saber standing in the same place. The next moment, Song Diao, who had been at the gates of hell, was completely stiff and cold. The fear in his heart was so strong that even if he had seen that fellow kill 3 of his peers, told Xiao Chong to die unhappily with a calm tone, and closed his eyes to wait for death, it would still be strong. A jade-green dagger was suspended in front of his forehead. The 2-inch sword was slightly trembling. Because it was too close, Song Diao did not notice it at first. Flying sword. Song Diao cried tears of joy and laughed as if he had gone mad. Flying sword. It really was a flying sword. He was a swordsman who had been cultivating tirelessly on the path of the sword. In his life, to be able to see the flying sword of an immortal, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Even if he died, he would have no regrets? As a mounted bandit, who the F***ck was a saint. The young master with the saber raised his arm, and the 2-inch flying sword flashed away. Su Fengnian slowed down his breathing and said calmly, "Song Diao, if you had money, a familiar horse and a backer, would you be able to control a small mountain with 300 riders?" Song Diao was stunned and did not recover for a moment. Su Fengnian suppressed the warmth in his throat and said with a frown, "After you have finished healing, go to Yuzhou and find a military officer called Huang Fuxi. Tell him that the one surnamed Su wants you to go find him. If you ask him for men, money and horses, he will naturally agree. If I come back and find out that you are careless, not to mention building a temple for me, even if you build 100 temples, you and your 36 brothers will all die." Su Fengnian turned around and did not wipe away the blood flowing from his nose. He was cursing in his heart. It was not easy to pretend to be a peerless master. In order to show off his flying sword, the qi in his body was already fluctuating like the tide in Guangling. If he continued to hold on, he would be exposed. Fortunately, in Song Diao's eyes, this young Master Su, even if he walked very slowly, was extremely otherworldly and elegant. PS1. Today I said I would upload 2 chapters during the day. This 10,000-word chapter is only one chapter. But if I don't upload the second chapter in time, of course, it must be a loser slacking off again. Please don't scold me. PS2. Remember to add Sino Weibo to follow. Chapter 390. Both Buddhism and Taoism had been arguing for thousands of years, forming a huge quagmire. Generations of experts from both sects were unable to avoid this custom. They either argued fiercely in the imperial court or wrote books to slander each other. Each and every one of them had to crawl and roll in this quagmire several times. Very few could be recognized by later generations as someone who could emerge from the quagmire without being tainted. In the past 100 years, there was a white-robed monk who traveled to the West in search of scriptures. Only then did the awkwardness of the three sects of the current dynasty, with Confucianism first, Taoism second, and Buddhism last. Unfortunately, when the concept of epiphany appeared in the world, it was a huge blow to the white-robed monk and the two Zen temples. This tall monk once jokingly said that the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism was like two old farmers in a village fighting for water to irrigate their fields. The water source was the same, but the amount of water was limited. Whoever stole more water and swindled more water into their fields would have a better harvest. Since it was a fight for water, naturally there would be conflict. First, they would use their words. If they could not convince the other side, then they would use their fists and feet. If that did not work, then the one who had a good relationship with the village constable would ask the armed officials to kill. Naturally, the white-robed monk was mocking himself. He also secretly mocked Taoism's Longhu Mountain's closeness to the imperial court, and how they were favored by the emperor. From the imperial court down to the marketplace, they had launched as many as 6 campaigns to exterminate Buddhism in history. The white-robed monk had previously single-handedly fought against more than 10 great Zenrins on the golden peak of Taoism's ancestral court twice. Both times he had won by the same method. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the past, when Buddhism and Taoism fought once every 10 years, even if one side won by a large margin, it would be subjected to countless criticisms afterwards. Only this white-robed monk, who never finished talking, had won by stumbling. Even the extremely arrogant old immortals of Longhu Mountain could only smile bitterly, and did not hold much grudge against him. In recent years, there were often some Zenrins outside of Longhu Mountain who quoted Buddhism's doctrines and wrote all kinds of books to criticize and oppose Buddhism. They carried their book boxes and went to the 2 Zen temples to find the white-robed monk to debate. Without exception, after they left the mountain, they did not speak a word. Outside the thatched hut on the mountain behind the 2 Zen temples, 2 bald monks, one big and one small, were basking in the sun. This place was too close to the forbidden area, the Forest of Steels, so there were very few visitors. Therefore, there was no smell of incense that was so thick that one couldn't cover their nose. Behind the thatched hut was a vegetable garden and chicken coop. In front of the hut were 2 peach trees, both young. One of the peach trees was planted when the middle-aged monk's daughter was born. Later on, he abducted a little fool Wu Nanbei, from who knows where, and planted another weeping green peach tree. The back of the mountain was shady, so the peach trees grew slowly. The branches were well-spaced, and the branches were dark green. Every year on the 2 children's birthdays, the foolish Nanbei's master's wife would carry a kitchen knife and drag the 2 children, who were born on the same year, month, and day, to the peach tree. She would carve a mark according to their height. Previously as a girl, Li Shishir developed early and grew quickly. Every birthday, she would be as happy as an oriole, chattering non-stop. She would also constantly touch the foolish Nanbei's little bald head, making fun of him for being a short winter melon. Unfortunately, the wheel of fortune had turned. When she became a young girl, and he became a teenager, Li Shishir was unhappy. Now that Wu Nanbei was taller than her, this made Li Shishir somewhat depressed. In the future, if the foolish Nanbei grew as tall as her father, wouldn't she have to stand on tiptoe to touch his head? The little monk didn't need to explain the scriptures today, and tomorrow he would replace his master to go to the lotus golden peak of Mount Longhu. The little monk was a young preaching monk who could convince people with reason at the 2 Zen temples, so he didn't seem to have stage fright. He only asked gloomily, "Master, tomorrow I'm going to Mount Longhu to quarrel with them. Why is there a Taoist priest coming up the mountain to talk to you?" The white-robed monk was lying on a rattan chair, stroking his bald head. He caught a glimpse of his wife walking out of the thatched hut to wash clothes. He said firmly, "Everyone on the mountain knows that your master's wife is good at cooking, so they're here to freeload." The little monk was really stupid. He said honestly, "Ah, then master, why did you say behind your master's wife's back that you put too much salt in that plate of spring garlic chives, and asked me for water to drink? I thought the saltiness was just right. However, these Taoist priests are too insatiable. Although they are guests, master and master's wife have already cooked a table full of food, and they've already eaten. They still want to quarrel with you, master. When they can't win the argument, they make a scene. Fine, master, you're too noisy, so you lead them to the back of the hut and let them use their fists to reason with you." After that, they scolded master and even hit master. In the end, master's wife still has to put on a smiling face and say that we're in the wrong. What a pity. The white-robed monk's shoulder was fiercely pinched by the woman. Invincible Vajra? The bald uncle frowned with a pitiful expression. When his wife walked away with a cold snort, he gently patted his stupid disciple's head and glared at him. He didn't reprimand the little monk for not having good eyesight. The stupid Nambe scratched his head. Just like what Dongfang Nian said, he was very slippery, like a wooden fish. The little monk sighed and said, "Master, can I do it or not? When we lose the argument, what if the old abbot doesn't even give us the copper coins? Master's wife will definitely blame me." The most mischievous middle-aged monk said irresponsibly, "If the old abbot says you can do it, what do you say?" The little monk was a little hesitant. I don't think I can do it." Half a year ago, the foreign monk who came from India said that he wanted to build a temple and preach. The old abbot agreed without hesitation. This made Abbot Huixien and the others who had been eyeing that piece of land for many years very angry. Also a month ago, Master's uncle Fallon said that she wanted to renounce the secular world and stop being a monk. She wanted to go down the mountain to be a butcher who drinks wine and eats meat. The old abbot just smiled and said that he could do it. Also 2 days ago, junior brother Yongfa, who was only 8 years old, ran to the old abbot's meditation room and said that if he didn't give him any candy, he would pee there. The old abbot still agreed. The white-robed monk said lightly and asked, "Dongfang Nian said you can do it. Then can you do it?" Kuai Nanbei's eyes suddenly lit up. He grinned and said, "I think I can." The white-robed monk said unhappily, "Then why are you nagging? Go and see how Dongfang Nian is doing. I've helped you pack your luggage. Even my daughter has never treated me like this. Seeing you makes me annoyed. Go, go, go." The little monk muttered, "Master, you're not going down the mountain for a long journey." Seeing his master's glare, the stupid Nanbei hurriedly got up from the small stool and ran towards the simple and crude thatched cottage. As he ran, the 2 wide sleeves of his kasaya, which had been cleaned by his master's wife, fluttered slowly, not stirring up any dust. The white-robed monk closed his eyes and said lazily, "Master has walked tens of thousands of miles in one trip. He has walked all the way for a lifetime." There were 3 rooms in the thatched cottage. Kuai Nanbei's room was right next to Li Dongfang Nian's. In the cottage there was only a bed, a table, a stool, and a lamp. There were also a few Buddhist scriptures on the table. There was not much else. This was in stark contrast to the messy pots and pans in the master's and the master's wife's rooms. Li Dongfang Nian sat on the narrow wooden bed, where Kuai Nanbei's quilt was neatly folded. She was tossing and turning a simple hemp-woven bag. In fact, there were only a few changes of clothes, but she stuffed some copper coins and broken silver coins that she had asked from her mother. Half of it was for Kuai Nanbei to buy Buddhist scriptures, and the rest was for him to go down the mountain to buy some cheap rouge, face powder, novels, and small carved makeup boxes. She was worried that the silver coins were not enough to spend. She frowned and her expression was exactly the same as her father's. Wu Nanbei saw this and did not say anything. He was just secretly happy. "Kuai Nanbei, this red sandalwood prayer beads was given to me by Su Fengnian. Take it." He said that in Jianghu, you have to pay attention to style. Otherwise, many people will look down on you. I already said that I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you. Master will not be happy if he sees it. You usually don't even let him touch it. Because of this, Master has already charged His Royal Highness several hundred times in the account book. Kwai Nanbei, do you want it or not? Yes. Chapter 391. When you're away from home, you have to save some money, understand? Here's some silver in the bag. If you don't have enough money to buy books, then buy less rouge and face powder. Anyway, you're not good with words and don't know how to bargain. You'll definitely be ripped off. Anyway, the rouge at the foot of the mountain is also passable. Oh, stupid Nanbei, don't say oh to me. We'll split the silver in half. You're not allowed to use all the money to buy rouge and face powder for me. Do you remember? Oh, you idiot. Also, I've asked my father to help you pick some tea leaves. When you reach Mount Longhu, you have to give more gifts and smile when you see people. The monks from our family have to be as magnanimous as my father. But if you get beaten up, don't be stubborn. Quickly run home. Tell my father and he'll help you vent your anger. Okay, I know what to do. There's one more thing. Don't forget. If you meet Su Fengnian, remember to tell him to come to our house to play. Of course. When Su Fengnian comes up the mountain, will you help my father or Su Fengnian? I'll help you. Say it again. I'll help Su Fengnian. That's more like it. The white-robed monk lay on the rattan chair and listened to the small squabbles in the room. For some reason, he remembered a kind of noodle tea he had eaten in an alley in the capital during a winter many years ago. The noodle tea was finely ground from a very nourishing crop. The noodle tea was boiling hot. Gently shaking it, it rippled in a small porcelain bowl. The way to eat it was also a little particular. One's mouth had to stick to the edge of the bowl and slowly drink it. In this way, the noodle tea would not burn the tongue when it entered the mouth. The noodle tea in the bowl would also not turn cold early, and all the internal organs would be warm. There were icicles hanging under the eaves of the streets and alleys, but after drinking this bowl of noodle tea, one's body and heart warmed up as well. Of course, what made him feel the most warm in the cold was the woman sitting beside him. Perhaps she was not that good-looking, narrow-minded, and a little unruly, but in the vast world, in the vast sea of people, in such a large capital city, there were hundreds of thousands of people. He did not see His Majesty the Emperor, nor did he see the nobles and officials. He only saw her. Since he already worshipped Buddha more than many people, he had a clear conscience and was worthy of the 3,000 strands of worry that he had shaved off. He only felt that he couldn't bear those reverent gazes that treated him like a god. Thus, when he drank the noodles tea with her and when she paid the bill, he blushed a little. Daily necessities like rice, oil, salt, and simple meals. Very good. His wife said that there were too many shameless women in the capital, so she forbade him from going there again. If he didn't want to go, then so be it. The white-robed monk smiled and opened his eyes to look at the sun in the sky. He muttered to himself, "We're all old now." The woman hanging the clothes had sharp ears and said angrily, "Which family's little vixen is shamelessly trying to seduce you again?" The abnormally tall monk hurriedly got up and ran to help dry the clothes. He said with a smile, "Wife, let me do it, let me do it." Li Shirtu, who had finished tidying up the luggage, stood at the door and looked at her loving parents. She thought about how her mother snored loudly in her sleep and how her father, who was kicked out of bed every 2 to 3 days, didn't mind at all. The little girl suddenly felt a little sad. Would Su Fengnian like a girl like her? The little girl's eyes reddened, and the corner of her mouth was full of girlish sorrow. "Stupid Nanbei, I know you won't be able to meet Su Fengnian when you go down the mountain." The little monk panicked. "Then I won't go home after I go down Mount Longhu. I'll go to Baoyang to find His Royal Highness, okay?" Li Shirtu smiled through her tears and rolled her eyes. "Forget it, I'm a heroine. I don't care about this." The little monk laughed foolishly. The white-robed monk shook his head and sighed. Why did he take in such a disappointing and stupid disciple? The woman smiled knowingly. "It's good that Nanbei isn't like you." That night, the little monk, stupid Nanbei, slept soundly as usual. On the other hand, Li Shirtu, who had nothing to do with her, tossed and turned. She couldn't fall asleep, and only managed to fall asleep very late. In the early morning, an extremely senior 100-year-old monk personally came to the thatched cottage at the back of the mountain to welcome the preaching monk to the hall of great strength. The old abbot with snow-white hair and beard led the way. Some of the old fellows in the temple who were in closed-door training also came out. There were at least 300 to 400 big bald heads in kasayas gathered in the square, not to mention the many little bald novice monks hiding in the distance to join in the fun. It was a grand occasion that only happened once in 10 years. If Li Shirtu saw this scene, she would roll her eyes. When she was young, she liked to count how many bald heads there were while listening to the monks chanting sutras. However, counting the days and months of the year was not an interesting thing. Fortunately, Li Shirtu slept late and did not get up yet. The white-robed monk and the little monk, Wu Nanbei, did not dare to wake her up. This girl who dreamed of becoming a heroine had a bad temper when she woke up. Even the little monk's master's wife did not dare to touch her, let alone their family of 4 who had the least status in Jianghu. Moreover, Wu Nanbei was afraid that he would not be able to bear it, and would be laughed at or angry if Li Shirtu saw it. The sea of people automatically separated. The little monk with clear eyes and the lazy white-robed monk walked side by side. The old abbot, who was known for being a good person, walked down the stairs with a smile. When he saw the little monk, he liked him from the bottom of his heart. The old abbot was about to speak when he saw the sea of people separated again. He looked up and saw a little girl who was the oldest in the 2 Zen temples running over. She was crying while running? The stupid master's wife stopped at the edge of the square with a helpless look. The girl ran to her father and the stupid little monk who grew up with her childhood sweetheart. She cried all the way until her eyes were swollen. She probably fell down while running too fast, and was covered in a lot of dust. She grabbed the corner of the little monk's kasaya tightly and said sadly, "Stupid Nanbei, I had a nightmare." Even though the big bald heads present were all eminent monks who were famous in the world, they all laughed kindly at this scene. The white-robed monk and the old abbot looked at each other, and sighed slightly at the same time. Li Shirtu held the little monk's kasaya tightly, afraid that if she let go, she would not be able to hold on to it anymore. She would not be able to see this stupid Nanbei who was supposed to be with her forever. She was heartbroken and choked with sobs. "I dreamed that you died and became Buddha. You said you were going to the West and would not talk to me anymore. I called you Wu Nanbei. I said I would not call you stupid Nanbei. I even told you to call me Li Zi and Li Shirtu, but you ignored me and still left. Nanbei, I dreamed that you were standing in front of Bailiang. I was standing on the city wall and could only look at you. In front of you were a dense horde of terrifying cavalry. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands there were. But you said, 'The world is so big, allow me to erect a benevolent monument in front of Bailiang.' Then those bad people shot arrows together. They did not charge but just poured arrows on your head. You were bleeding first and your entire kasaya was red. Then you sat down and lowered your head to recite sutras. Your blood turned golden. Then you became a Buddha. Father said that this is what a bodhisattva looks like. After you became a Buddha, you refused to see me anymore. Stupid Nanbei, I don't want rouge and powder anymore. Don't die, okay?" The girl spoke intermittently with tears streaming down her face. The little monk who was reciting sutras with the old monks was like a fairy scattering flowers and nodding his head. He probably felt sorry for Li Shirtu and started crying as well. All the monks in the square were horrified. They were shocked beyond words. The old abbot narrowed his eyes and gently looked at the white-robed monk. The latter smiled and said, "It's okay. My disciple won't go to Mount Longhu. I'll go. Master, is that okay?" The old abbot smiled. It should have been reasonable, but this time he nodded unexpectedly and said, "Okay." The little monk clumsily straightened his kasaya and put his palms together. He faced the old abbot with the plaque of the Hall of Great Strength behind him and lowered his head and said softly, "If I can really become Buddha, I don't want to become Buddha anymore." Chapter 392. In the trade between Beimeng and Bailiang, the proportion of tea bought by horses was very high. Most of the tea was coarse and was used to adjust the diet. However, over time, several ancient tea horse roads were gradually built to transport good tea such as Longjing Biluo de Hongpo. The period before the reign, and before the Ming dynasty was especially busy. There was an endless stream of merchants and peddlers on the tea ceremony. As a larger border town in the south of Beimeng, Leixing was close to the water. In addition, there were several good springs with good water quality in the city. Among them, The Sparrow Tongue Spring was ranked as one of the 72 best springs in the world. There was a small tea house near the Silver Ingot Bridge in the northeast corner of the city. It did not have a signboard, but a bamboo birdcage hung at the door with a parrot in green clothes and a red beak inside. It was said that parrots imitated people's words, but this silly parrot politely called out, "Eunuch, eunuch," whenever it saw a customer. Wasn't this asking for a scolding or a beating? It was really annoying. In addition, the tea house was simple and crude, and the tea they sold was not of the best quality. It was just a cup of tea passed down from the old Western shoe. The way to eat it was vulgar, and the tea leaves were also ordinary. The owner was a somewhat scholarly old man with completely white hair, but his face was a middle-aged man. With his cold and distant temperament, how could he attract regular customers? The only waiter in the tea house was a young man with a decent appearance. He carried a wooden sword all day long. Occasionally, he would catch unfamiliar customers who entered the small tea house without knowing the reason. He would work hard to serve them enthusiastically. However, if he used too much strength, those customers would be annoyed. After paying for the tea, they did not plan to come again. The business of the small tea house was getting more and more deserted. Fortunately, the rent was not expensive and the capital was not much. The tea house could barely support itself. In the twilight, the old man sat down and tuned the strings of a python skin arrow. Previously, a customer who came to the tea house wanted to buy it for 80 taels of silver. No matter how the young waiter instigated him, saying that he could open a bigger tea house with 80 taels of silver, it was a pity that the old man did not sell it. This made the young waiter so angry that he almost killed the parrot and ate its meat. At this moment, he made himself a bowl of onion noodles with egg, and buried his head in the noodles at the table next to him. He said vaguely, "Old Huang, if this continues, our tea house will lose money. I know you are not short of money, but my brother used to say that when you are in Jianghu, it is one thing to be extravagant, but since you are doing business with others, you must not lose money. Old Huang, don't pretend that you can't hear me. I'm talking about serious business with you. If you continue to pretend to be deaf, I'll really get angry with you." The cold old man glanced at the young man with the sword and said sarcastically, "Young one, aren't you just thinking about making money so that you can change the tea house into a tea house? When the time comes, you'll have a reason to ask me to hire 2 delicate girls to help you. Have you gone crazy thinking about women? I still have a few strings of money here. I can't go to the big brothels, but it's more than enough to find some good-looking prostitutes. Unfortunately, private prostitutes can't be compared to official prostitutes. I can't give you a F***King Red packet." The young man with the surname Wen slammed the big bowl on the table and said angrily, "Old Huang, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" The old man smiled playfully. "Young man, you've grown up. You dare to slam the table in front of me. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the palace of Beimang, and let that old woman have a change of taste." The ugly swordsman with goosebumps smiled flatteringly. "Old Huang, you and I depend on each other for survival. Harmony is the most important thing. Are you hungry? I'll go and make a bowl of onion noodles for you. Are you hungry?" The old man didn't buy it. He waved his hand and said, "Go and bring that idiot into the house." The young man quickly finished the noodles and licked the bottom of the bowl. His face was still full. He went to the door and took down the bird cage. Along the way, he wanted to teach the parrot some new tricks. When he said "Grandpa," the parrot replied "Grandpa." When he said "Grandpa," the parrot still said "Grandpa." He was so angry that he scolded "Grandpa," but the parrot still said "Grandpa." The young man who was cursed "Grandpa" 3 times reached into the cage and taught the bird a lesson. The green parrot fluttered and lost a few feathers. The old man said helplessly, "This idiot is already 60 years old. It doesn't have many feathers to lose. Why are you sulking with an animal?" Throwing the bird cage on the table, the young man changed several sitting positions, but still felt uncomfortable. He simply took a bench. According to old Huang's strange saying, he put his head and feet on the bench, his body was suspended in the air, his hands were folded behind his head, and he stared at the ceiling in a daze. This used to be a roast goose shop, so the ceiling was dirty and greasy. The young man sighed and said, "Old Huang, I'm very depressed now. Why don't you tell me more stories about Jianghu? I love it. The old man had a bad temper. He said angrily. I have nothing to say. The young man was a scoundrel. If the mountain didn't listen to him, then he would go. His eyes suddenly became warm, and he said to himself, I know old Huang is an experienced Jianghu person, so you must have a lot of interesting things hidden in your stomach. You like to rot in your stomach. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Anyway, I, Wenhua, am also a man with a story. In the past, when I wandered the Jianghu with my brother, 2 men, young fellows' buttocks could make pancakes, so it was not easy for me to fall asleep at night. What should I do if I couldn't fall asleep? When we talked, we always talked about women. My brother was good-looking, so I was very jealous. Usually, when I went to the village to ask for water, if I knocked on the door, those annoying women would all lose their chastity as soon as I glanced at them. Don't talk about giving water, they would close the door as soon as they opened it. Hey, when Young Su went, he was like a wolf or a tiger, pulling and pulling. Don't talk about giving water, they even wanted to give him their bodies. This matter can't be blamed on Young Su. Every time I saw a pretty young woman, I would tell him. At that time, I thought that Young Su had probably never eaten pork before, but he had seen pigs run. His tone was really arrogant, saying that this was not good, and that was not good. It made me choke with anger, so I told him that sooner or later, he would make a name for himself by practicing the sword. Then, he would find a good heroine to be his wife and piss him off. Old Huang, guess what the result was? He said that no matter how beautiful the women in this world were, they still had to eat, drink, and defecate. Do you think that those high and mighty fairy sisters in the Jianghu also had to fart? He patted the dust off his thigh and lay down on the bench again. He continued, he said that I couldn't be nervous when I saw a woman. Otherwise I would be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Last time, when I was rushing to Bailiang, I saw her and my palms were sweaty. Later, I had an idea and thought of Young Su's words, so I wasn't nervous anymore. But when I thought of the scene of her farting, I laughed until I was a little silly. I reckon that I didn't leave a good impression on that fairy sister. This is probably what Young Su meant when he said that bear's paw and shark's fin can't stay in the same bowl. Later, I met Young Su by the lake. When we were defecating together, he gave me a trick that was even more ruthless. He said that if I was still nervous, don't be afraid. Just imagine the fairy sisters defecating in the toilet. Damn it, at that time, I almost sat down in my own shit. An old man raised his head and nodded. A little interesting. Chapter 393. Originally, in the minds of the young Morong siblings, the king of Bailiang was just an empty title. In the distant Bailiang border, behind him was a vast number of armored cavalry. 300,000? They couldn't imagine what kind of number this was. Such a great vassal king who was privately called the second emperor, should be a terrifying and ambitious person, who could shake the entire dynasty with a stomp of his foot. However, it originally had nothing to do with them. That was until Morong Wuzhu and Morong Tonghuang arrived at the Bailiang Palace and stayed in the Wutong Garden. Borrowing His Royal Highness' influence, they ate at the same table with Tu several times. Although they never dared to look him in the eye, they seemed to feel that this great General Su was not a temperamental old man. On the contrary, he was very easy to talk to in front of His Royal Highness. Even they could see that in the Bailiang Palace, the one who had the most authority was not this vassal king, but his eldest son Su Fengnian. Not to mention Morong Wuzhu. Even Morong Tonghuang was confused. He could only stay in the Wutongan Palace while trembling with fear. Since they were living under someone else's roof, they should be careful in everything. The siblings rarely left the palace to relax. Fortunately, the courtyard was not lacking in anything. The zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and ancient collections were all priceless. However, the maids in the courtyard with strange names did not give them any good expressions. The first maid, Sweet Potato, was still fine as she was more amiable. However, Cucumber, Green Ant, and the other second-class maids were all scowling, which made Morong Wuzhu tremble with fear. The so-called Prime Minister's concierge was a third-class official. How could she not be afraid? However, Morong Tonghuang was relatively more unyielding. He was justified in borrowing books and zither from the maids. What made Morong Wuju feel relieved was the arrival of a Qingzhou woman who also lived in Wutong Garden. It was said that this Qingzhou woman named Lu Qingyan came from a prestigious family. Her ancestor was a pillar of the dynasty and her father, Lu Dongjiang, was already a county chief. She brought a young servant with double pupils into the manor. After meeting His Royal Highness, the young man with the strange double pupils went to the border. These rumors spread very quickly in Wutong Garden, but it was only spread in this courtyard. If it was said that the Morong siblings could not afford to fight and hide, then this woman from a first-class wealthy family would fight with the maids. The stubborn maid, Cucumber, always said strange things about the turtle dove occupying the phoenix's nest. When His Royal Highness was here, the women still maintained a harmonious appearance on the surface. However, when His Royal Highness left, the situation changed. A room full of women, all of them were good at killing people without spilling blood. It seemed that they were more powerful than hundreds of flying swords. Morong Wuju admired Lu Qingyan very much. There were a few times when she timidly watched from afar and listened to her soft voice, but it could make people feel suffocated. She heard that in the future, she might be the first concubine of His Royal Highness. Morong Wuju thought that only such an intelligent and fearless woman was worthy of being the concubine of Bailiang. The king of Bailiang walked into Wutong Garden alone. Other than Sweet Potato, the other maidservants stood at a distance and did what they were supposed to do. This was the old rule. Sweet Potato did not accompany them. To them, if they wanted to live comfortably in Wutong Garden, the most important thing was not to do something, but to not do something. Su Xiao went directly to His Royal Highness's room. He did not sit down but walked and stopped. It seemed that he was helping to pack up some small objects. The room was very spacious, and the light was good. Even though it was filled with a dazzling array of treasures, it did not seem cramped. In the evening, the desk by the window was covered with the afterglow of twilight. It was a warm light yellow. Su Xiao stretched out his calloused hand and slowly slid it along the edge of the desk. After he stopped, there was no movement for a long time. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled gently. He withdrew his hand and put his hands in his sleeves. He faced the window and looked out the window. Su Xiao turned to look at the slender and elegant Lu family's maidservant standing at the door. He waved his hand and smiled. "Qingyan, you've come. Come in and sit. Talk with uncle." Lu Dongyan entered the room. After Su Xiao sat down, she picked up an embroidered stool and sat down in a slightly reserved manner. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Uncle is busy. I haven't been a good host recently. When you go back, don't talk about uncle in front of Lu Zhugua." Lu Dongyan shook her head and smiled. "I won't." Su Xiao laughed loudly. He paused and fell into his memories. He sighed and said, "I remember the first time I came to the capital to meet the emperor. It was Minister Lu who treated me with respect and brought me, a young martial artist, to the throne room. It could be said that we walked together. At that time, I was puzzled. Why would a second-rank minister of the Ministry of Personnel be willing to walk side by side with a sixth-rank military officer who had just received a promotion? Didn't he think it was beneath him? Now Uncle Su understands. I've long heard that Shang Zhugua knew some prophecies. It seems that he has been waiting for this day. If I had known at that time, I would have had the guts to curse him for being a sly old fox." Only now did Lu Dongyan know of such a relationship. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were pure and did not reveal too much awe or curiosity. Su Xiao's tone was milder. He said, "Uncle Su has heard some things in Bailiang. You've just arrived in Bailiang, and Wentai and Hong Lingshu, these two old fellows, are already making a ruckus in the capital. Qingyan, I remember that when you were young, you often visited their homes. Those two old fellows really don't care about old friendships at all. The old one bullies the young one when he can't. They've lived for so long, but the more they live, the more backward they become. These years in Qingzhou, if it weren't for Lu Zhugua holding the fort, there wouldn't have been any Green Party, let alone by Yan's mischief. But then again, we're all family." If the old minister had clenched his teeth and held on, although the Green Party could have survived for a few more years, your Lu family would have been completely suppressed by Wen Hong. If the old minister hadn't completely given up on the Green Party that he had created, he definitely wouldn't have let you come to Bailiang. As a result, The Green Party has already lost its last breath. Lu Qingyan whispered. Ancestor said that at his age he's already enjoyed all that he could. It's time to seek fortune for his descendants. Su Xiao finally smiled. He nodded and said, I like old minister to be an honest person and speak the truth. To be honest, uncle has never had much malice towards the Green Party. They want fame, fortune, power, and official positions. They are straightforward and throw everything and everyone on the scale. They will buy and sell as much as they weigh. They are never ambiguous. It's actually not hard to deal with such people. Old One and Old Man One haven't learned the good things from Zhang Jiulu and Gu Jiantang in the capital, but they have learned the bad things from them. The Green Party originally didn't have any capable auxiliary talents and strategic strategies. How can the Green Party, which is not united, withstand a few disturbances from others? It's a pity that they will fall apart if they are distracted. Lu Qingyan naturally didn't dare to speak. Chapter 394. Su Xiao said self-deprecatingly. Why am I telling you this? Uncle originally wanted to chat with you about daily life. Alas, when people get old, they become muddle-headed. Lu Qingyan blinked her eyes and said softly, Uncle Su, can you tell me about His Royal Highness when he was young? Su Xiao made a subtle gesture of waving his hand, but it was not to reject the Lu family girl's suggestion. Instead, he withdrew the hidden loyalists. Only then did he smile at Lu Qingyan and say, Once you start talking, I don't know when you'll stop. Lu Qingyan smiled brightly and said, I'll wait until Uncle Su says he's tired. Su Xiao waved his hand and was clearly in a good mood. He smiled and said, Come, sit closer and talk. Uncle likes to nag about this. When Fengnian was here, he didn't allow me to talk about it. Uncle usually couldn't find anyone who was willing to listen to these things wholeheartedly. Coincidentally, I found you this girl just right. As time passed, Lu Qingyan realized that Uncle Su was actually a very talkative old man. When he talked about the interesting and embarrassing things of His Royal Highness when he was young, his sparse gray eyebrows were full of doting and pride. At this time, Uncle Su was no different from the benevolent ancestors in his family. When he talked about the promising descendants in his eyes, he was reluctant to use a harsh tone. During this time, the head maidservant, Sweet Potato, brought in a food box filled with exquisite pastries and thirst-quenching fruits. The old man talked enthusiastically without any airs. Several times, he personally peeled sweet oranges for Lu Qingyan. His Royal Highness's residence was not lit by candles. There were many mysterious mechanisms on the beams of the room. Sweet Potato's movements revealed many inlaid luminous pearls. The room was as bright as day. The key was that the light was gentle. If one stayed in it for a long time, it would not make one feel tired. Lu Qingyan did not see the ordinary luxuries of Bailiang Palace that people imagined, but she saw Bailiang's foundation and boldness in countless details. It wasn't until Sweet Potato handed over a beautifully embroidered velvet cushion that Lu Qingyan saw the warmth in the eyes of this first-rank servant girl, and the slight curl of the lips of the plump beauty. She knew that at this moment, she had reluctantly integrated into Wutong Garden. As the sky darkened, Su Xiao finally stood up. He did not want Lu Qingyan to see him off. He walked straight out of the house. When he reached the courtyard, he called for Sweet Potato. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the courtyard together. Su Xiao said calmly, My original intention was for you to go with Fengnian, so that there would be someone to take care of you. However, he didn't agree, and secondly, this courtyard can't do without you. Sweet Potato said softly, Blue Bird. There was a trace of helplessness in Su Xiao's tone. He smiled and said, This stubborn girl. She knelt for an entire night. When I nodded, she took the instant spear and went out. Even now, I don't dare to tell Fengnian about this. I'm afraid that I'll be scolded badly. Sweet Potato smiled. Of all the servant girls in Wutong Garden, she was the closest to the king of Bailiang. Other than the father and son, no one else knew that she was the death warrior left behind by the Wangfei. Su Xiao sighed softly and said, After Jihu left, you're more like Fengnian's older sister. Sweet Potato was about to speak when Su Xiao waved his hand and said, You and the Lu family girl are the same kind of people. In the future, take care of her. Bailiang's environment is completely different from Qingzhou's. No matter how smart a girl is, she won't be able to adapt in a short time. We can't just transplant a good Qingzhou peony into Beiliang's soil and not do anything about it. But remember, in a few days, send a message to her saying that the man with double pupils is dead. See her reaction. If she passes this hurdle, then you and Chu Lushan will begin to prepare for her marriage into the Su family. If she doesn't pass, then treat it as if she doesn't have the life to be a secondary Wang Fei. Sweet Potato nodded. Su Xiao walked to the door of the courtyard and asked with a smile, "Do you think that after this king's conversation with her today, she will become arrogant, or will she remain unmoved? You are a woman and understand a woman's thoughts better." Sweet Potato hesitated and then shook her head and said, "This servant doesn't dare to speak nonsense." Su Xiao didn't make things difficult for the head servant girl of Wutong Garden, and walked out of the courtyard alone. In Wutong Garden, Lu Qingyan should have been filled with joy, but her hands and feet were cold. Even she didn't know why. Su Xiao came to Tidehark Lake to relax and saw Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. There was also Xu Xiu, who was inseparable from this Wang Fei according to his orders. The two women were separated by a dozen paces. Xu Xiu's duty was to observe Princess Pei's words and actions. For a truly skilled disguise, the appearance was the art, and the mind was the art. Only when the art and the art were combined could the art be considered successful. Pei Nanwei's laughter, anger and stupor, her frown, her pursed lips, her shock and her shock, Xu Xiu had to remember all of it. At first, Pei Nanwei was disgusted by the observation of this Beiliang retainer. However, Xu Xiu wanted Princess Pei to reveal as much of her true feelings as possible. She didn't care if Pei Nanwei was angry or not. In Beiliang Palace, what kind of Wang Fei was a Princess Jing'an? Later on, Pei Nanwei completely ignored Xu Xiu. For some reason, when she came to this sinister Wang Fu that the court in Jianghu feared, she actually felt at ease and lived in an elegant garden by the lake. His Royal Highness was meticulous and had people get a few mu of reeds so that they could enjoy the scenery when they opened the window. Although it couldn't compare to the endless reeds outside Xiangfan City, Pei Nanwei, who was pretending to be calm and indifferent, only revealed a hint of joy on her face. No matter how big the reeds were, they were not hers. No matter how small the reeds in Beiliang Palace were, His Royal Highness had clearly said that they were hers. Su Xiao walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Xu Xiu had already silently knelt down. Pei Nanwei hurriedly stood and curtsied. She said softly, "This commoner greets great General Su." "No need to be so courteous." Su Xiao joked. "You and that sissy Zhao Heng. This king will have to be reversed. You will be king of Jing, and he will be Princess Jing'an." Pei Nanwei's face was bitter. Su Xiao didn't sit down. He said, "Pei Nanwei, in the future, there will be no restrictions on you entering and leaving the Fu." Pei Nanwei unconsciously stood and curtsied again. She respectfully said, "Thank you for your grace, great general." Su Xiao smiled and walked out of the pavilion. He muttered, "This daughter-in-law of yours is too well-mannered." Pei Nanwei's face was stunned, and then her face flushed red. Xu Xiu's eyes were full of envy. Su Xiao leisurely strolled back to his room. Other than his 2 sons and 2 daughters, no one else would enter this place. Even if Chen Jibao and his other foster sons had something to report, they would only speak outside the door of the courtyard. They would then go to the nearby anecdote pavilion to discuss important military matters. There was only one loquat tree in the courtyard. In the night, Su Xiao stood under the tree, lost in thought. He returned to the not spacious and luxurious room. It was simple and plain. There were 2 clothes hangers in the outer room. Su Xiao bent down and pulled out a chest from under the table. When he opened it, he didn't find any rare treasures, but a chest full of cloth shoes. Su Xiao took out a pair of half-sewn cloth shoes and a needle and thread box. After lighting a candle, he skillfully bit the needle, wrapped the thread around his finger, and began to sew the shoes. Not far away, there were 2 clothes hangers. One was a general's armor, and the other was a king of Beiliang's official robe. Outside the window, there was a loquat tree in the courtyard. It was planted by my wife the year she died. Now it is as tall as a pavilion. Chapter 395. When His Royal Highness first started practicing his bladesmanship in Wudong, he regretted not having done so earlier. He thought that he should have let the men of sacrifice raised by the prince's mansion fight each other. Only then would he be able to see real killing methods and not some flashy moves that looked like the flash of a sword. Letting the horse gang leader Song Diao and Xiao Chang fight each other was not only to let the latter die with everlasting regret, but also to let His Royal Highness see the wonders of the flying sword swallow spiral. Back then on the Xiangfan official road, Song Diao had used the flying sword to force His Royal Highness to use it. Later on, His Royal Highness had used the flying sword to scare Song Diao. It could be considered an impromptu idea, but fortunately, it was not too embarrassing. Su Fengnian's impression of Song Diao was not bad. He was scheming, patient, and knew when to advance and when to retreat. However, what Su Fengnian appreciated the most was the words he said before he died. Perhaps it was because of this that Su Fengnian truly saw Song Diao in a new light. Song Diao had said that his second brother was a rare kind person on the border. And was Song Diao not the same? After Su Fengnian walked far away, he spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly covered it in his palm. A short sword flew out of his sleeve and was carefully nurtured before he quietly put it away. After drinking blood to form a sword embryo and nurturing a spiritual root with spiritual qi, a flying sword could be considered a preliminary success. The sword embryo had to be good, the sword nurturing had to be good, and the sword controlling had to be strong. Only when all three were present could the flying sword be used to kill people. Su Fengnian could use the flying sword to scare people, but definitely not to kill people. Su Fengnian came in a hurry and left leisurely. He thought of the time when he went on a raid with Yan Qiji's daughter, Yan Donggu, on a snowy night. After killing a group of saber training dummies, he even gave her a large ferocious mask. If he said that His Royal Highness deliberately showed off in front of the cold beauty, he would have wronged His Royal Highness. If he did not use this method to talk to Su Xiao, given Su Xiao's tight control over Bailiang, Yan Qiji would not have been able to go out of Bailiang, let alone become a member of the royal family, and become a member of the royal family, let alone become a member of the royal family. Apart from Li Hanlin, who turned over a new leaf and fought for military merits in the Bailiang army, the other two actually went to the royal family, and had to stand on the opposite side of Bailiang with their families. It was a great irony. Su Fengnian walked back to the Fish Dragon Gang's encampment, and found Lu Nerong standing in the distance with a frosty face. When Su Fengnian went out to follow Xiao Chang, he found that this woman was tailing him. However, she lost him and had to turn back. Lu Nerong waited for a long time and finally saw the son of the general's mansion, who had given her too many mysteries, walking towards her. She sneered. It turns out that young Master Su's lightness skill is so first class. You must have learned it from your family, and have been taught by a famous teacher. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's just SOSO." Lu Nerong didn't want to mess around and asked directly, "You didn't see gang leader Xiao?" Su Fengnian also said straightforwardly, "What if I said that I happened to see gang leader Xiao practicing swordsmanship, and wanted to fight with him, and then accidentally killed him? Or that in order to let his son, Xiao Ling, sit on the throne of the Fish Dragon Gang's gang leader Xiao colluded with 4 horse bandits, wanted to embezzle the goods, and then gave Miss Lu to a horse bandit leader. Which one are you willing to believe?" Lu Nerong sneered and said, "I just want to know how you came back alive." Su Fengnian slowly said, 4 horse bandits. One of them was nicknamed Li Haida, who used a pair of Xianhua broad axes and Golden Sparrow mountain axes. Another one was nicknamed Old Copper Coin, who used a padao. Another one was called Scarface, and the last horse bandit's nickname was unknown. Anyway, Xiao Chang was an old acquaintance of one of them. After leaving Tuma Pass, the 4 forces worked together to pull up more than 100 horse bandits. In front of the city, they harassed the Fish Dragon Gang every day with scattered horse bandits. On the last day, if Xiao Chang couldn't drug him, he would be responsible for killing Gong Sunyang. After that, he would get 4,000 taels of silver. But now they are all dead. I advise you not to get to the bottom of this matter. It's not good for the Fish Dragon Gang. When the time comes, just tell Xiao Ling that his father died in a battle with the horse bandits." Lu Nerong stared at Su Fengnian and said, "Do you think I will trust a person who I only know his surname for such a big matter?" Su Fengnian asked back, "You may know all 18 generations of Xiao Chang's ancestors. Do you trust him?" Lu Nerong was speechless for a moment. The atmosphere was stiff. Gong Sunyang limped out of the shadows and tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, "Miss, I believe young Master Su." Lu Nerong snorted coldly and stepped aside. Su Fingnian walked up the hill. Lu Nerong looked at his repulsive back and finally, her chest trembled violently, revealing the fear and uneasiness in her heart. She turned her head and asked softly, "Uncle Gongsun, is that true?" Gong Sunyang smiled bitterly and said, "The truth is not important. The result is the key. Since young Master Su has returned safely, we might as well pretend that Xiao Chang died in the hands of the horse bandits for the fish dragon gang. It's reasonable for Xiao Chang, Miss, and the fish dragon gang. It's reasonable for Miss to doubt young Master Su's identity. But no matter what role he plays in the general's mansion, the current fish dragon gang is not worthy of a general's mansion to plot against them. Since the fish dragon gang and the general's mansion have a cooperative relationship, it doesn't matter if young Master Su acts a little strange. Who doesn't have their own secrets in Jianghu?" Lu Nerong hummed in agreement. Gong Sunyang hesitated and said, "Miss, don't pay too much attention to young Master Su." Lu Nerong looked up and smiled calmly. "Uncle Gongsun, you worry too much. How can Nerong be so ignorant of love? Besides, I only dislike this guy." Gong Sunyang smiled and asked Lu Nerong with clear eyes, "Is Xiao Chang really dead? Was it an internal strife among the horse bandits and young Master Su took advantage of it?" Gong Sunyang sighed. "I can't figure it out. I can't guess." Lu Nerong smiled. "Then don't think about it." Gong Sunyang tried to find joy in the bitterness. This method saves trouble. Su Fingnian returned to the bonfire. The fire was still burning. The young man Wang Dashi must have added some dry branches when he saw that he was not there. There were still many branches and thatches around the fire. It was not a good thing to sleep at night on the slope. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. The fish dragon gang was not like those who worked as bodyguards all year round. They were already full of bitterness. However, they were shocked by the sporadic appearance of the horse bandits and took turns to be on duty. They were satisfied with just a nap. Su Fingnian silently meditated. There were 361 acupoints in the human body, which were like relay stations. Then the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians were the main relay routes. The circulation of qi was generally orderly, and there was a method to follow. Ordinary people could practice swords and knives, but why was the same sword and knife so different in the hands of different people? For ordinary martial artists to control weapons, the so-called method was just a set of tricks passed down from their masters. Occasionally, they would have a few secret manuals of mental cultivation methods, but they would only have about 30 to 40% of their acupoints opened. The nurturing of qi was limited, and it was even more difficult to use it. Taoist practice of the Yellow Courtyard was to open all the 361 caves and blessed lands in the body, and seek the majestic qi from heaven and earth. The qi gathered but did not leak out. Wang Zhonglo used the supreme method to instill the Yellow Courtyard into the Great Yellow Courtyard. After losing 4 parts of the Yellow Courtyard, even if Su Fingnian was cautious and clumsy, he had to lose another part. Only half of the Yellow Courtyard was used for his own use, but it had already brought Su Fingnian close to the Vajra realm. Now Su Fingnian still had 6 acupoints closed. No matter how he breathed according to the unique formula, and used the yin and yang to nourish his muscles and bones, he could not break through that layer of window paper. This was already the biggest achievement that the old man with the sheepskin fur coat had obtained under the premise of a few hundred moves of the 2-sleeved green snake tempering. Wang Xianji's knife manual did not elaborate much on the moves. Instead, it listed many obscure and even unreasonable qi circulation trajectories. Most of them went against common sense. However, after Su Fingnian verified it in private, he suddenly saw the light when Old Sword Godly used the embroidered winter knife to explain the sword will and sword moves at the bow of the ship. The more brilliant a sword move was, the more complicated the qi circulation would be to support it. Practice makes perfect. Ordinary people only saw the moves of experts that were played down but had the power to destroy cities and shake mountains. However, they did not know the difficulties and hardships of cultivation. Li Chungang once claimed that he was at the peak of his prime, and his qi circulation could instantly travel 300 miles around his body. Therefore, There was a saying that a sword immortal's move would travel 10,000 miles and be absorbed in 8 extremities. How terrifying was this? Su Fengnian opened his eyes and exhaled a murky breath. He mocked himself. It seems that if one's algebra is not good enough, unless one has a talent that only appears once in 100 years, one will not be able to become a martial arts giant. His Royal Highness raised his head and looked at the bright starry sky. He said seriously, killing 6 second-ranked experts, 2 King Kong and 1 Xianji. Can you do it? Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at the simple and unadorned spring thunder knife. He laughed and said, "It's still easier than snatching the top 10 beauties in the world and turning them into decorative vases." His Royal Highness fell backward and lay on the ground. He made a face at the starry sky and closed his eyes. He muttered, "How's the sky?" Chapter 396. I can't bear to see a beauty grow old and a hero past his prime. As long as Su Xiao is alive, I won't send my troops south. I won't let Su Xiao's reputation be tarnished. Bah! When Su Fengnian opened his eyes and saw the white sky, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the conversation between the Bei Mang Empress and Su Xiao. It couldn't be called a war of words. The northern Mang royal court would always leak out some rumors from time to time, and the Empress, who was over 50 years old, had never concealed her special feelings for Su Xiao. There were rumors that the Empress had secretly visited the Liang dynasty when she was young, and had met Su Xiao once. There were even rumors that they had an earth-shattering, short-lived marriage. The officials of the 2 dynasties were skeptical of the former, but naturally, very few people believed the latter. It was mostly spread in the marketplace and countryside. No matter how much the court officials of the current dynasty disliked Su Xiao, they all scoffed at the rumors. Of course, Su Fengnian didn't believe it even more. He slowly stood up, stretched, and shook his head. When he turned around, he saw Wang Dashi jogging over. Along the way, he secretly crossed his fists in front of his chest to strengthen each other. Unfortunately, it was only a rough embryonic form, and he was still thousands of miles away from reaching a higher level. After seeing Su Fengnian, Wang Dashi whispered. Guess Gongsun said that Boss Xiao found a few bandits on horseback last night, and attacked them with his sword despite being stopped. We don't know when he will be back. Miss said to wait for half a day. If he doesn't come back, we will have to go to Luqing first. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "You left the dead branches for me last night. Aren't you cold?" Wang Dashi's honesty was immediately exposed. He blushed and said, "There are many rules in our faction. Moreover, the master may not teach you real skills. He often says that he will wait a few years before he can settle down. You will forget after a while. When the time comes and you ask about it shamelessly, the master will say that you won't be able to accomplish anything in a few years, and that you are not a talent that can be cultivated, so he will put you aside. In the end, it's because I didn't give you enough money." Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. "You're actually not that stupid." The young man scratched his head and blushed. He mustered up his courage and said, "Young Master Su, you're different from those masters who only want to pocket money." Su Fengnian, who never rejected flattery, laughed heartily and said, "Good taste." The members of the Fish Dragon gang gathered in groups of 3 to 5, and looked at Wang Dashi with all kinds of eyes. Some despised the coward Wang Dashi for being too flattering, some envied their junior fellow apprentice for being on the general's mansion's boat, and some wondered why the descendant of a general surnamed Su was so happy to talk with Wang Dashi. Generally speaking, those who were young and impetuous would not be nice to this young Master Su. Those who were older and had experienced some things in the Jiang who seemed to be reserved, but in fact, they still hoped that young Master Su would take the initiative to exchange a few pleasantries and give them a way out. They would then squeeze out a smile and try to get close to him. Unfortunately, this young man surnamed Su was too arrogant. He even ignored them when they were almost at Lusheng. This made many of the members who hoped to form a good relationship with the general's mansion angry. Su Fengnian glanced at the members of the Fish Dragon gang. "When we return to Lingzhou, you won't have a good life." The young man forced a smile. His smile was slightly bitter, but he didn't have the confusion and fear he had before. This young man was the only one who fought side by side with Lu Nerong at the last moment of the falling horse pass. He didn't know if he was comforting young Master Su or himself. He pursed his lips and said softly, It's okay. Young people were like a new bough. They wouldn't know how much potential they had until they were pulled to an exaggerated degree by life. Su Fengnian stood on a high slope and looked towards the north. Between the Falling Horse Pass and Lucheng, there was a Yanhui Pass. The ownership of this isolated city was unclear. Neither father nor mother loved it. The two dynasties tacitly didn't send any officials to be stationed here. Instead, it became a rare and bustling big market. The residents of the pass had long trained their ears and eyes to see far. When the war between the two dynasties rose, they would disperse. And when the war stopped, they would gather. They were happy and unfettered. Further north of Yanhui Pass was Beimang's territory without any suspense. It was heavily fortified. Every 5 miles, every 10 miles, and every 100 miles, it was repaired and improved year by year, forming a distinctive and complete military defense system. Gong Sun Yang, who was looking towards the north with His Royal Highness, carried his wine bag. There wasn't much green ant wine left, so he awkwardly tied it back to his waist. He introduced the complicated situation of Yanhui Pass to Lu Nerong, who was beside him, and said, "Miss, we are still 2 days away from Yanhui Pass. This place is filled with all kinds of people. Many criminals who committed crimes in the south of our dynasty have migrated here. It's the same in Beimang. There are also some soldiers and generals who were stationed at the border, who have left their military status for various reasons. Some are spies, and some are simply leading their brothers to do some beheading business. Most of them are fugitives who escaped from hard labor in the army. In addition, there are also those who evade taxes and abscond for fear of punishment, as well as the survivors of the 8 kingdoms of the spring and autumn period who would rather be homeless dogs than live peacefully in Liang. Those who dare to stay in Yanhui Pass for a long time are basically not clean. It's not an exaggeration to say that the children in Yanhui Pass are cruel and merciless. Compared to the young men outside, they are much more experienced. Although we need to replenish our water and food, I think it's better if we don't enter the city with a large group. When the time comes, I'll take a few clever guys to purchase. There's no other way. The Fish Dragon Gang can't withstand the storm at all." Lu Nerong nodded and said, "When the time comes, I'll enter the city with Uncle Gongsun. We'll do things steadily." Gongsun Yang said with relief, "I can't hold back my words. Miss, please don't be angry. Although you are a woman, you are born with the good qualities of a woman. You won't stick your neck out. To be honest, when the old leader handed the Fish Dragon Gang over to you, I was still worried. One reason was that I couldn't convince the others, but I was afraid that you would be too arrogant and think that the Fish Dragon Gang's current foundation was justified. If you are determined to forge ahead, you will run into a wall sooner or later. If you take over, you will inevitably lose the steadiness that is the foundation of Jianghu. After this trip, I really underestimated your ability and wisdom." Lu Nerong blushed and said, "Uncle Gongsun, I'm actually timid. I'm not as tactful as you say." Gongsun Yang laughed and said, "Miss, it's good to be timid, but it's not good for a newborn calf to be not afraid of a tiger. It's better for those with a strong background. If they suffer and are wronged, they can only go back to their parents to ask for help. They are not afraid that they can't make a comeback. Our Fish Dragon Gang is in an awkward position, and is far from a big business. Once we are injured, no one will give us 100 days to recuperate, otherwise, the rival gangs will kick us when we are down. Therefore, being timid is a good thing and a blessing for the Fish Dragon Gang. If young Master Su says that Xiao Chang usurps the power and hands it over to Xiao Ling, who has great ambition but little talent, I dare to say that the Fish Dragon Gang, which has gone astray, can only prosper for 8 or 9 years at most. When the time comes, we will be finished." Lu Nerong didn't expect that the usually taciturn great guest would be so humorous. She was amused and felt much more relaxed. Her eyes became brighter. Gongsun Yang nodded secretly. He felt pity for the junior who had high hopes for him. This trip to Beimang was not as simple as a carriage of goods worth 30,000 taels of silver. It was equivalent to putting the heavy burden of the Fish Dragon Gang on her shoulders in the next few years. Lu Nerong was treated as a bandit and wantonly killed by the soldiers at Tuma Pass. After leaving the pass, she was stalked by the horse gang. Xiao Chang, the original pillar of the gang, was no longer alive. For Lu Nerong, who was not even 20 years old, it was a bit heavy. Gong Sunyong turned his head and looked at young Master Su, who he had a good impression of. Wasn't this person an additional burden for Lu Nerong, who was always in a state of panic? Gong Sunyong sighed in his heart and told himself to think in a positive direction. This experience was destined to be an immeasurable life fortune for Lu Nerong. Lu Nerong wrapped her arms around her knees, bit her lips and looked into the distance. She attracted the attention of many young men of the Fish Dragon Gang, but she was indifferent. Chapter 397. Afternoon. They left for the north after filling their stomachs. Only Su Fengnian, Lu Nerong, and Gong Sunyong knew that Xiao Chang, who was fighting alone, would definitely not show up. When they were going down the slope, Su Fengnian noticed Lu Nerong's complicated look, so he didn't bother to respond. In the past, when he gave a polite smile, his good intentions were treated as ill intentions. Why bother to be cold to someone? Thinking of this, Su Fengnian subconsciously glanced at Lu Nerong's but a few times. Her heroic spirit cultivated from years of practicing martial arts covered up the charm that a woman should have. But if you looked carefully, you would find that Lu Nerong's body was quite chewy, and her pair of long legs were especially tight and elastic. However, Su Fengnian just wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. In this desert, where there was no village or shop, any woman was a priceless treasure, let alone an outstanding woman like Lu Nerong. The sun was scorching, and the heat wave hit their faces. The members of the Fish Dragon Gang were all sweating profusely. Lu Nerong rode on the horse, sweat dripping down her cheeks from time to time. Only Su Fengnian breathed in and out continuously. His precious big yellow haul, which was like a gift from heaven, made his whole body cool down. Wang Dashi, who was beside young Master Su, reduced the heat a lot. The young man didn't realize that he had taken advantage of young Master Su. He was only focused on silently reciting the formula of the fist technique. Young Master Su said that the clumsy bird flies first, and hard work makes up for it. Although Su Fengnian rode the horse leisurely, he didn't slack off at all. Other people practice martial arts by racking their brains to take a shortcut to the realm, but His Royal Highness did the opposite. He specifically chose the most complicated meridian flowchart in the knife manual to regulate his breath. Other people preferred simplicity, and he preferred complexity. Only when the qi blocked and caused the chest to feel uncomfortable would he leisurely exhale a mouthful of stagnant qi. Inexplicably, the essence of the knife manual that Su Fengnian was practicing was actually a detailed description of Li Chuangong's sword qi rolling dragon wall, which was named Open Shoe Style on the manual. What a good sword qi rolling dragon wall. The qi in Su Fengnian's qi flowed wildly, as if thousands of sword qi were twisting his heart and lungs. Fortunately, His Royal Highness's face was as usual. Su Fengnian's qi didn't stop, but he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. A vigorous figure appeared out of thin air from a high slope. After jumping down, his feet stirred up a cloud of dust. Then he rushed forward rapidly, paused for a moment, turned slightly, and crashed into the team of the Fish Dragon Gang that was vaguely in front of them. The group of people was stunned. What was even more shocking was that in just a few breaths, dozens of figures also jumped down from the high slope. The first 10 or so people landed gracefully, but the later ones who were not good at lightness skill fell flat on their faces. After rolling on the ground, they didn't care about their manners and continued to rush forward. Looking at the situation, it seemed that these 30 or 40 people were chasing after the man who was about to rush into the Fish Dragon Gang's formation. Lu Nerong and Gong Sunyong didn't dare to act rashly. They only saw that the newcomer was an old man in a gray robe with an aquiline nose. He touched the ground several times with the tip of his foot and instantly approached the team of the Fish Dragon Gang. He jumped high, took out a yellowed book from his arms, and threw it to a member of the Fish Dragon Gang who was sitting on a horse. The old man laughed and said, "Grandsons, Grandpa won't play with you anymore. Whoever has the ability can take this Qingfu sword embryo classic." "What green sword?" The member of the Fish Dragon Gang, who was thrown a secret manual at him for no reason, caught it subconsciously. He was confused, but when the old man flew past, he turned around and saw all the Jianghu masters with red eyes. They all rushed toward him. The weapons in the hands of several impatient leaders reflected dazzling brilliance. The man suddenly trembled and finally realized that he was holding a hot potato. Without saying anything, he threw it to the gang members beside him. Damn it, what an unexpected disaster. The guy who was caught in the crossfire was smarter. He shouted, "Wang Matzi, you catch it," and threw it out. The third guy who caught it did the same. He didn't even look at the secret manual, and threw it out with all his strength. Lunarong was so ashamed that she couldn't bear to watch. It was really shameful. The young man, Wang Dashi, saw the secret manual flying towards him and was stunned. Just as he was hesitating whether he should catch it or not, a shadow appeared above his head. Then he saw the secret manual land in young Master Su's hands, and was thrown back to the crowd. A secret manual was thrown high in the air. The 30 or so mad dog-like figures all had extraordinary skills. Those who jumped into the air fought with those who were also in the air, while those who were on the ground and had no time to jump into the air did not stay idle either. They began to fight at close range. The crackling sounds of fighting were very pleasing to the eye. The members of the Fish Dragon Gang were moved by the sight, and sighed that they had seen so many experts in one go. This trip to Northern Mang was really worth it. In a few moments, 3 or 4 people were lying on the ground motionless. They were all trying to kill. After the initial stage of fishing in troubled waters, a handsome swordsman in his 20s successfully grasped the martial arts secret manual that he had been dreaming of. Immediately, 6 of his allies who were also sword users retreated and formed a strange sword formation with the handsome young man to defend against the enemies. Su Fingyan narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a rare chessboard sword formation. It could turn into a conical formation that could easily cut the opponent's body when attacking, and a Tianyuan formation that could be used to defend. It was very likely that this swordsman was from the chess and sword music school in Beimang. Su Fingyan wanted to remind these masters that the secret manual was probably fake, but he hesitated and gave up. He was about to signal Lunarong to move on, and not get involved in this mess. The outstanding young swordsman in white took a closer look at the cover, and really threw the secret manual on the ground. He said angrily, "It's fake. What kind of legend of the ram is this?" The old man with a hooked nose, who was as cunning as an old fox, had already escaped. The old man's lightness skill was better than everyone else's. With this delay he could fly away. Lunarong watched the bustling scene and came to her senses. She wanted to leave this place, but the situation had already determined that the Fish Dragon Gang couldn't leave. Those heroes who had been chasing after the secret manual all stared at them with their eyes wide open. It was obvious that they wanted to vent their anger on the Fish Dragon Gang. The handsome young man from the chess and sword music school looked cold. He didn't take the lead to attack the Fish Dragon Gang. At least he had the bearing of a big sect. Lunarong was carefully thinking about her words. Unexpectedly, the man surnamed Su spoke first. "Heroes, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We also suffered an undeserved disaster. There's no need to fight with each other, right?" Lunarong's heart was in a mess. She was afraid that these people would attack the Fish Dragon Gang together. The swordsman from the chess and sword music school smiled brightly. He held his long sword upside down, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and said generously, "That's true. Let's part ways here." A sharp-eyed guy who had stretched his neck to look at the book at the foot of the chess and sword music school recognized the cover. He said angrily, "It's really Legend of the Ram. This old thief is too insidious. Brother, let's continue to chase." The Fish Dragon Gang hurriedly took the initiative to separate from the front and back, making a path for them. Except for the few corpses who had lost their lives here, the remaining 30 or so people passed by in a line. The chess and sword music school was no exception. However, the young man with the green long sword stopped and asked Lunarong with a smile, "I'm Wang Wuxia from the chess and sword music school. May I know your name, miss?" After hearing his words, a few boorish men in the front who didn't get along with him didn't stop and muttered, "He came to steal the secret manual, but didn't forget to hook up with the roadside weeds. What a bastard. When did the chess and sword music school have such a refined scum? A piece of **T spoils a pot of porridge. Public morals are degenerating day by day." The swordsman who called himself Wang Wuxia turned a deaf ear to them. He just raised his head and looked at Lunarong with a smile. The other 6 disciples of the school ran forward with the others. Su Fengnian smiled. That secret manual is real. Lu Nerong said indifferently due to etiquette, Lu Nerong from Lingzhou. The swordsman saw the crowd go away from the corner of his eye. He stopped smiling and walked to the secret manual unhurriedly. He bent down to pick it up and put it in his arms. Before he left, he smiled at the shocked Lu Nerong and said, "Miss, you have beautiful legs. If I have the chance, I must touch them. Then I won't waste my life." Chapter 398. When Chao Chongqing and the emperor played chess, the eunuch bent down to hold the chess box. The empress saw the ribbon of the emperor's virtuous crown fall, so she reached out to help him fasten it. The emperor took pity on the 8 dippers of chess beside him, so when he saw this, he only smiled knowingly and was not angry at all. This beautiful story was passed down from falsehood. Later in the literary world, it was said that when Chao Chongqing was drunk, he directly called the eunuch by his name and shouted for him to take off his boots. This made the scholars endlessly daydream. But this was something that could only happen in the West Chu dynasty. Today's imperial court, as well as most people's jianghu, were far less poetic and picturesque. The great literati singing the song of the great river east with an iron pipa was undoubtedly heroic. But the common people who made a living on the river day and night would inevitably spit a few mouthfuls of saliva into the river when the harvest was not good. The corpses in front of the fish dragon gang, who failed to snatch the secret manual and lost their lives, were just like the old saying, when the hand raises the knife, the body will be carried away. Su Fengnian quietly dismounted from his horse and went to the corpses. He squatted down and rummaged through the corpses, as if he wanted to take advantage of the dead people's wealth. Lu Nerong was originally a little embarrassed by the behavior of her gang members, but when she saw that the man surnamed Su did not care about the morality of jianghu, she turned her head away. As for the words of the swordsman from the chess and sword music school, other than the shame and anger that she had to show to her gang members, her heart had already become numb. Whether it was Zhou Ziru, who relied on his power to kill people, or this Beimang swordsman who relied on his astuteness to snatch the secret manual, weren't they all the same kind of people who looked elegant on the outside, but were actually the same kind of people? She held a grudge against the man surnamed Su, but she accepted his straightforwardness more. At the very least, he never pretended to be a bad person. The lecturer from the chess, sword, and music house was not stupid. Once he was done with his mouth, he started to run away. However, he had only run 70 to 80 feet when he was intercepted by someone. It was the gray-robed old man with an aquiline nose who had taken the initiative to return to the danger zone. The old man had a ferocious appearance and dark purple lips. He laughed and said, "Wang Weishue, in this game of cat and mouse, you're the one who used your mind the most. In the end, you're too smart for your own good. After I kill you, I'll take the green stallion and frame these Liang barbarians." When Wang Weishue saw the old man with a hooked nose, he did not show any fear. He took out the secret manual from his chest and laughed. "Old immortal song, you must be joking. How is this cat and mouse? It is clearly a cat and tiger who overestimates its own strength. Before I left the chess and sword music school, my teachers told me to just borrow it from old immortal song, and I will return it with both hands. I will not rob it. But if old immortal song is unwilling to lend it to me, I will return it to its rightful owner. There is no need for old immortal song to do anything. It is just that everyone in Jianghu says that old immortal song will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I, Wang Weishue, am still young, so I am not sure if I have offended old immortal song." The old man in gray narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, "Since you are sensible, I will not kill you. Don't worry, I will return the green nightmare to you. Naturally, I will not be calculative with you. Speaking of which, I am of the same generation as your martial uncle, the sword of benevolence Wang Hefei. If I am not wrong, this green nightmare from the Wu family sword tomb is what your teacher with an interesting name wants. Boy, don't worry, after I understand the swordsmanship manual, I will naturally go to your chess and sword music school and exchange it with you. Don't waste my time, give it to me." When Wang Weishue saw the ruthless look in the eyes of the notorious devil, he threw out the secret manual with an extraordinary origin without hesitation. After the gray-robed old man took it, He stuffed it into his sleeve without even looking at it. He stretched out his hand again and said with a hideous smile, "My good grandson, don't test my patience. If you don't behave, I'll take your life. Even if those people are in front of me, it will be easy for me to kill you before I leave." Wang Weishue smiled innocently. He quickly took out a page torn from the Qingfu sword code, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it to the Devil Dao magnate. Wang Weishue praised, "Elder Song's foresight is amazing. Little tricks can't escape the eyes of an old immortal." Wang Weishue is impressed. The old man in gray rubbed open the page. After confirming that there was no mistake, his face changed, as if he was considering whether to kill this young man from the chess and sword music school. Wang Weishue stood in place and said innocently, "Elder Song, do you want my martial uncle to come out early to talk about the old days?" The old man in gray who had regained the secret manual touched his aquiline nose, and the haze in his eyes dispersed. He laughed heartily and said, "Your grandson's temperament is quite different from the rotten wood of the chess, sword, and music school. It's a pity that he joined the wrong sect. If I saw him earlier, I might have taken him in and trained him well." Wang Weishue, who lost the secret manual, was even happier. He smiled and said, "What a pity, Elder Song. It seems that I am not so lucky." The old man turned and left. His body was like an eagle and disappeared in a few jumps. Su Fingyan searched for a long time. Except for a few hundred taels of silver notes and a few porcelain bottles, he did not find a single secret manual. It seemed that these Jianghu people also knew that fighting for secret manuals was a matter of life and death, so they did not dare to take the really valuable things with them. The old man in gray who dared not to take the chess and sword music school seriously was obviously not a weak person. Judging by his lightness skill, he was firmly in the second class. If one did not have the ability to fight for such a person, one would not dare to join in the fun. Moreover, the most dangerous thing about fighting for secret manuals was to be on guard against attacks from all sides. When the spring and autumn period was still around, the martial arts world elected a leader who had both fame and strength. He led a large team of 400 or 500 people to fight against an old devil in the Finger Mystery realm. Killing the devil only cost about 100 lives. After that, ownerless treasures appeared and many people died. The leader was even chopped into meat paste by his peers. After the tragedy, there was still another tragedy. The leader's manor was turned into ashes overnight. His parents, wife, children, and servants all died. From then on, no one was willing to be the leader of the martial arts world. Wang Weishue, the Yu House swordsman who was destined to return empty-handed, slapped himself in the face in front of everyone. He then walked to the fish dragon gang and said shamelessly, "Miss Lu, it is fate that we met. I want to go to Lucheng. Can you lend me a horse to accompany you? If you don't have a spare horse, we can share one." Lu Nerong was angry. Su Fingyan stood up and said with a smile, "You can borrow my horse." Wang Weishue smiled and said, "Do you think you are worthy?" Su Fingyan smiled and ignored this swordsman from a famous family. He said to Lu Nerong, "I will go after that old man and see if I can find a master." The fish dragon gang looked at each other. This Su guy's face and courage were not inferior to that bastard Wang Weishue's at all. Chapter 399. After Su Fingyan finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the direction that the gray-clothed old man had escaped to. Gong Sun Yang, who was sitting in the carriage, looked at the back of this person and sighed. He then saw the handsome student from the chess and sword music school get on the horse after some hesitation, and stick to Lu Nerong's side. On the contrary, Gong Sun Yang's expression was calm. Su Fingyan passed a hillside that blocked his view. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the gray-clothed old man holding a small flying ant between his 2 fingers. The little thing appeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was clearly a southern barbarian venomous insect. Seeing Su Fingyan's figure, the old man with a hooked nose crushed the small insect and sneered. "Kid, playing with 2 ant-venomous insects in front of your grandfather, what a joke." Another flying ant appeared in front of Su Fingyan's eyes. It fell to the ground and struggled for a while before dying. When he was tracking Xiaochang, he also relied on this venomous insect from Shu Xiao. At this moment, he looked at the gray-clothed old man and cupped his fist with a smile. I've heard of the Wu family's sword tomb's green grass sword embryo nurturing secret technique. It's very mysterious, so I wanted to borrow it from you. It'll only take a cup of tea's time, and I'll return it after reading it. If there's any disrespect, please forgive me. After the gray-clothed old man crushed the venomous insect, he was still rubbing his fingers. After hearing Su Fengnian's words, he exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you have a photographic memory? How's your qigong? If it's passable, I don't mind taking you in as a slave. In the future, we can sneak into the forbidden areas of Jianghu and find suitable secret manuals for you to memorize. This will save this old man a lot of trouble." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "You want to take Wang Weishua as your disciple, but why am I a slave?" The old man was straightforward. A green scorpion the size of a fingernail pierced through his skin and crawled out from the back of his hand. It raised a pair of small pincers and made a hissing sound. He sneered. "That kid's father is in charge of the military and political power of Bei Meng's Aquarius state. You only know a little bit of witchcraft. You're too far away from orthodox witchcraft. Tell me, who do you think you are?" Su Fengnian lowered his head and saw thousands of scorpions swarming over. He said helplessly, "But Senior's scorpion goo is only an unorthodox method. It's far from being as imposing as the jade pipa of the 6 great goo kings." The tidewater scorpions trapped Su Fengnian in the middle. The gray-robed old man, who had been exposed, was not angry. He stopped the scorpions from moving forward and exclaimed again. This time he was really surprised. "You know about the jade pipa, a great creation immortal item? Normally, the juniors who have some skill in playing with goo would not know about the 6 great goo kings. This old man has underestimated you. I thought you were just an ordinary rich kid. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Tell me, what's your family background? If it's enough to make even me feel apprehensive, I can lend you this dark green sword manual to take a look." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I'd better not say it. I'm afraid you won't believe me." The gray-robed old man was unusually patient. He played with the green scorpion on the back of his hand and said, "Tell me, Grandpa is different from the rest of the world. The more unbelievable something is, the more I'll believe it." Su Fengnian said, "There's a white-haired old man surnamed Chu. He was chained to his collarbone by 2 blades. He taught me how to use the blade." The gray-robed old man frowned. "This old man has been missing for many years. When Chu was roaming the Jianghu, you were still wet in your pants. Don't lie to me." Su Fengnian's face was relieved. He smiled and said, "He's back in the Jianghu." The old man's face was gloomy. After a long time, he quietly took back the green scorpion. The scorpion tide also dispersed. He took out the manual and threw it out. After that he scolded, "Kid, you're lucky. I have some connections with old man Chu. I owed him a favor in the past. When I see him in the future, I'll say we don't owe each other anything." Su Fengnian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stretched out his hand to catch the manual. The gray-robed old man suddenly arrived. He laughed and punched the chest of this young and inexperienced kid. "Kid, you're going to die from your stupidity this time." The next moment, the gray-robed old man suddenly stopped. He rolled his eyes and made a sound of surprise for the 3rd time. He only saw the young man with the blade fly out. His sleeves bulged. His punch was like a stone thrown into an ancient well. There were obvious ripples on his clothes before they finally disappeared. The young man, who looked like a rich young man, did not talk nonsense. He lowered his head and began to read the Qingfu sword manual. The gray-robed elder was not sure if this little guy was pretending to be exhausted, or if he was really safe and sound by some strange method. He was very confident in his cultivation, but he did not dare to chase after him. The atmosphere was very strange. Su Fengnian closed the manual and threw it back to the gray-robed old man. He smiled and said, "What a set of Qingfu sword technique. It's really mysterious." The sly old man in the Jianghu was afraid that he would die from his stupidity. When the manual fell to the ground, he realized that the kid in front of him had no intention of making a move. No matter how thick-skinned the gray-robed old man was, he was still embarrassed. He carefully bent down and picked up the Qingfu sword manual. However, he kept looking up and smiled. "Kid, you have a strong inner strength. I've been catching eagles all year long. Now that I've seen the peerless sword manual, you've only taken a punch. In the end, you have the advantage. Why don't we stop here? Su Fengnian said calmly. Either you held back your strength in your punch and did not kill. It seems like you do have some friendship with the white-haired old man. Or you're not in the second rank at all. You're just relying on your lightness skill and venomous insect art to make people afraid. The gray-robed old man laughed dryly. I just don't have a good blade. Otherwise, I could kill a first-rank master, let alone a second-rank master. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Thank you for lending it to me. I'll take my leave now. The old man nodded and said, Okay. Su Fengnian said, Can you put away the green scorpion again? It's always going in and out of the back of my hand. You've lost a lot of blood. The gray-robed old man smiled and wiped the blood on the back of his hand. He put the scorpion back into his body again. Su Fengnian said, You can leave first. I won't send you off. The old man smiled kindly and said, You can leave first. This old man has been running day and night for a few days. He's a little tired. He needs to rest. You can leave first. This is etiquette. It's fine, it's fine. You can leave first. Senior, the scorpion crawled out again. It's being naughty again. Kid, don't take it to heart. It's not this old man's idea. If you don't leave, I won't leave. Kid, you're too pretentious. Since we're all in the Jianghu, we're all good men of the Jianghu. There's no need to pay attention to seniority and etiquette. The old man and the young man exchanged pleasantries tirelessly. In the end, the gray-robed old man sat on the ground. He glared at the young man who still had not drawn his blade. He was finally about to curse. Su Fengnian smiled and bowed. He said, I'm really leaving this time. Looking up and staring at the slender figure, the gray-robed old man resisted the urge to sneak up on him. He slowly got up and patted his butt. He muttered, Wang Weishua from the chess and sword music school is one thing, but this kid is not easy to deal with. There's no way I can survive in the Jianghu. Those who have read my Weibo will know how misfortunate this chapter is. Chapter 400. After Su Fengnian caught up with the fish dragon gang, the handsome young man from the chess and sword music school, who was quite good-looking when he was silent, rode on his horse carelessly, without any awareness that he was a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Su Fengnian did not care about this young man whose identity was revealed by the aquiline-nosed old man. He walked on the yellow sand road with Wang Dashi. Not long after, those Jianghu men who had been blindly chasing after the secret manual saw that Wang Weishua did not keep up with them. After thinking for a while, they regretted it and turned around to run wildly. Even the 6 swordsmen from the chess and sword music school caught up with them. After looking at each other, they could see the worry in each other's eyes. The corpse was still there. Seeing that there was indeed an ancient book with the cover of the legend of Gongyang on the ground, one of them picked it up and flipped through it, jumping and cursing as he tore it into pieces. Seeing that they could not escape the end of the chase, the rest of them immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The 6 swordsmen from the chess and sword music school were even more puzzled. Could it be that Wang Weishua guessed wrong? Then why didn't this junior brother who was highly regarded by the sect follow them? Confused, the 6 swordsmen ran along the road. After catching up with the fish dragon gang, they did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw Wang Weishua, who was riding a horse and sticking to the Bailiang girl. The eldest son of the Wang family in the Aquarius prefecture was really hard to change his habits. In the music house, he was also frivolous and liked to flirt with his senior and junior sisters. He even did not let a female martial ant go. If he had not been stabbed several times, he would not have given up. This time, the sect was determined to catch the demon who had the Qingfu sword code. The 7 of them were just the weakest force. The 6 martial uncles, namely Wang Weishua's master Wu Miaozai and martial uncle Huang, who was skilled in both sword and man, were the main force. However, the demon's whereabouts were uncertain, and they were the first to encounter him. At this time, an unparalleled net had been cast at the border. It was just a matter of who could catch the big fish first. Wang Weishua pulled the reins and stopped. In front of his senior and junior brothers, he did not have the air of a disciple. After getting off the horse, Wang Weishua said, "The secret manual is real, but the demon is really slippery. He actually turned back." I could only obediently hand it over. Originally, I had secretly torn a page to use as bait, but he saw through it. The 6 swordsmen of the music house did not suspect that Wang Weishua had embezzled it. It was not that they were so open-minded, but they all knew Wang Weishua's identity. He entered the chess and sword music school not because he was greedy for the peerless martial arts. It was just that Wang Weishua was already famous in the chess world at a young age. Unfortunately, he rarely met a match and came to the music house to find people to play chess with when he was bored. When it came to swordsmanship, he was always inexperienced. Even his master felt sorry for his talent in swordsmanship. In the distance, firecrackers sounded in the air. It was not uncommon to use firecrackers to send messages. However, the chess and sword music school's firecrackers were definitely unique in Beimang. There was no need for his senior and junior brothers to remind him. Wang Weishua led the horse to Lu Nerong and said with a smile, "Can I borrow some dry food and water from Miss Lu? When you come to Beimang and run into trouble, just say that you are guests of the chess and sword music school. If there are still people who deliberately make things difficult for you, it's okay. Just say my name, Wang Weishua, and most likely everything will be fine. As for whether you say it's my sister, or my wife, it doesn't matter." Lu Nerong did not respond. She just expressionlessly asked the gang members to take out water bags and food. Wang Weishua and the 2 swordsmen took them with a smile, and did not forget to bow with their swords. Their etiquette was not bad at all. They did not look down on the fish dragon gang because of their superior sect, nor did they take things as they pleased. Not only was Lu Nerong surprised, but the members of the fish dragon gang were also full of smiles. They felt that they had gained a lot of face. Although they were in Lingzhou, Beiliang, they had also heard of the chess and sword music school. It was one of the top 5 sects in Beimang. What was more rare was that this sect respected law and etiquette. Many children of the princes and nobles were willing to go to the chess and sword music school to learn from them. Compared to them, the fish dragon gang was not even a match for them. Wang Weishua led the horse to Su Fengnian, who was next to the young Wang Dashi. He loosened the reins and took off the priceless jade pendant from his waist. He said with a smile, "I have never been stingy. I borrowed your horse to ride for a while. This snake wall is a reward for you. Don't pawn it or wear it casually. The shop can't afford the price, and it is easy for people to be greedy at the sight of money. Do you know what it means when an ordinary man has a jade pendant?" Su Fengnian gently took the jade pendant that was cold to the touch. He smiled and did not say anything. When Wang Weishua brushed past him, he said softly, "The knife is not bad." When the chess and sword music school was far away, Lu Nerong waved her whip heavily. Only then did the fish dragon gang wake up. Some of the gang members who were qualified to ride horses regretted that they did not ride a horse at that time. Snake wall, just from the name, one could tell how precious this jade pendant was. Other than the Beimang royal family, who could wear dragon and phoenix jade ornaments, snakes became the first choice of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. They were not fools. Just now, when the romantic swordsman and Miss Lu talked about their school and family background, it was chess and sword music school first and Wang Weishua second. This snake wall might be worth dozens or hundreds of gold coins. How much money did the fish dragon gang earn after traveling thousands of miles? But that guy surnamed Su still pretended to be calm. Who wouldn't want to go up and slap him? Su Fengnian looked down at the jade pendant. It was the 6th snake wall. According to the law, it was an ornament that only officials of the 3rd rank and above could wear. This Wang Weishua was indeed the son of a first-rank official in Beimang. It was almost on par with the Xianbei jade buckle worn by the woman with the mink forehead. Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing. This guy had his own style when he was young. But if they really wanted to compare family backgrounds, who was worthy and who was not? Seeing that the guy surnamed Su was finally happy, the members of the fish dragon gang who peeped at him from time to time sneered. "You brat, you took advantage of Miss Lu's horse to look ahead to reveal your foxtail. How shameless." The simple-minded Wang Dashi didn't think so. He just asked curiously, "Young Master Su, does Wang Weishua have a strong background? Why did he give out a snake wall as if he had a mountain of gold and silver at home?" Su Fengnian put away the jade pendant and smiled. "Almost." The teenager clicked his tongue. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, Have you ridden a horse before? The teenager who was trotting under the horse shook his head and said, How could I? When I was young, I went to the lantern market and was trampled by a horse. Since then I've been afraid of horses. Even if you let me ride, I wouldn't dare. The descendants of Baelyang officials and rich people, who didn't wear fancy clothes and ride horses in the market. If they didn't do it, they would be embarrassed to call themselves rich. Su Fingyan frowned. The teenager's mind was simple, but he had developed a keen perception of the surrounding atmosphere. He asked worriedly, Young Master Su, what's wrong? Su Fingyan shook his head and said, I thought of something. Whether it's feasible or not, we'll see when we do it. The teenager who had changed from awe to respect young Master Su grinned and said, That must be something big. Su Fingyan smiled and looked into the distance. He muttered to himself, It's a pity that no one knows how to thank you. Under the scorching sun, the teenager was sweating profusely. He panted and said, Young Master Su, I heard that the chess and sword music school has a very high status among the Baymang barbarians. The disciples are very good at chess, sword and music. Even if someone from an ordinary family enters, they will come out looking like a young master from a big family. Su Fingyan teased. Are you jealous? The teenager quickly waved his hand and said, No matter how good it is, it's still a school of the Baymang barbarians. I won't enter even if you beg me. Su Fingyan clicked his tongue and said, What a boastful tone. The teenager who was out of breath said bitterly, Young Master Su, I can't talk anymore. If I do, I won't be able to run anymore. Su Fingyan nodded. He began to use his memory to search for information about Wuxia and the chess and sword music school. The number of provinces in Baymang was far less than that of the Liang dynasty, which had unified the spring and autumn period. There were only 8 provinces. The names of the provinces that had been passed down for hundreds of years had all been changed by the Empress of Baymang. They were Gusai Long Yu Dong Jinshi River, Jinchan Yu Toad, Baoping Juzi. Wang Weishua's old man should be the governor of Baoping province. He was an important official with real power in Baymang who completely controlled the province. Baymang had never divided the governor's authority, unlike the current Liang dynasty, where the governor and administrator kept each other in check. Therefore, if one became the governor of Baymang without any authority, one would only be laughed at. However, this kind of situation rarely happened. Those who could become the overlord of a province were all officials with great talent and bold vision. The Empress of Baymang had never denied her trust in these 8 officials. She spoke bluntly, far more than those children in the palace who were not familiar with her. Currently, of the 8 governors of Baymang, only one was from the royal family, and it was from Juzi, which was ranked at the bottom. Baoping province was the only land in Baymang with fertile land that did not lose out to Jiangnan in terms of military provisions. Although its territory was not large, the governor's authority in Baoping province was exceptionally heavy. The teenager, Wang Dashi, said that Wang Weishua's family was sitting on a mountain of gold. He really hit the nail on the head. Therefore, Snake Climbing Wall, which was worth hundreds of gold, was a drop in the ocean for the governor of Baoping province. Baymang's Jianghu was similar to its small number of provinces. It was far from the Liang dynasty, where hundreds of schools contended with each other. The connections and resources were mostly monopolized by the 30 or so big sections. The rest of the gangs were just struggling at death's door, stretching their necks to ask for some leftovers.